Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. It's the holiday season, the best time of the year for sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes, it's all happening at once. And while you and I are out here making decisions every day, what gifts to buy, what to eat, which game to watch, there's one place where it feels good to be right. Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 389. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you. Your shirt's hanging a little low.
Yeah, it's a tank top, but it's an old one. It's an old one. You know, it's old, reliable.
Go play some ball. Gonna go ball?
Not even close. Today's been mapped out pretty clearly for us. It's gonna be a long one, but
it is
fun one.
Yeah, it'll be good. So for people that are, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I guess the procedure, the mechanics of it. We're recording this episode on, as we usually do, the day before it goes live. But we'll be cutting in at some point with all the Game Awards stuff. The Game Awards have not happened yet in our timeline. And there'll be a bunch of announcements or whatever. So we'll cut in with an interstitial. And this episode will, as we've said, and hopefully people have heard, is going to go live a little late. Not too late, but just a little late. And so I'm looking forward to it. It is a long day, though. Very much a long day. And had to get my sleep last night. I didn't, as you can see, because I'm always fucking so tired looking. But I tried. I was up at like 4:30 in the morning sending emails like a psychopath to people. It's good to see you, Chris.
You too.
Dustin, it's also good to see you. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend?
I'm very well. Long marathon day, but I think it's going to be a fun one because watching the Game Awards on your own at points can be, I mean, worse than watching paint dry.
Yeah, hate it.
But the fact that we're watching it together, super fun with the audience, even more fun. So I think we're going to have a great time. And then as far as my life right now, I mean, nothing really, just kind of, I'm a little ahead on our Christmas stuff. I already got some punching up done. Was working on your Christmas episode of Summon Sign. And to tease the audience, not me, but Brad is doing the Game of the Year episode of Summon Sign. From what I could tell right now, he might top last year.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, ours was long, and there's so many of us, you know. So
yeah. Please look forward to it. And I have a stack of One Piece cards here that I opened up last night. I was trying to find a particularly disturbing one.
Whoa. Huh? I thought you were done collecting the One Piece cards. God, you can't. You got.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You can only buy 2 packs at a time at Target now, which is nice.
Because they're throttling you.
Yeah, they're throttling. And I was like, hey, you know what? I'm feeling the juice. Dude, something's happening with One Piece right now in the card department. Card that I opened, I don't know, a year ago, it's worth $80. It is now worth over $300. So I think some of the stuff that I bought earlier might be, it's going up now. One Piece is taking over. So I'm going to be able to retire soon.
Nerds with money, a spicy dish.
Nerds with money, dude. The Pokemon cards too, dude.
Everything. I've told you before about how like GI Joes are just completely out of hand now. It's crazy. It's so funny how much that's happened.
It is interesting because I'm not going to make this political, but obviously the economy's not doing so hot right now. But at the same time, everyone's like, spending. I mean, this was $10. Okay, I'm not going nuts, but I'm seeing people on Instagram. They're like, yeah, I bought 3 cases of One Piece. People going nuts fighting over Pokemon cards, which some of those people are trying to make money in the process.
Yeah, which is fine, but also a little corny, I think. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Have fun out there. I felt this way when I was a young kid and I used to collect hockey cards for years, and the margins, like, what are you even spending to make this shit? It's so funny. Like that's what's funny about it is $5 for a pack of those. So it was what you're saying.
Yep.
What is the cost of manufacturing those cards? The pennies,
dude.
Yeah.
So it's that's the funny thing. It's not like selling and buying a car or something where it's like someone made this and this is manufactured and we're making a rip on it. But
what do you think about this character here?
Nah, I don't like it. This
character has the ability to change a person from a man to a woman.
Yeah.
And clearly designed off of the character from Rocky Horror, the Tim Curry character.
Yeah, that certainly made me gay.
They are going to have a real hard time with this character in the live action. That's all I'm saying. It's going to be...
Oh, yeah.
They either do it and offend people or don't do it and offend people. So look forward to that.
I will look forward to that. Thank you. Yeah, I know you're going to look forward to that. It's the card stuff is cool. Like I like cards. But are people playing the game or are they just kind of...
There are people playing the game. But as I was saying, with the insane boost, now there's always been the flippers and stuff like that in every card market, but One Piece is particularly getting bad right now. So there are people playing, but probably not as many, nowhere near as many people just buying.
Well, that's what I've always been fascinated by that too, because when I used to play Magic in the late 90s and Star Wars customizable card game for a little while, I always even thought then it's like, what's stopping you from just kind of getting shitty prints of all these cards if you want to just play?
Yeah.
You know, like what do you even care? Well, in other words, I remember when I'd play Magic with people, like, oh, I have this really rare card or whatever. And I'm like, but if you don't care that it's real or not, like what's stopping me from just having a deck of fake cards so I can just play the game? And that's the part that's always kind of been a little bit of a disconnect to me. But back then it would have been really hard to make a facsimile. These days it would be fucking completely trivial.
Oh yeah. Super easy. Yeah. I think that, a lot of people want to play in tournaments, like official tournaments with prizes and stuff like that. But if you just want to play, go ahead, print them out. I had a fake Yu-Gi-Oh card or two in my time. I had the God cards that were definitely like horrible shit quality that someone scanned, but we were just having fun.
I love, speaking of the Pokemon cards and the Yu-Gi-Oh and all, I do love this. I try to talk to Micah about this, but she just like gives me a blank look or whatever. The Kabuto thing that's going on with Pokemon cards right now is fucking hysterical. Like what an amazing example of market economics. I think the dude has like thousands of them now or something. And then I was reading like really the play now is to destroy most of them. You know, that is truly the play. Is to just destroy them and keep like the highest quality, the highest graded ones, maybe 10%. And then just like put them on a bonfire and just send the price skyrocketing. Kind of brilliant, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm looking on TCG Player to see what's the current price of the Kabuto. It says only 86 cents.
I saw it went up to $28 or something like that at some point.
Oh, wait. Maybe it needs to be this W stamped one. No, it's a promo card.
These are the Kabuto runs from the original 1999 run, I think.
Right. I probably have one of those somewhere.
I just love that idea. Like it's good. It's good trolling and it's just a funny story. But the idea that this guy has basically gone way out of his way to acquire as many of these as possible, so he dominates the market for the completionist, is fucking awesome. That's like pure market economics. Love it. So interesting. It's one of the most fascinating stories come out of Nintendo in a long time, in the Nintendo world in a long time. And I saw this video he put up of all of his cards, all the Kabuto cards, like lay down on the ground.
Yeah.
But like how many? There must be a bajillion of those. That's the thing that I'm most puzzled about. There's got to be, realistically, hundreds of thousands or something of them, right?
Yeah.
In that era. But they're probably just all in like the bottom of a toy chest, and like these are the ones that are like available.
Right.
Have you heard this story, Chris?
No, I don't know anything about it. I'm so disconnected from cards of any kind. Like card games are just, I am just so alien to me.
I usually, I think it's cool to play cards, but I'm not into it either. But this was just a big story in the Nintendo space that a guy basically identified like basically a worthless Pokemon card or like a near valueless original run Pokemon card, very common Pokemon card, and then just started quietly buying as many of them as possible. And then revealed his scheme or whatever and has jacked the price up of this card just by acquiring them and dominating that space. And yeah, so I love the idea of him just destroying a bunch of them.
Just making it rare.
Yeah,
like Red Letter Media did with the Nuki tape.
Nuki.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
they also did that with Star Wars toys, which was funny and also rough to watch. Not because if it was like the 90s Star Wars toys, who cares? But they were still like the 70s and 80s Star Wars toys, which are fairly common now. But
yeah.
I loved how much that annoyed everyone. They put it in like an aquarium and then just melted them.
That's crazy.
They're great. They're great. Well, it's good to be here with you guys today. As Chris was saying earlier, we have a busy day here on our end, but we're going to put on a great show for you, as I want to say we always do. Let's be honest.
We always try to.
We try to. There's going to be misses every now and again. I'm not perfect. But so yeah, the Game Awards, we'll get to that. And it's crazy that someone jumped on stage and said 6 for Tyrannus, but that he was tackled before anything horrible could happen.
Who is he trying to assassinate?
One of the Muppets.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Miss Piggy.
Miss Piggy, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rolf. Yeah, I saw that he's going to be there, or was already there, because it already happened.
Yeah.
So,
2 Muppets confirmed so far.
Yeah, what was my answer to that question?
I can't remember my answer.
I have it.
I know that I put 1, so I'm fucked.
I don't know. I think you might be right.
Muppets 3, question 9. I said 3. I don't know what you guys said.
I don't remember what I said. I think I said 2. No, it must have been 1 because our guesses were the same, right, Dustin, for like a while?
That might have been one that we did the same, though.
I feel like I would remember if that was the one that we differed on. I think we might be. We'll see.
Well, we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into the show and begin by introing everything. So, Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, goes live each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do it without your support over there. We have many, many thousands of you supporting us, and we appreciate that. $1 a month, $2 a month, $5 a month, $10 a month, $25 a month. Those are the different tiers. $5 a month is really the sweet spot where a vast majority of you are at. That's early ad-free access to all the shows in our network, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show via the threads in the newsfeed each week on Patreon for all the different shows in our network. So keep an eye out for that. You'll hear your inquiries throughout the show that I pulled out. Let's see, RSS access. So your podcast can just be sent to your podcast app of choice, early and ad-free. Spotify as well. You can get access to our Discord if you have suicidal thoughts. And the ability, I already said the ability to submit your inquiries. Sacred Symbols Plus, our weekly supplement to Sacred Symbols. We've had a bunch of good episodes recently. And Josiah Elmer wrote in about an idea. He said, "Hey, CDC, there has been a lot of talk in the last few days about Netflix acquiring Warner Brothers. Obviously, this has much greater effect on the film and television space, but how do you feel about them attributing zero value to Warner Brothers games? This seems crazy considering this includes Batman, Hogwarts, Mortal Kombat, and many other important video game properties. If this merger goes through, do you think it will lead to an even further mismanagement of these franchises and studios?" It's funny you asked that, because the next episode of Sacred Symbols Plus is dedicated to the Netflix proposed deal. Hasn't gone through yet. For people that don't know, Warner Brothers is trying to, or Netflix is trying to purchase Warner Brothers, which includes HBO and a bunch of different IP. And Paramount has come in with a hostile bid to try to stop it from happening with their own bid for WB. And this does include some game stuff or whatever, but I had Rick Hogan, friend of the show and lawyer, and he's a mergers and acquisitions lawyer specifically. So we talk a great deal on the next episode of Sacred Symbols Plus, all about this deal, including how it affects games and how it affects the studios there. But it's a much bigger story than video games. Just a little primer for everyone. So we'll get into that. And we're not going to do that here, but we'll get into that on Sacred Plus. So please look forward to it. Other episodes included the Game Awards predictions, which will become very germane shortly. What was the penalty again? I don't remember. Did we say?
The penalty is to write a 500-word story about the winner.
Right. So we have that, the predictions episode. So go check that out and see how we did. Episode all about cloud gaming. We did discussions and review discussions and spoiler cast for Arc Raiders, Ghost of Yotei. Much more coming up. Everything will be rolling out over the holiday season as usual, with the exception of Sacred Streaming, which I'll talk about in a minute. But you'll get all your Sacred Symbols Plus episodes. We're doing a bunch of mailbags. So I think the 3 of us are doing mailbags. And I have a couple interesting ones in the works as well. that I think people will enjoy. Sacred streaming every Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel. We just streamed Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which was fun. I really enjoyed that game. It wasn't anything special, but I thought it was a fun game. We went through the whole thing together, the three of us. Metal Eden I played as well, the recent FPS from Rycon. We played Ball Pit, another awesome game. Saint Slayer, my upcoming game. We showcased that in the demo. You can go play the demo now and wishlist it on Steam if you haven't already. We'll get back to Elden Ring in the new year, so don't fear. And I wanted to be clear here about this because I just made this decision. Sacred streaming will go away. So we have one more episode. So we're going to stream the Game Awards. That's already happened. And then we'll stream on the 15th. And I'll talk about what I want to do with that in a second. But we won't be back to stream until the 12th of January. The 5th of January, we'll have another episode of Sacred Symbols Plus going up there. This just gives me a little bit more time away where I don't have to come back until that episode of Sacred Symbols later in the week. And I am so fucking shot, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just so shot. Like, I need to maximize the amount of time I'm just really disconnected. I know it. I feel it. So that's the whole idea behind that. Now, Sacred streaming. Abner Luna Garcia wrote in and said, hello, CDC. What are your thoughts on the development costs outlined by 3DI Partners for Square Enix's recent major releases? Is Square Enix in trouble? Have a nice day. Did you guys see this by chance? Or see any story about this?
No.
So there's like Square Enix has an activist investor that owns about 15% of the company and released this major report about, that's like a huge, like 100+ page report about Square Enix, why it thinks it's going wrong and how it can improve and comparing it to other companies or whatever. We're going to go over that on Sacred streaming. It's really interesting. It's just like a huge document of claims and accusations and inferring things or whatever. And I feel like that will just be a nice, easy. It's not going to be easy, but I don't want to play a game going into Sacred streaming. Let's like wind it down a little bit, for the year. So I'm going to do that on Sacred streaming. For those that are interested, we'll go deep into the Square Enix issues that are outlined in that report. And you guys can go check out that report if you want. I have it here somewhere. Because it's like a random, basically what happened is the company or this, it's 3DI Partners submitted this here. I'll put it in the chat so you guys can have it for your own use. But apparently delivered this to Square Enix in September and now are revealing it to the world. And it's pretty interesting stuff. So on Sunday during football, I'm going to pour over this and like take notes and then we'll go into it because I think it'll be an interesting, kind of like we did with the E3 episode or whatever, E3 1995 episode, something a little bit different. I'm sick of playing games every week. I don't want to play games every week. All right. Ika Aioli wrote in and said, hello, boys. With both Snark Tank and Sacred Symbols starting to do the occasional game show, are there any talks about doing a Sacred Cross Snark Tank game sometime, maybe a family feud? Perhaps. All right, that's all I got. So I'll go back to freezing myself in a solid block of piss and shut up. I would love to do something with the Snark Tank boys, but it would be a little complicated to do a game like Family Feud because Chris is in both families.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the host.
Yeah, Steve Harvey.
Yeah, I could host it. That would be getting them to play a game by the rules would be a challenge. But that could be fun. I don't see why not.
What kind of game shows are you playing?
Well, we did like mock debates a couple of times. We like had to bet on had to vote on like who won. Like there was a couple of things that we did. We're trying to do some other stuff too, but it's impossible because every time we try, like the last game that we tried ended up that we had a bit going in and then Sweeney just pretended like the bit wasn't happening. And so we just ended up just reading questions. So it's just like, it falls apart mega quick, which I think is probably part of it. I think people like that in some weird way, but we can figure it out. I don't see why not. I would probably have to host it though. That would be the only thing that would make sense. But yeah,
we'll consider it. The other thing I wanted to ask you guys. So this is episode 389. We're getting real close to 400. I was thinking about just kind of unleashing this request when we come back in the new year. That will be closer to the border of episode 400 is I want to do a stream for episode 400. I want to do episode 400 just normally, but then I want to do a stream kind of celebrating the show. Maybe that, and I want to do it so that it's all like clips and memories that people have, but we need people to be able to like dig back through the shows and maybe we can hire Lockmore or someone to like kind of like cut it all out, and just go over all that stuff. I think that will be fun. And another stream we can look forward to. I guess that would be the episode 400. I guess is is it in February? Let's figure, guys, this is gonna be very entertaining. Let's figure it out right now. So 389, 390, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. February 26th would be the day it would go live, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting close. That's
It's
quite
coming
the I think I'm still most famous, fortunately or unfortunately, for Podcast Beyond. And this is way long. This is not way longer, but it's longer than I did Beyond. I think we did 320 something episodes before we were gone of Beyond, something like that. So this is a long ass show. And 9 years in March will be the company, and 8 years in July for the show. That's an eon on the internet.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy long. 400 episodes of a show with nobody leaving is kind of wild.
Yeah.
I feel like that's I feel like most shows that I've seen that have gone on that long, like usually like they lose people by the 200s.
Yeah. I
strange.
Yeah, I was there was a time a few years ago where you were maybe gonna, right?
Yeah. There was a time I was thinking about it because I wasn't sure exactly like where things were going. Not like with the show. I knew things were going to go well with the show.
Yeah, you weren't sure what you wanted to do.
Yeah. Because it was starting to become like, especially just with the Star Tank 2, it was just like I was becoming like, and I am still basically just like podcast oriented entirely. And now it's so much. It's crazy, but I've gotten used to it, I think.
Podcasting is
sense.
I mean, yeah, because I remember that being like kind of your dilemma was like, I just don't feel like I have time to do like what I want, like the videos.
Yeah.
That you want to do and all the rest. And I'm like, well, nothing's really changed. So.
Yeah, no. But I've gotten better at managing time, I think. And also it's the reality is it's just like it's nice that podcasts have a reliability to them in the sense that like YouTube isn't reliable. You can bust your ass on something for like a long time and then and then you'll put it out and then like sometimes the feed will be like, no, just nobody's going to see this. And then you have to take it down and re-upload it and then it hits. Or like, there's a whole bunch of bullshit that goes in. There's no RSS feed equivalent, I guess. Right.
Yeah, it's true. Like it won't, there is like that raw feed of things like in sequential order based on who you're subscribed to, but it's almost unreadable in video format, And so you have to rely on your algorithm plus you maybe having the forethought to go to these different channels and just look. I often go to channels that I really like to see like, has anything even gone up on this channel? And often it's like, oh yes.
Yeah.
And it's very I don't envy people that do YouTube full time because YouTube's really more of a repository for our content as opposed to us really engineering content for YouTube. And I feel like YouTube is just podcasting's the same, but it's like YouTube is a very heated, sensitive, ever changing space to like put content on.
Yeah, it's a very frustrating machine.
I'm sorry, Chris.
No, I said it's a very frustrating machine. They're always changing shit that like nobody asked for, and just like
that's just technology.
Banning people from their AI review team. Have you seen that recently?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
There's this Pokemon YouTuber that focuses on the games. Someone took one of his clips and uploaded it from Twitter. He's like his clip on Twitter, and then he was like, "Oh, it's doing well on this guy's channel. I'm going to upload it to my channel after I strike him for stealing my content." YouTube thought that he was stealing the original channel's content and banned him.
Oh, wow.
And it wasn't until fucking Moist Critical came in, a famous person to come in and be like, this is bullshit.
Oh, I did see. I saw slivers of this story. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. We've had episodes of our show manually reviewed and they're like, oh, good. It's good for monetization. And I'm like, there's no shot you manually review that if you think that.
Yeah,
like we put this episode up specifically being like, this is fine. Like this is not going to generate nothing. And so for you to come in and say like the first like 5 minutes of that show is like the most vulgar shit ever. And so like you manually reviewed this? No, you didn't. You're crazy.
Well, Chris, I'm glad that you made the decision not to leave at that point. I'm always fascinated by, obviously everyone's free to come and go if they want to, but I'm always fascinated by like people's criticisms of our show, specifically in either you or me. And I'm like, but it's been us since the beginning. It is the show. Like, I don't understand like what the critique is. Like, it used to be better, or it used to be this, or this. It's like, person's not the right fit. It's like, it's been 8 years.
Yeah.
It's not a pilot. Right?
I don't know. I definitely think it's gotten better, I think.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, the show's gotten better. It's found its way, and it's great. It's all of our shows. And Dustin, when did you join, Dustin? Was it 21, 22?
250. Or was it 250 or 150? No, it was 150.
150. All right. So you've been here more than half the time at this point, which is crazy. There's been different generations of the show, and yeah, we have a good thing going. I mean, I really want to do this show with the three of us for as long as we can. Like literally, I mean, I don't want to speak too out of pocket, but like, I do feel like this show could reach 1,000 episodes when you really think about it. Even if like life changes, people do other things, like doing it once a week and just having this thing running for that long with the same people it's kind of where my mind is with it. And I think by the time we reach 1,000 episodes, so that will be, many years from now, like more than a decade from now, if we kept going, the whole landscape will be so different that it could be a time where it would kind of naturally go away. Like it's like now is naturally kind of the time it goes. Like the show doesn't serve a purpose anymore.
Right.
Really, it does never serve a purpose, if I'm being honest. So, but yeah, I remember that. That was around the time when Chris was doing a content or why can't it Creator
Clash?
I'm fucking out of my mind. I'm struggling. I'm like barely hanging on by a thread. Anything else here to say? Yeah, no, that's it for that. Oh, merch, laststandmedia.store. Please support us. Thank you. Oh, it still says Black Friday sale here. Nope. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. It's the holiday season, the best time of the year for sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes, it's all happening at once. And while you and I are out here making decisions every day, what gifts to buy, what to eat, which game to watch, there's one place where it feels good to be right. Prize Picks. Sign up now on the Prize Picks app with the code SACRED to get started. It's true that Prize Picks is quite novel in its approach, which is awesome in a world of shameless facsimiles. It's also helmed by CEO Mike Ybarra, which gaming nerds like us recognize as the ex-president of Blizzard, so he knows a thing or two about, well, good games. And he and his team have helped segue that expertise into the ultimate skill-based sports fantasy experience for big sports fans like yours truly, and many of you out there as well. Here's how Prize Picks works, using my beloved NFL as an example. The core of Prize Picks is all about individual players and identifying whether they'll accomplish more or less of something. So let's pick 3 players within some more or less parameters pertaining to their next respective game. Eagles QB Jalen Hurts will throw for fewer than 200 yards. Rams receiver Devontae Adams will catch more than a single touchdown pass. And Browns defensive end Myles Garrett will record fewer than 2 sacks. By downloading the Prize Picks app and signing up, you can make selections similar to those for a hypothetical upcoming week and then see how it all pans out. If your picks are correct, you win. And you can even raise the floor and lower the ceiling, giving you the opportunity to get a pick wrong and still win. They call this flex play. But if you're a higher stakes kind of person, power play is for you, stringing together a series of selections to potentially maximize your gains. But what I dig most about Prize Picks these days is that they're expanding their offerings outside of sports and into culture. So if you're not a sports enjoyer like me, you may be more apt to select, say, who will get a Best Actor Oscar nomination. Pretty cool, right? Available in a vast majority of American states, as well as Canada and other select locations, the Prize Picks app awaits those who will play responsibly. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. All right, let's get into some topics of discussion, then we'll get into the news. Remember all the Game Award stuff we're going to you splice in. It doesn't really matter to you. It'll be here in the episode. We'll get into what we're playing. We'll finish with listener inquiries as we always do. Let's start with Diploma Velasquez. Says, Sacred Fellows, can we start the episode with everyone giving each other a compliment? As the year closes, alleviating tensions and giving positive affirmation has always been a fun tradition in my family. Thank you all for an amazing year. My weeks wouldn't be the same without LSM, and Sacred Streams was an awesome addition this year. How could this be? Dustin, say something nice.
Say something nice. Impossible. No, I'm just kidding. Colin, something about this feels a little gay, but you've asked me to. Okay, here we go. Colin, you're a very loyal friend and employer, and both of those are important to coincide. I can rely on you. I appreciate that. You've always had my back. Chris, you make me angry with how funny you can be naturally. I feel like I'm working my ass off to be 10% as funny as you.
He's dying over here.
So you're just naturally gifted in that way, and it's much appreciated.
Oh, so sweet.
There you go.
Chris, say something nice about Dustin.
I admire Dustin's work ethic genuinely. I think it's insane. Like I wish I could do half as much work as he gets done in like a week, like as reliably as he gets it done. And Colin's fine. He's all right.
Should I say something nice?
Only if you feel it in your heart. May your heart be your guiding key.
All right,
You'll learn all about that pretty soon.
My family only complains about people. So like I'm only used to complaining directly to people.
Oh yeah, no, that's very totally fine. Dustin, you are a loyal friend and a hard worker, and a good person, decent person, trusted with the keys of the company. Basically, I feel very fortunate that you fell into my life when you did, as you did, and the friendship that we've developed. You're a very important person to me. So yeah, that's fine. Chris, I'm grateful for a lot of things. I'm like Dustin. I'm very envious of you too in your natural approach to content and the energy you bring to the shows. I'm also very grateful that, because I've said this before, like this show really started because of you and a decision you made when we went to dinner that time, or a lunch in Santa Monica when we were just figuring out what to do with the show. And I was surprised at the choice you made, but I was pleased about it. And we found its way, and it's just been almost like 7.5 years of just doing this. And I really appreciate your presence in my life. I love you very deeply. I feel like there are times where like recently, like with what happened recently, where I feel like I kind of let you down a little bit. And, or like, I feel a very protective brotherhood over my people and whatever. And when everything went down with the joke, the Charlie Kirk joke, I felt so bad because I didn't, and I talked to you about this privately, but, I felt bad because some people interpreted our conversation on the show as me not being there in your corner enough. And I felt really bad about that, because I was like, I'm like, no, like, I don't think you understand how I feel about Chris. No,
Yeah. Well, I mean, not that this is about this, but like, I didn't take it that way. I hope you know that.
No, I do know that, but I did feel that way before we talked or whatever. And and so it's like, no, like I really love Chris. Like, I feel like he's such an important part of our show. Our show became something that it was because of us and what we each individually brought to it. I get frustrated when people have this vision. And this is what I was saying earlier about it's like always been us, right? They have this vision. It's like, it could be this, but I'm like, but it's not. Like, that's not what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that it's like a little bit of a combination of a bunch of different things. It's not 3 Collins or 3 Dustins or 3 Chris's. So yeah, I'm real grateful. I'm very grateful that I encountered, and I know it sounds so fucking lame, but and it's the same thing with Dustin, really. It's like, I love that you guys are like a decade younger than me. And it makes me feel like I'm connected to, I'm both, I think you'll feel this too, and maybe you already do. I feel old. Like I'm cognizant now at 41. I'm like, I'm old, you know, and I don't understand shit anymore. And like what people are saying, what people are doing. And like, there's a little bit of a tether towards something. It's like maybe the way my brother felt about me. And so I'm really grateful for you guys. Dustin, I gave Chris a lot more than you. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
But I gave Colin nothing, I guess. No, I'm a complete jackass.
No, I don't care.
I can't. I'm so bad at being emotional on shows. Like I'm very guarded, but I feel a lot of those same things. I hope you know I love you too.
Oh, I know that.
I really do.
I know. No, I know that. Yeah, we have this like very. It's not even an odd couple. It kind of is, but it's just like it's just funny. It's just like it's a funny. It's one of those things. Yeah. It's like a very unusual friendship,
right?
Of people that are different but understand one another, and I think that's like the most fruitful kind of friendship. So yeah, here's to many more episodes, but we'll save all of the gayest shit for episode 400.
Ooh, right.
Both literally and figuratively, so please look forward to it. Brandon Stark wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I wanted to counterbalance some of the more depressive listener posts. Thank you, please. Thank you. I wrote in earlier this summer about my longtime girlfriend and me splitting up. After about 6 months apart and a lot of work on both sides, we're finding our way back to each other. Things have been going great recently. I think she even wants to get a finger size and look at rings in the coming weeks. Can I call this anything other than a Christmas miracle? Thank you, boys, for helping me get through some of the lows this past year." That's nice to hear. This can go either way, though.
Yeah.
I think about my sister and my sister Dana and her husband. They've been together since they met at SUNY Oswego in the mid 90s, and they've been together since 96 or 97. They broke up when like after college for like a year and then got back together, and they've been together forever, and it worked. And that was great. I look at an experience I had where I had a girlfriend from 2008 to 2014 ish. And she broke up with me in there for like 6 months, and then we got back together, and we shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
You're like that guy in the road, you know, that the meme of the guy in the road, and it's two paths, and like it's the castle and like the sunny field, the rainbow. God bless you and good luck to you. Yeah. It's not the answer you were expecting either, was it? Brandon of House Stark.
Yeah.
Dustin,
I never had that experience. Never was with a girl twice. You know, after breaking up, like getting back together. So.
Oh yeah, like well, my girlfriend. I mean, I realized. I kind of had realized it by the time I was in that relationship, but like, I was so damaged. I just wanted attractive female attention, no matter at what cost.
Yeah,
you know? And so like my college relationship was incredibly unhealthy for me, like just a yo-yo of emotions, and like totally, it's like it's had me like sit down my nephew who like is now a sophomore in college and been like, and I'm like, listen, I'm just gonna like, you're not asking for this advice, you don't probably even need it, you're like way smarter and better than I am, but don't waste your time in college on bullshit. It's like it's the 4 quickest years and it's gone. And you'll always look back and be like, dude, that was like the life, you know? But Brandon, in all seriousness, this is amazing news. If you're happy about it, then that's wonderful. Sometimes these things happen, you know?
Yeah.
I do feel like what Brandon's story plays into the famous adage of kind of letting the person go. And then if they come back, it was kind of meant to be, you know? But that's wonderful. Dustin, will you officiate Brandon Stark's wedding?
No, I will not. I mean, I guess I could get a certificate online to do it, right? It's not. Or I guess you don't even need a certificate or anything like to officiate a wedding.
I think it depends on the state. Like at my wedding, my brother-in-law was the officiant, Derek, and he had to do like a little class. It was like an hour or something.
Oh,
and then he had to pay like a small fee.
Right. I remember I mean, somewhat unrelated, but when Ben became mayor, that granted him the ability to officiate weddings. And he did do it for a few people, which I was like, I mean, that's cool. It's not something I really... It's not like a long-term goal of mine to officiate someone's wedding.
Yeah, I think there's like some people moonlight doing that too. They'll have like, it's like being a wedding singer or like a DJ or something. It's like, that's kind of a thing you might do.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I couldn't have a priest, obviously. I'm not confirmed. And Mike is not Catholic. So yeah, so I was really happy that our brother, my brother-in-law could do it. He was perfect for it.
Oh, is that a rule that you can't like, can't just give a priest like $200 or something?
Well, maybe. I bet you what could happen is that a priest could do a civil ceremony. But like we couldn't get married in a church or do any of that kind of stuff.
Right.
I've told the story right about how I was supposed to be Dagon's daughter, Lilia. I was supposed to be her godfather. And my family is very Catholic, but Dagon's wife's family is very Catholic. And they found out that we were basically just going to lie and say that I was confirmed just so we can like, and put the kibosh on that. They had to call in someone from the bullpen.
That's awesome.
At like the last minute. So I ended up becoming my sister Dana's son's godfather. I was second fiddle because of that. And all because I wasn't confirmed. I'm like, who cares?
That's crazy. Yeah. I think I am confirmed, actually.
You got your confirmation?
I think so. What age do you normally do that?
Isn't it like 8th or 9th grade, something like that? 9th grade?
Oh, never mind. No, I think
you did communion.
Communion, I did, yeah.
Yeah, I did communion as well. Your baptism is like done without your consent. Then you have your communion.
Yeah,
and like that's like 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and then you have your confirmation.
Right,
like 9th, 10th grade, and I just never did that.
Yeah, I never did that either.
That's such a foreign thing to me because we don't. I mean, there's not a confirmation. In my church, you can become a member of the church, I believe, when you turn 13. And so that's what I did. I guess that's kind of like a confirmation. Take a little class and, all that stuff.
Yeah. It's like what we would do, like to prepare for communion. And I think that was the same for confirmation, is you went to Sunday school or catechism or whatever right. Isn't that what it's called? Like the recitation of like all the different, well, you wouldn't know, Dustin, but
I know what catechism is.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's probably a different catechism, but we have that.
Right. There's something cool about it, but it was like you were saying this is like a very foreign thing to you. Is it foreign for when you tell your father that you're not going to get confirmed, that he tells you that you're going to go to purgatory?
Purgatory. Well, yes, on multiple levels.
Is that foreign to you?
Yes. The concept of purgatory is very foreign, but I mean, to each of their own.
Yeah.
Catholics got some crazy ideas.
They're the original.
They got some
ideas.
lore, dude. They got some lore.
Let's not get into this.
I don't know if I'd say the original.
Everything splits off of Catholicism.
We don't have to get into it.
It's all about John Smith, I think.
Who's
John
that?
Smith.
John, you mean
the Mormons, of course.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, the gold plates.
The
gold plates.
The Latter Day. They're Latter Day now, right?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to see commercials for the Church of Latter-day Saints, and I had no idea what that was. But I think that was them like rebranding or whatever.
Yeah, me too. I had no idea what that even meant. Like, what do you mean Latter Day? What is that?
I'm one of the people, and I'm not saying this just like, I've always kind of felt bad for Mormons because everyone's like, look at this fake shit or whatever, or a lot of people are, and I'm like, but it's like it only seems fake because it's new. Give it like time to like really like think about all the crazy shit that's happened in the history of Christianity and Judaism and Islam and all these different things. I'm like, and all the claims of like, this guy was 800 and shit, and it's like, just give it time and this will seem not that crazy at all. And I will say this: Mormons have been some of the nicest people I've ever met. And I mean that straight up. And some of the most competent people I've ever met. I didn't really know any, and they're not really on the East Coast. You don't really, there probably are some little
not really
and shit, but there are a shit ton of them. in California, Nevada, Utah, obviously, Arizona. And so you run into them and then you get to know them. You work with some, you become friendly with some. And they really are like per capita, some of the friendliest, most decent people that I ever knew. And I always think about, I think I've told this story when I was at an airport. I was actually in Anaheim and I was like in Orange County and I was like running really late for a flight. And there was like a line of like missionaries, like all in their outfits, like lined up, like dozens of them. And they let me cut them and I always appreciated that. So yeah, I've always kind of felt bad for them because they kind of get bodied a little bit.
Yeah, they're like
comparable to like other sex.
They're the newest. They're kind of like Xbox, you know. Nintendo had been around a long time. They've been making cards since like, so they're like very holy. Everybody like they have like a ridiculous attach rate. PlayStation's kind of in the middle, where people respect them a lot, but like there's some naysayers, and then like Xbox just came in.
Nintendo is Judaism, and PlayStation is Christianity, in that it like spawned from this conflict.
Right.
And like disagreement.
Right.
That's exactly accurate. Oh God.
Which I guess would make Islam Xbox.
I guess. What would be Mormonism then? Ouya's Mormonism?
Ouya.
Or maybe Islam's like
on
Sega.
Live.
Yeah, on live.
I don't know. Whatever. This is falling apart immediately.
Let's offend everyone.
Yeah. Your religion is on live. Sorry.
In a way, it's a compliment. You got there too soon. You were too right. You're like a martyr.
Yeah. I don't know what Scientology is. It's like that's
PC gamers, just because they're annoying.
PC Scientology is PC. That makes sense because it's very tech oriented.
Yeah.
Scientology is where I kind of draw the line. Where I'm kind of tolerant of religion. I think it's fine. I think, being in touch with God and your spiritual side, I think there's something very human about that. It's like, it's up to you to do that. I think that's great. But yeah, when Scientology, I'm like, come on, man. I'm like,
you got to measure your thetans.
Right. It's like, you like, what do they call it? Auditing or whatever.
Yeah.
Where like they like use the machines and all that kind of shit. It's it's straight up sci-fi. It's cool if you believe that, but I'm not going to pretend I take it very seriously.
Yeah. Was it L. Ron Hubbard? Is
L. Ron Hubbard, right?
Yeah, the sci-fi writer.
And LA is like ground zero of Scientology.
Yeah, very, very odd. That big building is always...
It's creepy.
Very stark.
Yeah, it's creepy. It's like there's like a, I don't know. Do you think we're going to get Scientologists listeners? Probably not. What'd you say?
We're all gonna get like murked.
Yeah. I know they're gonna disappear. Like, didn't the guy who runs it, his wife hasn't been seen for like, isn't that true, for like many years?
Yeah.
Hey man,
like, just hasn't been seen, and that's just like a thing.
Sometimes people go missing. It's not, I got to look into it too much.
I'm thinking about the PC gamers being the Scientologists because they spend so much money being tuned for arguably the same, or in many cases worse, experience.
That's pretty good. We're figuring it out slowly.
Yeah.
As this horrible analogy is going on.
Yeah.
Andrew Walsh wrote in and said, "Hey boys, just wanted to remind you of the time when Dustin called DW from Arthur Double D. What a moment. Double D. Forgot about that.
Remember that.
Do we point out, I don't know if I figured this out on the show or later afterwards because it blew up. Double D is a character from a kid's cartoon.
Ed, Edd n Eddy.
So that's where those very similar cartoons, Ed, Edd n Eddy and Arthur.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, they're both in the cartoon folder of your brain, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, Double D, DW. I don't know. I really don't know.
Did we talk about it on this show that I was disturbed when I found out that the ending of Arthur was them like as adults or teenagers or something like that? And I watched it and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Oh yeah, he's like Arthur becomes like Peanut Butter Gamer basically, and he's a comic artist.
Right.
And it turns out that all of Arthur is his comic. And let's face it, Arthur as a comic would not sell. Like,
very Newhart.
Yeah, it'd be even stranger though if Arthur showed up at another show as Arthur and just completely irrelevant. And then that's how it ended, as like Arthur.
That's awesome. The
Good
time
Lord.
always timely.
Yeah, DW was a cop. I think I remember that because she was
That
always a
makes
snitch.
sense.
Yeah, that was a weird. I don't know.
She was an
I
asshole.
can't pretend like I can't pretend like I've been watching Arthur this whole time. So like, I guess the whole thing, the entire premise of an Arthur finale would be jarring to me, I guess. But you know,
She was very coppish in the show, so I can see her being in law enforcement.
She was a rat. She just ratted everybody out.
Yeah, she's a rat. Kevin, by the way, I live in a neighborhood with a cop for the first time, like that, like parks his cop car, like, and he's a really nice guy, parks his cop car in his driveway, and I'm like, dude, this has to be like worth something, right? For like deflecting any interest in the surrounding area, like casing our houses or getting it up to anything, just having that cop car parked there all the time.
Maybe
I'd never had that before. Kevin Whiteacre wrote in, said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, hope you are all well. I've noticed something quite alarming over the last few months with this podcast, though I only realized it recently. Once my brain copped it, or rather copped that it had stopped happening, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Can we please return to slandering the English? The lack of slander directed at this unsettling group of people has me quite upset, and I would very much like to hear at least 15 minutes of abuse and unfair words aimed at them in the next episode.
Jesus.
Thank you and
Jesus
farewell.
Christ.
Love from Ireland."
Love. I don't know, man. It's the holiday season, you know. We're being a little kinder. We're reeling back a little. Not on purpose, but like that's the excuse.
Right. I'm almost out of fuel.
Right.
Like,
Holly and I have been mocking the English because, as I've mentioned on the show and streams, I listened to the Sorcerer's Stone audiobook. So we watched the Harry Potter and Sorcerer's Stone movie the other night. And there's just so many parts from that movie that we're like, it's Harry Potter. And we're like really exaggerated. Yeah. And there's the part where Alan Rickman is like, Harry Potter, new celebrity. We just say that over and over throughout the house.
Alan Rickman's the best, man. His voice is Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Dude,
and there's the part where they're playing the chess match.
Oh yeah.
He's going to sacrifice himself.
Like, you can't.
You can't.
Oh man.
Then it's your turn to check the king. Ron, no.
Oh,
it's charming though. There is something like it's nostalgic, but it's like that whole thing is stupid though, because I'm like, just get off the fucking thing. What do you mean? I was never under the impression, even as a kid, that he needed to stay on the chess piece. You know what I mean? So when the knight hits him and it's like he's presumably like dead or wounded or whatever, I'm like, you could have just jumped off, dude. Like I'm 30, I'm 32, and I have enough agility to do that way faster than you. Like, how is that possible? You're like 9.
I'm trying to remember. I think that's a movie issue.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because I don't think that happens in the book. Yeah, I don't think he
rides the giant horse, the metal horse in the book.
Harry Potter.
And dude, and then there's the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. He's like, Potter, nice to meet you. You know, like he's like always stuff.
He's very skittish.
Really, like put on a fucking clinic.
Trolls in the dungeon.
Dude, he's like, I thought you'd like to know.
It's so crazy. It's fun. Yeah, those first 2 movies I actually really like. I think
they're
great
because
they're Chris Columbus movies, so it's like the same guy who did Home Alone and Home Alone 2. So there's like a whimsical kind of feeling to them, you know, in the same way that there is with like Home Alone. Whereas like after those 2, it kind of gets like teen drama, kind of Hunger Games adjacent, kind of self-serious. And I'm just kind of like, Prisoner of Azkaban's good, but I kind of stopped after that.
Imagine having the audacity to have a last name of Columbus and name your child Christopher.
It is, yeah.
It's come on, man.
Come on, man.
Do you guys know the Family Guy Alan Rickman answering machine?
Oh yeah.
I
don't remember. I remember that there was a bit.
You've reached Alan Rickman at 555-0122. Please leave a message at the beep. Hello, Alan Rickman. It's Alan Rickman. to move the pork chops from the freezer to the refrigerator so they defrost properly. Do not disappoint me.
That's so stupid. I always do
Early
that.
Family Guy's really good, man. Like there's
Oh,
like
dude, it's
there's
hysterical.
bits from that show that still I still think off My Name is Officer Reese's what seems to be the problem here is like that's like a top 10 like animated bit of like the car crash between the two people with like eating peanut butter and chocolate and he like Officer Reese's shows up and steals the idea and kills one of them. Very dumb.
It is. It's super dumb. I've always thought Family Guy was excellent.
Alan Rickman.
Hello, Alan Rickman. This is Alan Rickman. Yeah, he's Frost properly.
Rest in peace, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. R.I.P. in peace.
R.I.P. in peace.
In fact, slandering the English. I don't want to. Here's the thing about the English. They're kind of awesome. You know, like this global dominant. Everyone speaks your language.
Yes, quiet.
Yeah,
Yes, quiet.
like I want them to do well. I think it's important.
Little Timothy fell in the dark of the night. It was 78 degrees in his room, poor lad. Died right there on the table.
It does seem difficult to speak like that, doesn't it?
It seems like it's so much more effort. Like, what do you do? Like, there's no way that it's easier to speak that way.
Linguists say that we sound more like the British sounded when the United States was founded than they do now.
I've heard that.
Like
I've heard
that we
that
are
before.
an older form of English, actually.
I've heard that Southern is actually like the closest,
Mm.
like the Southern drawl. Apparently,
Well, they do play their borderlands down there in the South. God, I'd love to think it would be funny it's funny to think about like redcoats with like wigs on speaking like that.
Speaking Southern, yeah. Fix me a bowl of porridge.
Oh,
I hunger.
the British. So I don't want to. I'm Irish by genetics. My family came
Right.
over in the 1850s. I don't really feel like I've talked to you guys about this, where I've talked to my family. I'm like, can we kind of let this go now? You know, like come on, man. What are we doing? You know, it's been 180 years. We came here 180 years ago.
Yeah, you're more where you live than where you were from. And even in that sense, even as far as like America goes, America's such a big country that you're more like state oriented in like I find, you know?
Right.
Like I feel like I'm a New Yorker before I'm an American, honestly.
I
Like, just
actually
because
agree
it's
with
like
that. Like Long Islander, I totally agree with that. That's a very I mean, that was Robert E. Lee's. That's why Robert E. Lee defected and went to the Confederates.
Yeah.
Was because he was like, I'm a Virginian first. And I'm like, well,
Virginia first with Robert E. Lee.
Robert E. Lee. But I totally understand exactly. Do you feel the same way about being a Pennsylvanian?
I don't know.
I'm not even sure what it means to be American. But I am
There's
sure
too
what
much-
it means to be
there's
a
too-
Long Islander.
Right. There's like, it's too broad, you know? Like we are ostensibly different countries with like a kind of like an overarching kind of umbrella of like
a federal.
Yeah, federal kind of like a loose understanding of the rules between us, but it all kind of has like a different flavor.
I feel like for me, Pennsylvania, the western part of the state is so different than the eastern part. I feel like, I mean, not that I even really identify, but it's like I'm from Western PA. Like I feel like it's so different.
Right.
It's like Western PA, we got Pittsburgh, we got Erie, you know. So, and Butler. Famous Butler County. Where I almost died.
It was crazy. Mayor Ben didn't even bother to save me. It was crazy. Arrest him. ICE, go get him.
Go get him.
Dude,
I totally understand what you mean.
This is completely separate. I just wanted to bring this up before I forget. I saw a TikTok recently that was talking about ICE and it said frozen water agents, and I turned my phone off. I turned my phone off and went to bed, and it was 4 p.m. It infuriated me so deeply.
Dude.
I was like, there's no shot you're not allowed to say ice.
I think
You
about
jackass.
that all the time. When I see that kind of shit, I always think about you. I'm like, oh my God. Because I also viscerally hate that shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just
No,
like, it made me so mad just remembering it.
It's almost paralyzed me hearing that.
Oh God.
No, shout out to the British. Shout out to the Irish. I mean,
yeah,
they're hanging in there. You know, you're right though about like the expansiveness of the United States. Like if you just kind of projected Europe over the United States, you would see the territories in the different countries and all. And you look at those inherently as different people. The Germans are distinct from the French, are distinct from the Spanish, from the Portuguese. But then us, like we're all just like one group, kind of, but not really. Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
go ahead.
Just driving through is crazy. Like watching the topography change and watching like the vegetation change over like as you're driving. It's like it's a wild. It's very weird. Like it's deeply unusual to see.
That's why I like when people from around the world, Europeans especially, like Americans don't travel very much and they don't see much of the world, and that's true for a lot of Americans. But at the same time, it's like, do you have any idea how big our country is? Like, just going to California is like going to a different place, like a different country. It's like an equivalent from you flying across your continent, you know, and different cultures. But you're right too, Dustin. Like New York is very much like what you're describing, where Western New York is very distinct from like Westchester and kind of upstate New York-ish. Upstate and Western are often used interchangeably, from New York City, from Long Island, and even the boroughs in New York City are totally distinct. Like Staten Island is like an incredibly conservative, you know, like suburban part of New York City. So yeah, I always consider myself I want Long Island. I've said this before. I want Long Island to be its own state, and that is a thing on Long Island. With there were times when both counties supervisors, so like our versions of mayors, were both like secessionists that like wanted to secede from New York. It was awesome, but it never happened.
Yeah.
What complicates it is Queens and Brooklyn. If they weren't on Long Island, then I think we would have already done it, to be honest. But alas, they fuck everything up.
Is our Queens and Brooklyn on Long Island?
Yeah.
I don't really think about. I guess I always think of. Oh yeah, I guess so. That makes sense. Yeah, Staten Island is the one that feels very far.
Staten Island,
I'm
like,
well,
that's like New Jersey.
Right. I remember, I think I learned that Staten Island was part of New York, and I'm not even exaggerating, probably when I was like 23. Because I had never encountered anybody from there. I'd never been there. I'd never passed through. It's very out of the way. Like there's no reason for you to go through Staten Island.
Yeah, I only ever go there if I'm going to New Jersey, because that's how you have to go.
Even then, you can go straight across the city, like into New Jersey.
Yeah, from the city. From Long Island, you would.
Oh yeah, from Long Island. Yeah,
you wouldn't want to go into the city and then out of the city. Or you would go like you would like jump across.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so I think the individual geographies are interesting even within states. I love that, you know, and there is a distinct nature, but I understand the distinct. I mean, not fundamentally, but I understand it distinctly between Western PA and Eastern PA. Like where Dagan lives is very different from with different politics and different mores and different traditions, different sports teams. You know?
Yeah, you don't get a really clear idea of that when you move from coast to coast.
Mm-hmm.
Or just how different. Like it's just like this is a different country.
California is a totally foreign country.
Yeah,
it's
completely different.
Yeah, I remember when I first went to San Francisco when I was an intern. My first internship at IGN, I moved there for a little while in the summer of 2003, and I was like, I'd never seen topography like that. Where I was like, Jesus Christ, what is going on here? It's just mountains everywhere, houses on the mountains, succulents, like the whole totally different types of plants.
Yeah,
like, it's just growing out. It's like
the vegetation is the most striking thing immediately.
Yeah.
Like that's what caught me. I was just like, whoa, nothing here looks the same. Is where I came from. Absolutely nothing. And then you go to the supermarket.
I love palm trees and the aesthetic of palm trees, and I miss that a lot. And I wish I'm not quite far south enough to have palm trees because we freeze here. But like if you go into the Carolinas, they start to pop it up, and it's like, man, pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know? Shout out to the United States. We're trying.
We're doing our best, you know.
David Bostic wrote in finally. This one's for you, Chris. He says, "Hey, CDC. This one is mostly for Chris since he will understand my pain. I was at my girlfriend's aunt's house over Thanksgiving weekend, and while grabbing some sodas from her drink fridge in the garage, I discovered 6 glass Snapple lemon teas in the door. Between the unshielded fridge light blinding me and the cherubic harmony playing in the background that was definitely real, I thought I'd hit the mother lode. To my dismay, they each had a sell-by date ending in 18. I can confirm it wasn't worth checking to see if they were drinkable. So can you all pour one out, preferably one of those from those shitty plastic bottled lemon teas for the 6 glass Snapples that went to waste? I'll hang up and slit my wrist with a broken Snapple bottle, but only after I turn the AC all the way down so my cats can have longer to be discovered while surviving on my remains.
Oh my God.
Thank you for that.
Oh, you really thought about that.
Yeah,
dude.
that was
Holy
very
fuck.
well written.
That was
I
like,
appreciated you used the proper mother load terminology, LODE.
yeah,
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. I appreciate
classic.
that. This is terrible.
It's look, I have a whole crate that's like because I just knew that like, oh, they're going away. It'd be interesting to just kind of have like a sealed, I don't know. It's a weird kind of thing. But the thing to me that's like jarring about Snapple is how quickly I've never tasted something that is so drastically changed by the container that it's in. Like, I understand that there's like a Coke thing where like Coke in a can versus Coke in like a plastic bottle versus Coke in a glass bottle. I understand that the general consensus is that the glass bottle Coke tastes better. And I do agree. But I also don't feel like it's so far off from normal Coke that it makes like plastic Coke undrinkable by comparison. I think they're both like pretty close. But Snapple's like the exact opposite, where I'm like, glass makes it like it. If it's in glass, it's like an A tier refreshment, damn near S tier, and then like in a plastic bottle, it becomes completely fucking undrinkable. I don't know what the science is there, but it's jarring. It's very weird. I don't know of any other thing that has like a flavor differential like that. Nothing. Certainly not in like the beverage space. It's very odd. But and it was all the more clear when I came back to New York and I had it for the first time in years.
Yeah.
I was just like, wow, they really are just making a worse drink for no reason.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. But God bless
I feel
him.
like I have a slightly similar experience right now going on with me, Chris. Well, it might actually be a little worse. My favorite beer ever from 21st Amendment Brewery, Hell or High Watermelon.
Yeah, that's it.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's over.
Because 21st Amendment is out of biz. Hopefully someone buys their recipes or something. But the unfortunate part, the day I found that out, I went to my local distributors to try to find some. But it's a seasonal beer and it was towards the end of the season. Couldn't find any. And I was like, well, I had my last one without ever knowing.
Yeah.
There's a happy ending to the story, though. Like a week or two ago, it was on Thanksgiving. We were prepping stuff and my parents were out, but my mom sent a text. She's like, go check the downstairs fridge. And lo and behold, my parents found a sampler pack that had 3 cans of Hell or High Watermelon in it. So I drank one of them that night. I'm going to drink one on New Year's, and the last one I'll save for a later date. But after that, at least I know, like, this is going to be the last one.
It's tragic, man. It's a real bummer. I really like, sometimes I think we all have that kind of thing that it's like, this is like a staple, right? Like, it's like this, I relied on this for so long or whatever. It's like maybe it's a drink from childhood, or maybe it's just like a drink you're just very fond of. And then for some reason, the tragic thing for me is that like, it's not even that they stopped making it. It's that they just made it worse forever.
Yeah.
So it's always there. Like I could get it, but it's going to suck, which is almost worse. I'd almost prefer they just went out with I'd almost prefer they left me wanting, something that I couldn't get, as opposed to just like, oh, you're still a company and you're still making shit, but you're just doing this. You're putting it in this like disgusting plastic that is absolutely full. Like, it's absolutely bleeding into the drink. You're drinking tons of plastic, And the good thing about beer, though, is that like it can never have that happen to it. So you can't really store beer in plastic. Not really.
No. The only time it's not even plastic at sports. It's like in like some weird plastic bottle, like, or like a like light metal bottle, so you can't like break it and fucking stab someone. But you can't also, like, it's not heavy enough to like be a bludgeon.
Yeah.
I love it. Yankee games and like they do it at other sports games too. They take the caps. Like, they'll open all the beers. Like, if you buy four beers for you and your friends, like, they'll just take all the caps so you can't like fucking throw them. It's so funny. I find it so funny that 21st Amendment's like a San Francisco, was a San Francisco brewery, and it was right next to the old offices at IGN. I used to eat and drink there all the time, and it's so funny that you are like you have a connection to it, because it's just a play. It's just a random place. It's not even a place locals would go to. It was big by virtue of its proximity to AT&T Park, which is where the Giants play.
Yeah, and, I got to go to the actual brewery one time. When I was in San Francisco, it was great.
Yeah, it's cool. It's 2 stories, and yeah, it's too bad. That's too bad. And actually, the food there was really good. Like, so it's too bad.
Yeah, I'm looking. There's can you order beer online? Apparently, I can get a 15-pack for $40.
That's not so bad considering that it's
gonna be rare. But how long? Like I got to drink all of that at some point. Like, it's not going to stay good forever.
Yeah, you should just. I wonder what it's.
Well, how quickly does it go bad if it's beer? Right, I feel like that lasts a while, right?
Yeah.
What is it, like 6 months?
Oh yeah,
maybe?
we talked about this recently.
Oh yeah, well, I talked about it because I in my family, it's like a pathological thing where like people have to have out of date drinks in their fridge, and they have to insist that you drink it.
Dude, my dad did that to me with like a rum chata. He was like, drink this rum chata. And he was like, and he said something about like, oh, I got this for my 60th. And I was like, aren't you mid-70s? And isn't rum chata like a dairy drink? Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not drinking it. He convinced me somehow. And it smelled like paint thinner. And he was just like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And I was like, what do you mean? You absolutely do. It's insane. It was from like 2014 or something.
It's so gross. Like I hate that shit.
Rough.
Like just you got to get new drinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just a random website, Colorado Brewing Company, because this is, I didn't want to trust the Google AI. Most canned beers stay fresh for 6 to 9 months past the printed date if stored in a cool, dark place.
Past the printed date, they mean the date. The expiration date, because some of them have born on dates.
You would assume.
Okay.
That's not. I would, if I were you, I'd grab it.
Yeah, I might have to.
Honestly,
that.
Like if I had an
that's
opportunity,
not such a bad price.
If I had known that I could have gotten like that much sample before they were just going to cancel it, I would have done it. Bummer. I'm going to go back to New York though soon. So I'm going to procure as much as I possibly can while it's back in limited time stock in the city. I know exactly where to go. But why you got to send me on a goose chase, man? Come on, man.
Come on,
man. You know what you're doing. Anyway.
All right. Let's get into the news. All right, here we are with our interstitial. We've recorded the rest of the show yesterday. It is now Friday, late afternoon, Eastern time. And we've reconvened. Chris had to record Summon Sign, so we got going a little late. I also wanted to sleep in. I didn't go to bed till almost 5 a.m. And then I just wanted to wake up naturally. Yeah. I feel so much better. I even feel like I look better when I don't have to. It doesn't matter if the alarm is at 6 or 7 or even 8 hours. I gotta just wake up on my own.
Yeah.
Gotta do it.
You're glowing.
Oh, that's very nice of you to say. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's so unusually busy right now.
Yeah.
As well. I have so much shit going on.
Yep.
But it's to manufacture that time in a little while. All right, boys. So we watched the Game Awards. You can hear the rest of the news of this week unrelated to the Game Awards after this. The rest of the show flows on into the games we're playing and then inquiries from the audience. So definitely keep going and skip this if you don't want to listen to it. But we had to come back here and cut in. I wanted to ask you guys what you thought of the show, what you thought of the awards, all the rest, and we'll start there. And then I made a list, which I shared with you guys, I count 26 games and 2 ancillary things that we should talk about. That is not everything that was announced or shown at the show. I parsed through things that were not announced for PlayStation. So, for instance, that game, The Forest 3, which is going to be huge. The Forest 2, the sequel, didn't even come to PS5. So, no reason to expect that. We don't really need to talk about that. Things that need a Nintendo game or whatever the case might be. So, that's kind of what I came up with. And if we skip it, we can spend as much or as little time on every game that we want. I pulled out and did a bunch of research today, found the original press release for each game so we can get the information from the horse's mouth. So we'll get through all of that and we'll take it in the order that they were talked about on the show. But before we do that, let's get our thoughts on the program itself and what we thought of it. This is a big thing for the games industry. It's easily the biggest thing in the games industry every year now, especially without E3 and all the traditions that came with. So Dustin, let's start with you. We've gotten to marinate on it for 20, 18 hours, something like that. What are your preliminary thoughts here?
Yeah, overall, pretty good show. I wouldn't say it was like amazing or necessarily bad. I think the pacing was pretty good. Couple nitpicks specifically with maybe the pacing of where certain games were revealed. And overall, I thought it was a good time. I always some people don't like it, but the Muppet inclusion maybe a little too over the top this time. The song, by the end, I was like, okay, we get it. But I'm not going to complain about Rolf. Any kind of Rolf appearance.
Sure.
I'm a Rolf fan. So, but yeah, I thought it was good. The awards, and I think this is what we were saying on the stream and kind of general consensus. The awards themselves, which I know there's some people that hate them in general, like, oh, I don't need awards, just do the announcements. I'm just watching for the announcements. I like the awards, even if I'm not putting a huge amount of stake into them. They're a bit boring this year, simply because Claire Obscure won practically everything. Some that I think they were well-deserved winning. Others, it's like, maybe not. But I'm happy for them either way.
All right, fair enough. Chris, what are your preliminary thoughts here now that you've gotten to marinate a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was overall a decent show. I would put it, if I were to do like an arbitrary letter grade, I would say like maybe like a B or something like that. Like there was nothing there that really got me like jumping or like got me out of my seat. And I do think there are certain placements of certain announcements where I'm like, you probably should have swapped these two. Like if I was behind the scenes, I would have been like, that should go there, and maybe that should go earlier, or like little things like that. But overall, I thought it was okay. It's weird because when you're watching it from our perspective and you're not there, or maybe they do this when they're there, I don't know. But the lines get blurred between what is part of the Game Awards and what is like an ad, sometimes. And you're just like, because they're ads for video games. So it's like, it kind of feels like the same. So like there's a lot of, I don't know, man. There's just a lot of anime gotcha slop in the feed. And it begins to feel like it's part of the award show, even though it's like not really. And like for me, it's just like it's a grueling kind of experience in some way. But looking at the show as a holistic show, like I thought they did a pretty good job. It was a little more on the boring side this year, just because of the big Expedition 33 sweep. Previous years were a little bit more competitive, I think, and a little bit more interesting because of that. It was more of a guess. And there are certain awards too where like I think Claire Obscure deserves most of those wins, and I do think it deserves Game of the Year. I think it is a very kind of Game of the Year story. Just finding making one of the best soundtracks of the year with some guy from SoundCloud and writing a great story with some lady you found on Reddit and having one of the more compelling characters come in for like 4 hours and he didn't even realize he was in it. It's like there's a lot charming about that story and the modest budget and all that stuff. But like there are certain things like Best RPG. I think if I were running the show, I would have been like, throw a bone here to Kingdom Come, or like, I don't know, diversify things a little bit more. And them being an indie is kind of, I don't know. Like I get it. It makes sense, but maybe like an executive holistic. I think there needs to be somebody up at the top making a decision about the spirit of the categories and the spirit of the awards. I don't know if that's allowed or like what, but I think certain things maybe like this isn't really the spirit of this category, or this isn't really the spirit of like, it's not really fair to put this with this kind of thing. But overall, I thought it was a solid show. Some fun reveals, some reveals that I'm definitely excited to talk about. A lot of new things that I'm excited for in the coming year. So yeah, overall solid. Our stream was a different story. We were starting to lose our minds toward the end, but
I know already 50 something thousand views on that stream, which is hysterical.
Yeah.
And we were losing it at the end. I went back and watched some of it, and it's very funny. Like it actually is really, really funny. Just
why is our suffering so funny to people?
It just works.
It works.
So yeah, we had a great stream. That's true. We had a great stream. Sacred streaming was awesome. We had Brad on. We appreciate everyone that came and joined us. We were live for 4.5 hours, something like that, which is not that long. I've streamed for longer than that. We've streamed for longer than that on Sacred streaming. But it felt the time was just going so slowly. I don't know why. I have to say, I thought the show was good. I saw Jeff put up a tweet asking people listening like a letter grade, and I would give it a B.
Yeah.
I do think the pacing was weird, and I agree that games that were shown at certain points, like I would have paced this game a lot, or this show a lot differently. They had the little pre-show, which was cool. There were some cool games in there, and then you open with Fate of the Old Republic, which is cool. But I feel like closing with that game, Highguard, is that might be like one of the great TGA ending duds ever. Honestly, that game should have belonged in the first third of the show, maybe. They had other things to show here. And I think Mega Man, which I'm super excited about, even that being like one of the last things to show, it's like that kind of should go in the first third, first half. You just had other things here that you could have messed with. Tomb Raider would have been a big thing to end with, or I don't know, just something else.
That's what I was referring to too, where I was like, I would have maybe swapped Highguard and Divinity. You know what I mean? Like those. As far as their places go, like I think that would have been a stronger, probably a stronger show.
So there was a pacing problem, I think, but I think overall, I think it was a good show. And the things that stick out to me that I think are worth noting at a high level is I thought Jeff was great. You know, I think we say this all the time. People bust balls with him or whatever, but he's good. I think Brad kept saying, you know, he's very professional, and he is. Everything leads up to this show for him, and then he does his showcase in the summer, and it's like his whole life kind of revolves around these things. And I actually think without him, and without his presence, I think things would look a little bit different in the games industry. And I think that it's really one of the only filterings we get of content where it's like, oh, at least 7,000 games came out this month, but at least pay attention to something. And here's something to pay attention to. And it kind of, these shows, I actually think the more seldom shows make sense as opposed to having E3 and then Gamescom and then TGS and everyone like, it's cool. There's little interstitial announcements and whatnot, but everything gets thrown on the pile. Yeah. We're going to talk about the Knights of the Old Republic game, or FOTOR, or whatever it's called. Like, that game doesn't even exist at all. What I was reading about it, like, it does not exist. There's nothing. So, like, you're announcing things in like Elder Scrolls style when I just don't think you actually need to do that. That would be like one of my major complaints is like anything after 2027, don't show it. Don't announce it. There's no need. Why?
Right.
Why?
You did that with Okami too, right?
Right. And that was and that was a cool announcement. And I loved Okami's tweet. Did you see Okami's tweet?
Yeah, the flaw in the gun.
Very funny. Very funny. But and then as far as the awards themselves are concerned, I think that like there's a dominant cultural product, then let it win everything. I think I don't really have a huge problem with that. And I understand what you guys are saying about role-playing games where it's like, well, give it to Kingdom Come, but I just don't think you can, it's what we used to deal with at IGN when we do like action game of the year, role-playing game of the year. It's like, well, how can game X win action game of the year, but game Y, which didn't win action game of the year, win game of the year? That doesn't make any sense. So like they're kind of like in a bind. Like if you have all of these genre winners, then it has to be from that pool. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I wouldn't say like diversify the wins like throughout the entire category. I think there is a case to be made though, and that's probably correct, that Kingdom Come probably is a better role-playing game than Clair Obscur, but like Clair Obscur does so many other things that are a lot more like of higher like quality and just different. I don't know. There's a case to be made there. But I see what you're saying, where it would just kind of be like, you kind of can't please everybody, so why try?
Sure. Yeah, right. I think if anything, I mean, you can look at it two different ways. It's like one part of it is like, well, this kind of really shows that the vote matters and like whoever voted. And I know, you can see the panel of people who voted. So it's like, it's not a huge surprise that this game would win. On the other hand, and we'll get through this as we go through the games. It's like Kepler's presence, Kepler being Expedition 33's publisher's presence was throughout the show was very weird. And I was like, why are there's so many Kepler games in the same year when it's so anticlimactic and obvious that this game that you published is going to win? I just thought that was kind of a weird look. And I'm surprised. I don't think people understand or know the games industry too insanely well in a lot of spaces. And so that I feel like if people were able to hone in on that fact more, there would be more conspiracy theory shit. Like that's the kind of conspiracy theory shit, especially if you look at Expedition as like a woke game or whatever. You would think those people would be all over it, but that would require them to understand the industry, which they don't. and no level infinite, which was nice.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell. So overall, I thought it was a good show. I'm trying not to hold what I find as Clair Obscure's incredibly annoying fan base against the game. I think it's a great game. It's a top, you'll see it on Summon Sign when we go through my games, but it's a top 10 game for me. It's not a top 5 game for me this year, and it's not this like overwhelming, amazing game, but I understand that like it captured people, and that means something. And there are a lot of people making fun of Clair Obscure fans, like being like, we beg you, play one other role-playing game, just any other role-playing game. Like, you think this game is maybe what it's not because you're not really too experienced in the genre, but there's another side of that, which is to say like, well, ease them in and let them explore. The combat system is where I think the game truly shines, and I'll be very excited to see what they do. And of course, we were saying this about like independent. It's not an independent game. And that's something they really need to nail down. It's not an independent game. It is not. I want to repeat, not an independent game. Saint Slayer is an independent game.
Right.
A game with a publisher is not an independent game. I'm sorry.
Or a self-published, right? Would you
right.
count that,
I would. Right. Well, yeah. Like it's like Hades 2 would technically be an independent game, but that's much more of an independent game than Expedition 33 is.
100%.
At least. Yeah. But I feel like it's like the old thing we used to do when we'd have like downloadable game of the year and stuff. And everyone's like, well, they're just games. Like, why are we doing this? And that's true. But we need to figure out a differentiation between what is a normal, in quotes, game and an independent game. Because I do think that was the one thing they won where I'm like, that's bullshit. Like they are not independent. They're not. There's no explanation.
Be an independent
just because
game?
they don't have an owner.
Yeah.
So, what were you saying, Dustin?
I was saying, wouldn't Helldivers be considered an independent game under that standard?
Yes.
Not yours, but it's
yes,
they
if you brought that to its logical conclusion, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so is Baldur's Gate, right? Oh, I guess Baldur's Gate had a Wizard of the Coast publisher.
Right. Yeah.
Larian is self-publishing Divinity. So Divinity would be an independent game.
Right.
And we know we know that it technically is, but philosophically it isn't. That needs to be figured out, because that's the only way for smaller developers to get any notice. And it's not fair, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Even Ball Pit, it's like, that's not really an independent game. I mean, but that's spiritually much more of an independent game.
That I don't mind being in that category.
Right.
Nearly as much.
Right.
It's about the spirit. Like, I think you just need to have somebody there being like, what is the spirit of this category? What is the spirit of the award that we're trying to give out? Because I understand that that's nebulous, but I also feel like it's kind of not. I actually feel like if you looked at it, like even just on its face as an objective kind of lens, I think you could really easily come to the conclusion of like what counts and what doesn't. Like, but yeah, that was kind of the big blunt. Like it bothered me seeing Clair Obscure in like best debut indie and indie, because I'm just like, bro, I love that game, but like, just look at the company that you're putting it in and ask yourself if that's fair. Like if it makes sense to you, and the answer is clearly that it doesn't. Right.
It's like, what's the more for the layman out there, not a layman, but even just a normal gamer. It's like, what's more impressive, Expedition 33 or Ball Pit? And it's like, well, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on,
man.
All right. But I give the show a B. Do you guys agree, or do you give it I give it a flat B? Because I think there are a lot of good games. We'll go through them. A lot of games.
Yeah, I said B. Like I think it's again, so like again, like I'm considering like B where there's an A above it, and then there's an S where I'm just like, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
This is for me. But that's a very rare. Like it's very rare that I don't think I've seen an S tier kind of version of this show really ever. So but I think it's solid. I think there's a lot to get to, and we'll definitely get to it. So.
All right. So let's start going through the games.
Let's do it.
There was a pre-show, and we streamed that as well. So we got online at 7. There was a pre-show at 7:30 Eastern. They showed 4 games that I thought were interesting, and we can go through these as quickly or as slowly as we want to. First game came up was Pragmata from Capcom. Finally has a release date, and it's sooner. It's actually sooner than I thought. Although this game's been in development forever, so I mean, let's get going already. It was at the PlayStation reveal, wasn't it? April 24, 2026. And coming to PS5, it's getting a Switch version. Did you see the details surrounding the Switch version, Dustin?
No, I didn't.
There's going to be a Diana amiibo figure.
Oh, that. I did see that.
Pretty cool. I think I might buy that.
Pretty cool. I love, dude, some of these third-party ones. Like I have the Solaire Dark Souls amiibo. Still sealed. Worth a lot now.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'll probably pick that up.
I haven't bought an amiibo. I'm looking back at my list. I think the Shovel Knight bosses were the last amiibos I bought. And that was a few years ago, probably at this point. So I'll definitely pick that up. But the game will be $60. There will be a $70 version of it with a bunch of different perks or whatever. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get us, because I'd get God on this game, I think. No early access, at least nothing announced yet. But yeah, coming to PS5, April 24th. We've seen quite a bit of this game. I've seen enough. Some people say I look like the protagonist. I don't really agree. Thoughts? So. Dustin, Pragmata. Are you interested?
Yes, absolutely. I played the demo at Summer Game Fest and I was immediately in there. And this recent trailer, they always get me with the music. The music was kind of Nier-esque. Seems like a very potentially emotional experience for a game. And you got me there too. Right. So this trailer was awesome. And I'm with you, Colin. I don't need any more other than there's a demo on Steam now. I'm probably I can't resist. I'm going to check out the demo. But yeah, I can't wait for this game. This is, man, Capcom next year, like number one for me is a game we'll talk about shortly, Resident Evil. Number two is probably Pragmata.
Well, I was going to say, I wanted to say that, by the way, if you guys can, keep a list of the top 5 games for you as we go through. And then at the end, we'll say, like, what are the 5 games that we're most excited about? So just keep a list as we go. Chris, Pragmata, April 20. What is it? I already missed. April 24th, 2026.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued by it. I'm a little, from what I've seen, I'm not super into it. I like the look of it. Like, I like the aesthetics of it and like whatever the visual premise of what's happening. It's just the brief snippets of gameplay that I've seen so far make the main character seem like lumbering, where I feel like the look of the game feels like I wish this was like a Vanquish kind of, you know. But I haven't played the demo either yet, so like I'm kind of reserving judgment on that. It looks cool. I think the overall vibe of it is interesting, but it's not on the top for me necessarily. I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I totally understand it. I'm curious how this game does. It seems kind of like a weird game, and but Capcom's got a little bit of juice, so yeah, maybe people will check it out. I'm super excited about this game. I think the game looks cool. When it became clear what the combat is, like a kind of a bullet time puzzle solving sort of thing. I mean, Dustin, you'll have more to say about it when you play it. The demo, I think it looks really neat. And I'm also on the Games Press website for it, like with all the press release stuff. And they have a bunch of character art, and there's a cat character in it with a bunch of character called Hollow Cat. So that kind of gives it a little bit of something for me as well. Capcom describes Pragmata, for people that aren't aware, as, quote, a sci-fi action game with unique hacking gameplay mechanics. Set on the moon in the near future, the story follows an unlikely duo on a mission to escape a lunar station overrun with hostile robots. In the single-player game, players control both spacefarer Hugh and the enigmatic android Diana. Each character has their own distinct skills and abilities, and they must work together to hack, shoot, and overcome obstacles in a search way back to Earth. Very cool. Excited about that. All right. Number 2, we saw Tank Rat. By the way, this really is neither here nor there, especially because it's a PlayStation podcast, so we're getting these games that we're talking about. But I was surprised by how many games are skipping Xbox. Yeah. And this is the first one. So Tank Rat. And this is the first game, by the way, from Kepler as a publisher that was shown. And again, this was in the pre-show. Quote, Tank Rat puts players in control of Whitaker, a digitized human consciousness capable of fusing with fully customizable war machines, the only way humans can exist in the world after a mysterious cataclysmic event. Battle through a brutal, war-torn wasteland teeming with mechanical monstrosities, dismantle enemies, harvest their parts, and rebuild stronger for the next fight. Every mission is a test of survival strategy and sheer firepower as you descend deeper into the mechanical mystery at the heart of Tank Rat. Alpha Channel is the studio and are working with Kepler on this. Any thoughts? I think it looks cool. I don't know that I'm going to play it when the time comes. Dustin?
Yeah, I'm not super into... I mean, I know it's on a mech game, but it is like a armored vehicle. Other than, of course, when I played Armored Core last year or the year before. I think this looks cool, but I would definitely want to play it first, or like if there was a demo or something like that. I know that this team, I think you read it in the press release, they have a game out on PC called Tank Head. So I'm curious what people thought of that game. See, Tank Head, we can see on Steam real quick. Oh wait, no, it was Epic Game Store exclusive.
Oh,
Gross.
interesting. This game will also be on Epic Game Stores, though. Epic Game Store, though, it'll also be on Steam and PS5, obviously.
Okay. So I wonder if this is an evolution. I mean, of course, it's some kind of evolution.
Well, it could
Of
be
that.
like super acrobatic cars or whatever that ridiculous PS3 game that was Rocket League's prequel.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
So could be. Dustin, I'm sorry, Chris. What do you think here? I'm reading the comments on the video. It's funny. Like some people are describing it pretty well. Someone was saying it's like Blaster Master, which it kind of is, and Pacific Drive with a tank.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. There's like something about this that looks really cool to me. Like I might want to check it out, but like also like I think I know better. Where I'm like, I don't know if I'll really stick with this. But I dig the weird like there's like a Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts like thing going on with this game, which like that game is a mess. Primarily because it's just a banjo game where it doesn't need to be. But I remember thinking like at the time, like this mechanic is pretty cool. It just doesn't belong in this should not be a Banjo-Kazooie game. It makes no sense. So to see a game like kind of like lean into that and not have the corpse of a previously glowing franchise all over it, I think it's kind of nice. But yeah, I don't know. I would absolutely play a demo if they came out with one. But I don't know if I got this on my radar necessarily.
Yeah, no word on the demo here yet, but presumably. And of course, you
Right.
can just play it on Steam when time comes if you want, and then just get your money back if you don't like it, like Dustin. The third game we were shown here comes from Day 4 Night Studios, and it's Bradley the Badger. This comes from the creative minds behind Red Dead Redemption and Mario plus Rabbids, both well-respected games. Mario plus Rabbids is bigger than I thought, actually.
Yeah, people love that.
Not
game.
huge, but people really like it. So I gotta give a little respect to that. Because at first when they showed this, I'm like, all right, you're kind of stretching like the creative minds behind Mario. It's like, all right, come on. But then the more you think about it, it's like, all right, fine. Now, this Bradley the Badger game, revealed by this Day 4 Night Studios, is a, quote, new action-adventure game that features exploration, traversal, and mind-bending freeform puzzles. It blends original play mechanics with live-action sequences and a satirical storyline that is a commentary on video games. The game is currently slated for PC via Steam, with the team exploring additional platforms and consoles. So we don't know if this is coming to PlayStation yet, but it's one of those games that I thought looked kind of cool, and I wanted to show it. And I assume it will come to PlayStation. So nothing guaranteed yet about this one. But Chris, let's go to you first. Bradley the Badger. Was it you that said that it kind of gave a Gex vibe?
I think you might have said that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I said it, but like I seconded it. Like there's definitely like something going on with it. Look, I appreciate any kind of attempt to do something interesting with 3D platforming, especially now. We don't really have a lot of examples. We have like Hat in Time and Ukulele, which was kind of like a big kind of...
Hat in Time was cool. I never beat it, but it was cool. Yeah.
So seeing this, like looking at what they're doing with like some of the inside references, it looks like those old school platformers. Looks like a little bit of Gex with the fourth wall and kind of the irreverent character. I'm of two minds where I'm like, as I was like watching the trailer, I was like, this character, I don't know if this character works for me. He's doing like a Jack Black kind of thing where like it feels like they couldn't get Jack Black, so they just got like an impersonator or something.
Right.
But the game itself looks cool, and I'm all about like shining a spotlight on these types of like, you know, PS2 era kind of throwback games that are actually like moving things forward. So like, yeah, I mean, this is on my radar for sure.
It's getting a nice reception on its YouTube channel. Because was there something about AI that people were saying that they were upset about with this? I can't find it, but I
think the character made a joke about AI or something.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I don't know though,
because I watched it. I'm like, what are people saying about this? That's AI generated or something? I must have misunderstood. I think it looks really, really cute. Something different. We have enough post-apocalyptic action RPG, whatever. It's like, all right, let's get it back to our platforming roots. And like Chris was saying, I think it's got a real 90s feel to it, which is kind of cool. And a 90s feel that works still, not a 90s feel like Duke Nukem. When they tried to bring Duke Nukem back, it didn't work. This feels like it will work a little bit better.
Yeah, I am always down for a character platformer, you know, very reminiscent of old. But I think what I like in particular about this trailer, And in the description, it says the godlike powers of a game developer. And that's part of the aspect of the trailer is you can see like it bringing up a UI that's like change the scale of this object, transfer, copy. And I think that's kind of a clever. I like that it's meta on both levels in terms of what the game is, because there's like a Last of Us style level of Bloodborne, Cyberpunk. And I love the direct parroting of those things, but the also meta of like, oh, there's game developer tools that are part of the gameplay of the game. Pretty unique concept. I like it. So this trailer seemed pretty cool. I agree with Chris. Not sure about the main character yet, but just a trailer. But I'm happy to see a game like this. I think there should be more whimsical and parody style games about the industry. So it's a neat idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Hyperdimension Neptunia is probably the most,
Yeah.
It's probably the biggest game that does that, right? There's probably no other series right now of any consequence that is self-referential like that. So, and I don't even know if like Hyperdimension Neptunia even really makes new. I don't think they re-release stuff, but I'm not even sure new stuff's coming out anymore. All right, so that's that. All right, fourth game up is Stupid Never Dies. I couldn't find a real press release for this game, but Gamatsu has something written up about it. It's from a studio called GP Track 50. And this is another game that's, we were saying earlier, skipping Xbox for some reason and coming only to PS5 and PC. Like I said, it comes out in 2026. It's described as a, quote, blazing fast growth 3D action RPG, end quote, led by former Capcom producer Hiroyuki Kobayashi. An overview of the game via its Steam page, according to Komatsu, says, quote, werewolves, lizard men, skeletons, in a world where monsters are part of everyday life, a bottom-rung zombie named Davy braves a deadly dungeon to bring back Julia, the frozen human he loved. Gear up for a delightfully wild, blazing, fast-growth action RPG, Stupid Never Dies. Set in a monster-ruled, otherworldly dungeon, Stupid Never Dies puts you in control of Davy, a timid zombie living at the very bottom of monster society. Defeat enemies, level up, and collect strange items to grow stronger on your quest to bring Julia, a frozen human girl, back to life. Steal enemy abilities, customize your undead body with bizarre upgrades, and experience fast-paced combat packed with innovation. This game did itself no favors, I think, with its weird announced trailer, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree. It was it was a weird kind of sitch. Like they were doing like a musical sort of thing. I didn't know what it was, and I feel like that's cool if that's kind of the nature of the game or whatever. But the trailer's it's 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and they really only show the game for 30 seconds or so of that time. And I remember when we saw the game, we were like, oh, this, like, I think you said, Chris, like, why didn't you lead with this?
Yeah.
Because it looks cool. It's obviously a lower budget game, but it doesn't look bad at all. I just don't know exactly what to make of it because of that strange. Maybe it was very sarcastic and supposed to be weird. I think Dustin, you said it was like Lollipop Chainsaw or something, which it felt like in a way. So, any thoughts we have on this game?
Yeah, I strongly dislike this.
Even the game.
I mean, I don't know. The gameplay looks fine. The thing I strongly dislike is first, it's just like, it's very pop punk-esque.
Mm-hmm.
And even the logo looks like something from Hot Topic in 2008. But it feels like Disney Channel trying to make something that's for punks or something. It's like, oh, we're going to get on the... But like, so it's like a company trying to jump on a bandwagon 15 years too late. And I don't know if they're trying to go for like some kind of millennial nostalgia pull on it. But it did not work for me. I feel like, I mean, honestly, my culture is being appropriated.
Yeah, I can see that.
By this game.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. The beginning I thought was just so cringy and weird. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up really liking this game, but it did not land for me. And also one other note, when I was doing some research earlier, I was looking at GameSpot's all the announcements list, and it says game starring a zombie boy and a human girl fighting monsters set to ska music. Ska music, GameSpot.
That didn't sound like ska, but
that is not ska music.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta
Take
get
it easy.
the horns in there.
Come on, man.
Come on. It's not the mighty Bosstones. Come on. All right. Well, there's that. Chris, you have anything you want to say about Stupid Never Dies? I do like the idea. It sounds funny. I don't know why they're doing such a disservice to it.
Yeah, it's just like they kind of shot themselves in the foot. Obviously, like bad trailer doesn't equal bad game necessarily. It could be good. It could be great. But yeah, just a confusingly bad trailer. And maybe we'll look back on it. It's like, hey man, they're bold, and they had something that they thought was cool, and they just wanted to fuck around, and it worked out. But as it stands for right now, like, yeah, I kind of dug it once it got to the gameplay stuff. I liked the style and the visual like look of it. But yeah, that first that music video was kind of just grueling, and it just kind of felt like it was kind of a waste of time, you know?
Yeah.
You want to maximize your splash at a stage like this, and like, I don't know if that was the best way to do it, but we'll see.
All right. Now we've gotten through the pre-show and we're in the main show now, and Jeff opens with a game that is, for many people, the most exciting product in here. Although, as we were noting earlier, I don't know why you would announce this game so soon. It's Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic, and it is literally coming probably no sooner than 2030, according to what we're reading and seeing. There is no press release for the game, but there is stuff on StarWars.com about it. And they write here, Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic revealed with first trailer. And they have an exclusive interview over there as well with Casey Hudson. Now, that's awesome. Casey Hudson obviously was one of the leads of BioWare during its heyday. And, with KOTOR, and I think he worked on Jade Empire as well, but leading right into the Mass Effect trilogy, for which him and Drew Karpyshyn and others did such an amazing job with. And Drew Karpyshyn's off doing his own shit now. Like those guys, obviously, that's what I'm saying. It's like BioWare is just a complete cover band at this point. It doesn't mean they're not going to be a good cover band, but they're just a cover band right now. But this new game, Fate of the Old Republic, is in the same vein as Knights of the Old Republic, which Casey Hudson was the director of back in 2003, the famous Xbox console exclusive Star Wars role-playing game, which was the reason I got an Xbox back in the day. And they write here, quote, in Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic, step into the role of a Force user on a journey through a galaxy on the edge of rebirth and at the end of the Old Republic. The brand new epic narrative single-player action role-playing game from Arcanaut Studios, this is a new studio, Arcanaut, developed in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, was announced on stage at this year's Game Awards. Along with the first look at a thrilling trailer, it was announced that Fate of the Old Republic will be developed by a new studio launched by Casey Hudson, the director of the original Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic and the Mass Effect trilogy. So there's an interview here. It's interesting. There's some stuff to read. They do say later, quote, still in the early stages of development and creation. Fate of the Old Republic benefits from decades of creative experience across the collaborative partnership. And they talk about collaborating with Lucas and all of that, and how they have experience doing that. I am excited. People are excited about this. KOTOR is a banger of a game. I don't know how well it holds up, to be perfectly honest. KOTOR 2 is also a great game. But that was a different era of Star Wars. That was a pretty dire era of Star Wars, in my opinion, too, but it's nothing like this. I'm just being honest with you. I cannot get excited about a Star Wars game, no matter what it is. And this would have been the one that I think would have captured me the most, because KOTOR is certainly a top 3 Star Wars game for me. You'd put the Super Star Wars games in there, maybe. You put Yoda's story in there. No one kidding. Oh. But you put the Super Star Wars games in there, you might put something like Dark Forces, or I don't know what it would be. But I just don't give a shit. But I was curious about it because I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what it is and all the rest. And they're like, oh yeah, it really doesn't exist. So I don't understand. And I think Maddie had said, and I do agree with him to a degree, like, you announced the game to attract talent and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's true. Yet I don't know that Casey Hudson's going to have that much talent or problem. That much talent, he has a lot of talent. that much trouble soliciting talent quietly. I just feel like I almost kind of feel bad for the Star Wars game we'll talk about later, because it's like it doesn't even get its pop as being like a Star Wars game or anything. So there's nothing to really go on other than the inclusion of some great people. I'm sure it'll be good, but I don't give a shit. And also, who knows where Star Wars is going to be by that point? It seems like it's in a bad place right now, and I don't know, like, can even fathom what it might be. Hopefully it's turned around by then. Either of you interested?
I'm mildly interested. I played Knights of the Old Republic growing up. It's been so long since I played it, and I don't think I finished it when I played it years and years ago. I'd always wanted to go back to it, but obviously it's a super exciting announcement. I mean, it's one of the legendary games of its era. But yeah, the fact that it's so far off, it just reminds me, and I think Maddie was bringing this up on Twitter. It's a great point, is that it's like, is it going to actually happen? How many Star Wars games that were so hype at their announce and then got canceled,
Mhm.
or just in limbo. Like we still don't know almost anything about Star Wars Eclipse. Like, where's that? So, and you're right, Colin, too, is that it's hard to get excited for Star Wars right now.
Like, I don't even know what it could be that would get me excited at this point.
Did you know they're re-releasing the original cut in theaters?
I did see that in January.
That got me excited. But of course, it's not because it's new Star Wars. It's
old Star Wars, right? But it's like I'm conflicted on it because I do want to go see it. I've only ever seen the special editions in the theater when they came out in '97, and that was cool, a cool experience. I was in middle school, so it was a little different. But I don't want to give Disney any money, I want to give them as little money as possible. Like I bought Cosmic Invasion, so there you go. There's my Disney stipend for the year. But I don't want to. I don't want to go any further. Chris, were you a KOTOR guy?
No. I mean, I mean, this is not probably too hidden information, but like I've never really been much of a Star Wars person. Like, by the time I came around to Star Wars, it was I had already experienced so much other sci-fi. Like I had played Halo and the entirety of Mass Effect before I'd even seen any of the Star Wars movies. Like actually, like
I saw a Star Wars.
I already saw a Star Wars. Yeah, I was like,
Star Wars.
I was all set on my Star Wars.
Right.
But like, I mean, I did like. I think 2016. Whenever, what is it? The new one, the first of the new ones. What was that called? Force Awakens.
Force Awakens. Yeah,
when that came out, I was like, you know what? Everybody's excited about this. Let me do my homework a little bit, and I watched the original trilogy. And I liked it well enough. I thought Empire was great. I thought A New Hope was fine. I didn't like the third one at all, actually. But so like I just kind of understood. Like one thing I do appreciate is like I think the soundscape and the visual design language of Star Wars is just fucking good. Like as somebody who went into it with no nostalgia at all, I was like, this is some good. Like the way that the lasers sound and the score is great and the sound design of like the droids, like all of it is genuinely like next level good to the point where like you don't need to be nostalgic for it to understand how superior it is to a lot of other things. But you know, I've never really cared that much about it. I would actually think it'd be pretty easy for a game studio to make a Star Wars project that would excite me. I think you just have to have if you have a good gameplay hook, like 1313, I was actually really excited for, despite the fact that I had no concept of like I had played like Force Unleashed and Star Wars Jedi Starfighter, so like I had some tangential like care, but it was never this big thing for me. So I mean, this though is kind of exciting. Like again, this is a very much like no game, no hype. Those are the rules kind of thing, where it's just like, okay, well, you just got a teaser trailer. Like who the fuck knows what this will end up being?
Sure.
Even if you do have the right people, who knows if Casey Hudson will even still be there? You know, like all sorts of crazy things can happen, but when I did play a little bit of KOTOR on Xbox backwards compatibility, I remember liking it way more than I thought I would, considering how dated it is and considering how little nostalgia I have for it. I think the only reason I stopped playing it was because I hit like a game-breaking bug that apparently is in that version that isn't in, I think, the most stable version, which I think is the Switch port of KOTOR 1. That's what like Maddie says anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always thought about going back to it. Because I did like it, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to this with like a very like the largest asterisk you could possibly put next to something that doesn't currently exist in any real capacity. But I'm rooting for them. I hope they do. I hope, like, I wish nothing but the best for Casey Hudson and that team. Like, I would love for them to come out swinging with a hit again, especially as a follow up to KOTOR. But you know. This
could be a mid-gen to late-gen PS6 game, which is interesting when you think about it. This game will almost certainly not be on PS5 at all, that's how new it is, which is fun to think about. Well, I'm glad everyone is excited about there. I'm sure Maddie streamed last night. I'm sure I haven't gone and looked yet, but I'm sure he freaked out.
Oh yeah.
All right. Next up was Divinity. This was the statue that was being shown. There is no press release for this either, but there is a website, divinity.com. Which I wonder, I got to look at the who is of this. Had they always owned that URL? Seems like an interesting URL to own. I wonder if they purchased it or something. The problem with Baldur's Gate just does, Baldur's Gate, Larian just doesn't make games that I want to play. I mean, I understand that they're a massive, Baldur's Gate 3 is huge and people love Divinity and all those games. I just don't like PC role-playing games. So I know this is not, unless it is really different than Divinity Original Sin, which either of them. and I don't know if it's going to be or not. I can't imagine I'm going to play this game. But the trailer, like the cinematic trailer, is fucking awesome. And I was on the YouTube channel and I was reading the comments, and I love this. Said because it's like a group of people watching an execution, and someone wrote, "Not a cell phone in sight, just people living in the moment." And I was like, yeah, I mean, this is high budget, really beautiful. Larian's obviously loaded. Larian's got to be like one of the larger electronics companies in Belgium, right? At this point, you would assume, like electronic.
Yeah, I would have to imagine.
Software outfits. And so I wish that, because I just loved everything about the trailer. I just thought it was awesome. And we didn't see gameplay, but I just, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be for me ultimately. So I'm just being honest about that. But it was certainly the most impressive trailer I think we saw during the night. Are you either of you into this?
I'm into it. I wonder what it will be like. I think I saw Lockmort in our Discord saying that he thinks it could be an action RPG and not a CRPG. I mean, who knows?
That would be nice. I mean, that would be a game changer, literally a game changer for me. Why doesn't he go work for them?
I don't know. He should. I mean, he's their number one fan.
Yeah, I know. It's so interesting. He's right there.
But yeah, Divinity. I have never played Divinity Original Sin 1 or 2 or any of the previous Divinity games before that. But I liked Baldur's Gate 3 a lot. And I believe someone on Twitter or someone on their team said that, or maybe it was at the show, they were like, I think it was Jeff, this is bigger than Baldur's Gate 3, which is staggering, insane. So I'm very curious. I mean, they're, as you were saying, Colin, they're certainly loaded. And I remember us talking about, like, should they do Baldur's Gate 4? And it's like, absolutely not. Because now they own Divinity.
Yeah, they don't want to do licensed anything anymore.
Yeah. So in some ways, I feel like this is really them unleashed at this point. And dude, the trailer was pretty sick. You got a pig eating vomit. You've got a lady fucking the lizard man. A guy's, boils exploding.
I love the shot of the little girl, like watching the execution. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good shit in there. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Chris, will you spend 300 to 400 hours on Divinity when it comes out at an unknown time?
I can't fathom that I will, sir. I'm very much like you, where I'm like, I understand. I put some time into Baldur's Gate 3, to be fair. Like, and I did like it. It's just like the things that I liked were not enough to pull me through the things that I didn't like. And ultimately, that's kind of where a lot of these games die for me. Like, I have such a curiosity to have one of these games land with me, Like, I'm longing for it. So, like, I hope it can, maybe. Like, that would be nice for one of them to work for me. But, like, they just kind of don't generally work. If they do an ARPG, or if they do, like, that would be something else. That would be a different story sick altogether. Like, I would be probably all over it.
And the name maybe suggests that it is a whole
different
rebooting
thing,
and reimagining of what Divinity, because I don't really know what Divinity, I know it by look, but I don't even know what it really is. So
yeah.
So like, it could be a way to draw us all, and very similar to kind of how Fallout 3 was a reboot of Fallout in a way.
Right.
It continues it, but it's its own.
Right, exactly.
Fallout 1 or 2. I'm a huge Fallout fan. I didn't play Fallout 1 or 2. Like,
Lord knows I would never.
Yeah.
I just look at those and I'm like, I know that these probably aren't for me. But Fallout 3, Fallout is a great example. Like, that got me into Fallout in a way that, like, I probably would have never gotten into it if not for that. So, like, if they can do something like that with Divinity, hell yeah. But as it stands right now, this is ultimately another kind of no game, no hype. Like, it's okay. It's a very good trailer. Cool. We've seen that before. I remember Dead Island.
Sure.
So obviously it's a way different pedigree of these two studios, but I think whatever they're going to make is going to be great. Hopefully I'll be into it, but if I'm not, that's okay too.
Two things for me as well is, and Grand Theft Auto actually is another example of that as well, which is interesting. Two things I want to say is, one, I feel bad that this kind of leaked, but they got hoisted. They kind of got hoisted by their own petard in a way, because you're being too cute by half by, like, having the statue and out there, and then everyone had kind of figured out what it was. I think there was even a trademark of, like, the
logo
of the out, like the logo outline, right? It's like, you guys, you got too cute. You should have just not done any of this, and you should have just dropped this bomb. Because the other thing I wanted to say is, I'm pretty sure they've been lying about this game, which I have no problem with. as I interpret it. Like people always talk about, like Jaffe straight up lied to everyone about Twisted Metal when it came back. He just straight up lied and said it's not happening. It's not in development. I'm not going to be at E3. And then he rolls out in a fucking ice cream truck, right? And I don't begrudge people that, because like, what do you want him to do? Be like, oh, yep, you asked me the question. I'm under oath, and I have to tell you that yes, indeed, Twisted Metal 2012 is real, and we're going to be there. So from that perspective, I'm like, it's too bad, because I think this would have been a big one for people. People fucking love Larian, and and I think they've been saying like we're not going back to Divinity and stuff. And
well, the verbiage specifically was that like everybody was guessing Divinity Original Sin 3.
Oh, right.
And they were coming out. They were being coy about it, where they were lying. They were telling the truth. They were like, we have no plans to do a Divinity Original Sin 3. That's not even in the pipeline. And so everybody was like, oh, well, okay. It's clever, but they would have been better off not doing it, the statue. Also, I find statue things like that annoying. Like ARGs like that. Like, I don't know. Stop it.
Another puzzling announcement, I thought, not that they showed the game, but it's in the game 4 loop, which I'm really interested to see what you guys think. This is what's next. This is a Sony second party game being developed with Bad Robot Games, and J.J. Abrams himself showed up to talk about the game, which was pretty cool. And this is not surprising, since it's coming from the talent that brought us Mike Booth, specifically Left 4 Dead. This is a 4-player co-op game in that spirit. I'm a little confused why they kind of announced this a week or two ago. They didn't announce the title of the game, but they announced that they were working on something. Did they assume it was going to leak, I guess, or something? Because this would have been a pretty interesting surprise, and maybe even taken a little bit differently if they did again. But I feel like maybe they were trying to guard themselves from some sort of leak or whatever. I don't know. People are pretty down about this game, as far as I can tell. And I'm getting a little tired of people. Like, my honest take is like, I'm getting a little tired of people being like, another service game. Like, wake up. Like, holy mother of God. Yes, guys, another service game. They're going to keep making them. You have to just get used to it. And this is exactly the way they should be doing it, by investing in someone else's studio to do it as a second party and worrying about what they do well, which is the first single player adventure fare or whatever. So this is not a game for me. I think Left 4 Dead is cool. This guy Mike Booth was gone, I think, by the time Left 4 Blood or Back 4 Blood and Valve and then Back 4 Blood were even being made. So I don't know if you can blame him for those so much. I know people didn't like either of those as much, but this is not a game for me, so I don't really want to judge it. But I am noticing, likes, dislikes, ratio, comments on different things, the kind of people's reactions on social media, all anecdotal, but it doesn't seem too good. But I'm not really entirely sure why. Maybe people are just kind of getting tired of the same old things and kind of going back to the well. But I'm not super surprised that they're making this attempt, and I don't really begrudge them it at all. I don't care whether it does well or not. It's not going to hurt Sony too much. But if it does well, it could really be a huge benefit to them. Chris, 4 loop. What do you think?
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
Come on.
I don't look. The name is terrible. I think it's terrible. I don't know I don't know what maybe there's a reason for it. If there is a reason for it, I would retcon that reason, because it's just not a good. It's a terrible.
The reason was we already don't like it. So just
it's not worth it. Like, it's a terrible. Like, it doesn't communicate anything. Like, what does that mean even? I don't know. Whatever. Like, that's the least of the problem. Like, when I hear like, oh, Left 4 Dead, I have a specific thing kind of come to mind, and it is co-op, and it is this general kind of thing, but I don't know about this vibe, man. Like, this kind of sci-fi kind of thing going on here with like people running around in exosuits. I don't know. I'm open to it. Like, obviously, this is one of those things where like I feel like you probably should experience it first before making too many judgments on it. It could be good. It could be fun. I just like nothing I'm seeing here is drawing my attention really, or making me excited, or really pulling my attention to play it, which is a bummer, because on paper it's a really great get. So I don't know.
Well, the website is play4loop.com, and you can sign up for the playtest that they're getting going. It is a PlayStation console exclusive, not a huge surprise, and Sony is acting as second-party publisher, although Helldivers was that other kind of experiment. I thought they'd be a little more aggressive with the stuff. Maybe not. Maybe they see Xbox kind of just being undone and they just don't need to bother at this point. I don't know. Dustin, the Left 4 Dead spiritual successor 4 Loop is being drawn to PlayStation as a console exclusive via Bad Robot Games, and your thoughts are?
Yeah. So first off, I feel not very strong about the art direction of the game. I don't think it's bad, but in this market, I think it's really important to have a striking or appealing visual style, and it's just fine. The thing that concerns me, and maybe this was in the initial press release that we talked about, is and there's a whole write-up in the PlayStation blog about this game having roguelike elements to it. It could be great, but one thing that Chris and I were talking about, one of the issues with Back 4 Blood was all of the extra stuff around the core gameplay. So I don't want to say it's a bad thing that has roguelike elements. That's a point where I'm like, ooh, that could either bring down the game or it could be a big positive for it. But overall, I wonder, like, just looking at the trailer, and of course it's a spiritual type successor for Left 4 Dead, but it's also like thinking about Helldivers in the mix too, and it's like you and 3 other people competing missions with hordes of enemies. It's like, okay, well, I guess the roguelike thing would set it apart from Helldivers, but I would like to do I'm curious about the playtest. I don't know if they would let me in, but this is the type of game I really want to play before any like major judgment on it.
Yeah, that's fair.
One thing I will say before
please.
we move on, let's just the narration in the trailer is terrible. Like the tone of whatever the narration is in this official announcement trailer, where it's kind of like, I don't know, there's like an irreverent, it's kind of trying to be cheeky with you, and I'm like, I don't really want that right now, man. Like it doesn't match what I'm seeing at all, and it's kind of annoying, which is a bummer because I actually think it might. I wonder like how I would feel about this trailer if it wasn't accompanied by like an annoying narration. Like I wonder, like if I just could let like the music or whatever their music is, or whatever their environmental storytelling is. Like I wonder if they let that breathe a little bit. Like if it would come across better than it does. I don't know.
We're gonna see. I mean, I don't. The reaction's just not good, and I think that that's a bad place to start.
Yeah.
But we will see. I think that I'm eager for them to find success in this space so they can at least start to learn. I mean, Helldivers obviously is a big success, MLB the show, but continue to learn about what works. And the problem is, and I think we were saying this about Helldivers, is I'm not even sure what lessons you can learn from your major successes, since each of them are these specific permutations of and combinations of whatever that are probably not replicable. So it's gonna be a very interesting time for this game, but we'll hopefully one of you, I'm not going to try, but one of you will get into the closed playtest, and we'll see more about 4 Loop, the upcoming PlayStation console exclusive. The next game up is Coven of the Chickenfoot. This is the new game from Bruce Straley, and we haven't heard from Bruce in a while. Bruce Straley, of course, was a longtime employee of Naughty Dog, and he joined the team, I think, in the late Crash era. He actually began at Crystal Dynamics because he was one of the original designers, we were talking about it earlier, of the Gex series. But ultimately, he ended up at Naughty Dog. He worked on some art, I think, for late Crash games. And then he was one of the lead artists and one of the major people behind Jak and Daxter in terms of what it looks like. And then he became the art director and later full-up game director of the Uncharted games. He was the art director of the original Uncharted game and then co-director of The Last of Us and Uncharted 4. And I've always been interested by him. Bruce, I feel like, has kind of... It was always Neil and Bruce, and then it wasn't anymore. And I've certainly not got... I mean, I'm not going to get into these personal conversations when I talk to Neil, but I'm always curious about like what happened here, because it felt like it was both of you, and then it wasn't. And obviously he left, but he doesn't seem to just get any credit for anything anymore. And I assume that that's fairly frustrating. This game is a little surprising to me just because it's not what I expected out of him. And he's never done an artsy... I mean, this is like a Ueda game. Yeah. In some weird way. And it's not what I expected, which is cool. So it's certainly very different. And it's described here. First of all, his studio is Wildflower Interactive. We've known that for a while, and this is their debut game. It says, quote, "The dungeons have been plundered and the monsters long slain. As the heroes move on, an elderly witch quietly gets to work. Coven of the Chickenfoot is a single-player adventure about the building of a bond between an elderly witch named Gertie and a peculiar creature who must learn to work together to fulfill an oath. As their trust deepens, a dark revelation of what they're up against will make them question their commitment to the oath and to each other. Dustin, you love Ueda Slop. Is this for you?
I don't know about Ueda Slop because I famously hate Eco.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
But what was the words? Peculiar creatures? Sign me up. I like this weird guy in this trailer. And a lot of the feeling that I was getting, maybe not directly, but there's a lot of Studio Ghibli feeling here. You know, your main character is this old lady, kind of like Howl's Moving Castle. And you got weird little creatures. And you got this big guy, and I think it looks cool. I like games that you're co-oping with a CPU. You know, like Last Guardian was a game that famously people were very aggravated with, but I think I knew that going into it, and so I actually liked it quite a bit. And I like that it's something that looks totally different. We were commenting during the stream that she's got like a glide that's like a Peach Mario 2 glide to it. So I'm into this. I definitely have it on my radar and want to know more.
Chris, are you going to check this out when it arrives? I don't know if they gave a date. I don't think they did. But what do you think?
I think so. Like I dig the idea of like I can't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I actually don't think I am. Like I can't conjure a name of a game where you play as an old woman. Like that's a genuinely like unique kind of starting point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
As far as I know, like maybe there's like some, I don't know.
I'm sure it exists, but I don't know that.
I'm sure it exists, but like not to the point where like it would be even remotely accessible in my memory. So like that alone is kind of cool. I like the look of it. I like the cell shading kind of art style of it. There is some Ghibli in here. I like the look of it. I don't know. Normally these games don't really entice me, but like there is something about this where I feel like there's something here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not for me, but I wanted to talk about it mostly. First of all, it's not announced for console. It's only coming to PC so far. I assume it will certainly come to console, but it's Bruce Straley's games. We got to talk about it here on Sacred Symbol. So something to keep an eye out for. The next game comes from Frictional Games, and this is again Kepler popping back up as the publisher. It's called Ontos. It is described as a quote mind-bending narrative mystery, and it's coming to PlayStation 5 in 2026. It says, quote, in Ontos, which is stylized in all capital letters, ONTOS, players will become Aditi Amani, a resource. I went to a college with a girl named Aditi, a resourceful engineer as she explores the repurposed moon hotel Samsara in search of the truth around her estranged father. Samsara is a vast labyrinth built atop the ruins of a failed mining colony, and players will explore this open, interconnected environment in their quest for the truth. Every corner of Samsara tells a story, and every story has something hiding beneath the surface, waiting to be found. Players will scavenge for helpful items, manipulate intricate machinery, and face intense tests of morality as they encounter horrific experiments with a capital E throughout Samsara. There is no one solution to the obstacles players will encounter in Ontos. Players will need to use their wits and ingenuity to reach the narrative's mysterious conclusions and face the consequences of their choices. As I noted, this game comes from Frictional, which is a small studio of about 35 people, according to Wikipedia. They're best known for the Amnesia series that has been going on, and before that Penumbra series, but the Amnesia series started back in 2010. And they're saying that this is the spiritual successor to probably their most famous game, which is Soma, which came out on PS4 back in 2015. Ontos, apparently, according to this press release, if you read it, has been in development for more than a decade behind the scenes. That sounds bad, but it's not a huge surprise. They're a very small team, and they've probably been tinkering on this when they can. But I think this game looks super cool. I guess a horror adventure walking sim of some sort. I'm down. And on the moon, second game on the moon that we've seen today as well. Either of you interested in Ontos, Dustin?
Moonslop. I thought this game. We saw the trailer. I was like, oh, this looks cool. And then when I rewatched the trailer today, I'm like, there's a little bit of BioShock feel in this. There's a little bit of Prey in here. Maybe just visually. I'm not sure about the gameplay itself, but looked pretty intriguing. Looked pretty quality. I've not played Soma, but I did play Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And I think it's probably a little dated at this point, but at the time it was a really unique horror game. So yeah, this was pretty intriguing to me. And I'm gonna have to check out Soma, I think, at some point. I'm looking on Steam.
Yeah, it's like
overwhelmingly positive reviews. So maybe I need to check that out.
It's interesting because I'm just fascinated with them working with Kepler, because they kind of Frictional hadn't been working with a publisher for many years. So they might have leveraged their money to finally get this idea through. I think it looks pretty neat. Chris, Antos?
Yeah, it looks neat. I actually just looked up Soma on Steam just before this, and it's like $1.49. So I was like, you know what?
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna go ahead and buy that.
That's basically free.
Because that's insane. I was like, okay, yeah, well, it's a good opportunity then, right? So because people have been telling me to play Soma for a while, I just haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, I liked the look of it. I don't have much to say about it though, because I don't really know. Like, I played a little bit of Amnesia: The Dark Descent years and years and years and years ago, probably like 2012. And I remember thinking it was okay. I just wasn't really into horror back then as much, so I kind of didn't keep up with it. I know that they had like the something of Den of Pigs or something with Amnesia or something.
Oh, that was
like
Chinese Room.
Oh, the China, right.
They did that spinoff.
Right. And so like I just missed out on a lot of that. I didn't play Soma. So I don't know what this is building off of, but I'm curious to find out, because it did look really cool. And there were like pretty heavy BioShock vibes that I got from it too.
Definitely. I'm careful about those BioShock vibes though, because I remember I got those vibes from random games, and then it's like a We Happy Few, I think, gave me that.
Yeah, that
and
was
others,
not,
and I'm like, no, gotta.
We Happy Few. Wow. I forgot that game's entire existence.
Xbox bought that studio on the back of that game. It's like, why?
Dude.
That's why I was like, what are you even doing? And then they ended up making South of Midnight, which we'll talk about actually in a little bit, because there's a couple.
What was that Russian game that also gave BioShock vibes?
Oh, Atomic Heart?
Yeah,
Atomic Heart. See,
right.
there are, you got to be careful. That's a very good point.
Atomic Heart.
Shock lights.
Yeah.
All right. So Antos is coming, I believe, in 2026. And I will be keeping an eye out for that. That's, again, described as a sci-fi thriller coming to PlayStation 5. Next up was Resident Evil Requiem. I think the big thing here was the whole Leon reveal. I've kind of beaten into the ground at this point, especially with Brad, but I just don't understand why they even had to show him. I just think it would have been way more cool to. And again, it's one of those things that would be spoiled immediately when people started playing the game, but you just don't have to say anything about it. It's fun. A little, like, you don't need, maybe I'm wrong. Capcom knows their marketing beats better than I do, and like what things look like behind the scenes, but I feel like you really have to market a Resident Evil game this much. It's fucking Resident Evil. It comes out in 2 months. It's probably weeks at most away from going gold. Like, just shut up. You know, it reminds me a little bit of Young Drake in just that was obviously going to be spoiled very quickly for people, but it was cool that they just never said anything about it. In Uncharted 3 specifically. Little secrets. That's all. We don't have to linger on Resident Evil Requiem, though. Do we need to say anything else about it at this point? We're all excited about it. It comes out in February.
Good.
Yeah. One thing they did say that did concern me was that they were looking at the two protagonists as two separate types of.
Right.
They were like, oh, we go to this character for the survival horror, and we go to this character for the action. I'm like, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. That doesn't sound great to me.
I agree. It's funny you say that, because that was the first thing I'd heard or seen about this game where I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Like, everything else was like so cool up to this point. Yeah. And then I'm like, oh, all right. But I'll say this, Chris. I trust them until they show me otherwise. They haven't had a miss in a long time. So
that's very fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Long time. And some of the things that they were doing, I remember the controversy around Resident Evil 7 before it came out. When people were like, is this really going to work? And it was fucking dope. You know?
Right.
So I'll be easy. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they'll disappoint us. Next up was Order of the Sinking Star. This is the new game from Jonathan Blow, and his first game since The Witness. Although they did create a Braid, 10th or 15th anniversary edition that came out recently that I think he was complaining didn't sell very well. Nothing sells very well anymore, Jonathan. You know, there's too many games out there. This is being published by Arc Games, and Thekla is Jonathan Blow's longtime company. It's described, Order of the Sinking Star, as, quote, a massive narrative puzzle adventure featuring more than 1,000 handcrafted puzzles an unlikely cast of heroes, and hundreds of hours of gameplay designed to put your intellect to the test. So that's a pretty extreme set of claims. And I believe it, considering how long he's been working on this game, how big The Witness was, and how much money they made on it. So he had a lot of time to do this. It will launch in 2026, and it's coming to PC for sure. And they say that it will come to consoles, and they'll announce those consoles at a later date. I assume a lot of this has to do with the fact that maybe they can't even get a Switch 2 dev kit. This is a problem for a lot of developers. I'm a little surprised he's working with a publisher. That's pretty much my only takeaway on this. Otherwise, as I was saying on the stream, I am way too stupid for this game. I mean, this seems like even more complicated and a little bit more ethereal than The Witness was. And I could barely play The Witness. So, Chris, has Jonathan Blow's time come and gone, or will he have his third major hit in 3 tries with Order of the Sinking Star?
Hey man, there's always people looking out for a blow slop.
Blows.
You know? No, I mean, honestly, even in the time of Braid wasn't really my jam. Like, I was more into, like, you know, Super Meat Boy and Limbo around that time than Braid, and The Witness kind of came, and then I was like, I just really wasn't into the. I can't really speak to Jonathan Blow's history as far as like the games that he makes, because I haven't really played them extensively. So like, I don't know where this one's going to sit. I'm sure people are going to be excited about it. I'm sure it's going to do great. It is of the games that he's made, this one's the most interesting to me, just because like the sheer volume of puzzles in here. Like, I wonder what style they're going to be. Like, I couldn't really get I couldn't get a sense of what the puzzle was when I was watching the trailer in real time. Like, I wasn't sure like what the problem was to solve. I wasn't quite sure what the barriers were or what you could and couldn't do. So, I mean, I'm probably more likely to play this than pick up The Witness, but I don't really know yet. This is going to be one of those games where it's going to come out and then people are going to either talk about how great or how disappointing it is. And if it's great, I'll probably undoubtedly be like siren songed over to it just to check it out. But I don't know. It's not really on my radar. I'm concerned too about just how dumb I am as far as like whether or not I'll even be able to play it. Although I don't really know. Like, I've never played The Witness, so like I don't even know how hard that game is. I never played it. I never played it either because I knew I would not be able to get very far in it. It's like, what's the point? The last game I truly humbled and embarrassed myself with, and I'm even embarrassed to say this, was the original Portal. Where I was like, I don't know. After a while, I think I played it for like 45 minutes, and at that point, and then I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, so
like, oh my god, oh my god. I remember playing it actually at the office, and I was like, I don't know what you want me to do here. I'm just gonna go play a shooter or something.
Did you never finish Portal?
No, I mean, I've seen the ending, but I've never beat it myself.
Yeah, that's fair. But oh my god, I love it
because everyone loved that song and shit like that. So I obviously, back at that time, almost 20 years ago now.
The contempt. Everybody loved that song.
We're still alive, dude. Legendary song.
Dustin, Order of the Sinking Star. I just wanted to throw out here 2 things for you. You can talk about whatever you'd like. I think there's 2 big mitigating factors with this. One is Jonathan Blow. He's not very well liked. And I like him.
Yeah.
He's been on my show, but it's a very different era he's launching this into than the way people looked at him during Braid and especially during The Witness. Remember, The Witness was the first PS4 game we saw at the reveal event for the console. And he was on stage. It's a very different world now. So I wonder like how much glowing coverage he's going to get and how much that might help or hurt. And the whole media landscape is different too. The other thing is, and I don't know if you saw this, is that the game apparently, the puzzles in the game are apparently a shit ton of different games that different people have made. So it's like it's like, I don't want to say it's like dreams or something. It's a compendium of people's work, which I think is pretty interesting. And so it behooves them in some way to leverage that to help mitigate any of the harm that might come, not because he did anything wrong, but because of the way people perceive him in the industry.
Yeah. I wonder if he's like us, where he maybe was considered by industry people a bad guy, but now there are much worse guys out there, so the spotlight is
remember,
off.
he was considered a bad guy because I've never talked to him about this personally on the show or anything like that when we've had him on, but he's a conservative. I mean, it's fairly obvious. And so I think that rubs people the wrong way.
Right. For my perspective, I loved Braid. And The Witness, I also really, really liked. I have a couple gripes with it. Ironically, the gripes about The Witness are also something that concerns me in this game, is that The Witness, for anyone who played it, maybe you remember, there's sections of puzzles that you have to like unfold a bridge. And it's like, oh, do these 10 or 15 puzzles in a row to just slightly progress. And it can be really fucking annoying where it's like, oh, I got to do 15 puzzles in a row, like homework, and then do the next 15 puzzles to get to the next bridge. So some parts of The Witness, from a pacing perspective, I didn't really like, but it was a really unique, interesting game. Almost out of the platinum for it. Other than the final trophy was too hard for me. So this game, I'm looking at an IGN article where it says, below says the game has 1,000 individualized puzzles. I think we mentioned that. And it can take up to 250 hours to complete at a normal pace and upwards of 500 hours for a completionist.
Yeah, I don't know.
And okay, I mean, show me what you got.
I mean, that's a cool value proposition. I think that value proposition hits a lot differently in this era. But yeah, I think a lot of it's going to be based. I feel like this game is going to find its way and be just fine. But I don't. I'm just very like Braid. The industry that embraced Braid doesn't exist anymore. So that's that. The Witness is a pretty big hit considering what it was. I just wonder how many people really. There's just so many options. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'll play anything he makes, just because of the two previous games are so good.
I'll say this. I don't think anybody's going to give a shit about who Jonathan Blow is or like why people don't like. I don't even think that's like a thing for the overwhelming majority of people who are going to be playing this game. So,
and I want to be clear. I just think he's looked at by a lot of people in the industry as like MAGA, and sure. I don't care about that one way or the other, but a lot of people do, and I don't know if that's fair or not either. But that's just kind of the perception.
I don't know. It's kind of like Erika Ishii or whatever. It's like, well, didn't seem to matter.
Yeah. Sure.
People only care if something's good, really, ultimately.
Well, we'll see what happens. Wishing him the best. I'd love to have him back on the show. I said on the stream, I invited him back to the show earlier this year. I think I don't want to talk about like what we corresponded about, but I understand. I can say this much is that like he'd indicated that it's frustrating for him to come on these shows because it's always something spun out of context,
right?
And I'm like, I get it. So that I totally understand that. It's, in other words, it's never about like the what he's there to talk about. It's like some fucking flippant thing that was said, and I totally relate. So the next two games I think we can go through fairly quickly. They showed Exodus again. This is a huge game for me. I am so stoked about this game. I think they were talking about Exodus is coming out next year for a while, but now I think they're aiming for early 2027. I think that's probably the biggest change. It's a Mass Effect style space game. It's coming to PlayStation 5, and it looks fantastic. We've seen a bit of this game already. I really don't need to see much more about it. Matthew McConaughey doing a voice in it. It's hysterical. And wasn't he at the Game Awards when it was announced? Is that?
He might have been.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
Also, I have a hot take about Exodus.
Yeah, good.
Okay, and I got to make sure I explain it properly. I think this game looks good. The gameplay looked cool. Something about these cutscenes looked like Mind's Eye.
Oh, yeah.
I know what you're
Something
saying.
about this game gave me a little bit of pre-release Mind's Eye vibe to it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I think it looks bad or it's going to be a failure or whatever. Let me know if you agree. There's just something about it that has a little bit of that flavor.
I totally know what you're saying.
Okay, good.
I totally see it. Because like there were parts where it was like, I'm into this, but then some of it was like, and look, it's pre-release, so like who the fuck knows? But like there were parts where it was like, there's a little voice in the back of my head being like, this is Mass Effect at home. And I'm like, I'm sure it'll be better. I'm sure like there's gonna be a lot to love about it. But like there's something, and I'm particular about this, man. There's something about video game cutscenes or character cutscenes where I'm like, that looks like Unreal Engine. Or like there's something in the motion capture or the facial capture where I'm like, it looks more uncanny than it might otherwise be. And I think it was easier to look past in the 360 generation where things were kind of always jank and not quite on that level to even be discernible as like real. But now that we have this kind of like half step middle step, it's just like, I don't know, man. It bothers me. This is a very particular thing to me. Like, I'm sure the game will be great, and a lot of the gameplay sequences looked fucking awesome, and I'm into the idea. But man, it's that Unreal Engine face. It's gonna bother the shit out of me.
I'm excited about Exodus. Yeah, but I totally get it. They've talked about this game for a few years now and shown it, and at least with cutscenes and cinematics. Yeah. We just don't know. I mean, Wizards of the Coast is the publisher, so there's going to be a bit of money behind it. Archetype's a new studio, so we really don't know what it's all about. The next game I don't have anything to say about, but people will care about is Warlock, an original dark fantasy game set in the world of Dungeons and Dragons. I think it's called literally Warlock : Dungeons and Dragons. An original, quote, third-person single-player action adventure game. Warlock is set in a dark fantasy open world inspired by Dungeons and Dragons. Developed by Invoke Studios, the game places players in the role of Katri, a veteran warrior who makes a pact to wield otherworldly magic against dark powers. The role of Katri features full performance capture by the award-winning Trisha Helfer from Battlestar Galactica, of course. And it was great to see her, by the way. And I think someone was saying on maybe it was you, it's like she looks phenomenal.
That was me. Yeah, I was like, I can't, but like, it's unreal. I think she's 51 or something.
Yeah, it's like it's incredible. Like, I obviously love Battlestar, as everyone knows, and she plays number 6 on Battlestar, and she looks pretty much the exact same. It's crazy.
Yeah,
she's awesome. Crazy. So does anyone give it? I don't care about this game, but
no, I don't. Yeah,
it exists.
Sorry, Trisha,
but it was nice to see you. The next game we definitely care about, though, and the title of this had actually leaked via a trademark filing that someone had dug up in the last few weeks. So we kind of felt like this was coming, although we knew a sequel to Control was coming. It's called Control Resonant, and it's launching in 2026. Now, Chris, this was a big one for you and me. Dustin, I don't know if you're as much of a stan of the original as we were of the original Control, but I loved Control, and I know Chris did too. And this is a very different sort of game from Remedy. Control Remedy is going to be self-published. It's co-financed by Annapurna, which is interesting, according to the press release. It will come to PlayStation 5, no PS4 version, obviously, for 2026. It says the following in the press release, quote, "After years of confinement at the hands of the Federal Bureau of Control, Dylan Faden's former captors are deploying him at the peak of a supernatural crisis. Charged with combating a mysterious cosmic entity as it alters fundamental aspects of our reality, Dylan must harness his newfound powers to take the fight to the myriad threats overwhelming Manhattan. On the path to unlocking the full potential of his supernatural abilities, Dylan will also seek out his sister, FBC director Jesse Faden, as he struggles to comprehend and contain the dangers that have spilled beyond the confines of the oldest house to tear the world apart." And you and I had both said we love that shot of the old house, the building's entrance when it's like shattered through. And it's like, oh, damn, this is awesome. Yeah. It's almost like goosebump worthy to me. I'm like so excited about it. And I'm so excited to play. I played Control and Platinumed it on PS4. I've never played the PS5 version. So again, I'll pull the Colin Moriarty and play that right before this game comes out in 2026. But man, I am amped. And as you were saying, Chris, when we were streaming, it's like this story where you're playing as the other sibling, and it feels totally different. It's now like a melee action game as opposed to more of a third person shooter. So pretty cool. What do you think?
Yeah, dude, I'm pumped. I'm excited all over this. This looks like everything a sequel should be, where it's continuing the weird vibes and the weird aesthetic and the world, but like breaking it out of the building, streets of Manhattan. Weird, dude. I'm really excited about it. I'm excited about the fact that it doesn't look like anything that I had thought it would look like. That's what's most exciting about it to me. It's just like, oh, I didn't think they would do a melee action game. I didn't think they would use Dylan as the protagonist. I didn't think they would break out of the oldest house and go to the streets of Manhattan. All of it's just like not something that I would have predicted, although I guess in retrospect it would have been the obvious, or in some ways just a really good idea to do it. But yeah, dude, it looks sick. I'm all over most of the things that Remedy makes. Like the only real not bump in the road with them is Firebreak, which I did play and was good, to be fair to them. But it just like there was no appetite for that.
Yeah, it's so, like what's the point? I just don't. What's the purpose?
Yeah, just very odd. Again, actually a pretty good game, but like it doesn't like no one's hungry for that. And so as far as I'm concerned, Remedy just kind of continually makes just really good shit and just really interesting games, and the shift from one game to the next being so different is just, it's refreshing and interesting and cool. And what is it? I think I said on the stream where it's just like, taking this approach where you're kind of like going after the protagonist of the first game. It's like, it's very prototype, like all great artists steal from the greats, so
indeed.
I'm glad that Sam Lake took a note from
that Vital series that comes up so often for some reason.
The iconic
so
prototype. Often. Brackets prototype, by the way.
Yeah, right.
It's got brackets.
I always loved how Prototype and Infamous, which were looked at as like kind of competitors at the time, both had like this annoying, like PR driven. Like I got a letter from Sony once being like, it's Infamous, lowercase I, lowercase N, capital FAMU. I'm like, we're not writing like that. And,
you got a letter? That's crazy.
Oh yeah, like they sent me a letter once because I kept calling the Sony, like the PS. Was it the PS3? It might have been the PS4 camera. I kept calling it like the PlayStation Eye, and they're like, it is not the PlayStation Eye. It is the PlayStation 4 camera. And I'm like, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Like, I think people will figure it out.
Get out of here.
Dustin, anything for you with Control Resonant?
Yeah, I think it looks awesome. I like the first Control a lot. I think the main issues I had with it was so much of the lore being behind just too many fucking documents. Just too many documents in this game. I like a document or two,
Yeah.
Too many.
How I knew it was Control was that there were so many documents.
You were drowning there. That's all. No, it's starting.
It wasn't even like the floating guy, because that could have really been anything. It was all the papers. I was like, ooh, it's Control.
I wonder if that was intentional in some way, because that is like something everyone says about the game. And I remember when I was even preparing for our spoiler cast back in California, I sat down to read everything, and I'm like, after a while, I'm like, I can't do this. Like this is so much. There is so much shit in here.
That's a famous spoiler cast for us, because like I'm convinced like both of us we were like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I remember this thing. I'm like, I don't really think I even understand this completely, but we'll do the best we can. And that was before I played Alan Wake, and I still have to get back, which I ended up loving, and I still have to get back to Alan Wake too, because I stopped playing it because it was all, I think it was all fucked up on PS5 Pro or something, wasn't it? Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think it looks awesome. I'm definitely in. I loved Alan Wake 2, and I'll play. This is like other cases we've mentioned, like with Jonathan Blow. I'll play anything that Remedy makes. Well, I guess other than
FBC Firebreak. You should have. They really could have used you.
They could have used me on that one. I'm good. But in this case, I will absolutely play it.
It's funny because they walk and talk like a studio that's a lot bigger than they are. We were saying this about Alan Wake 2, like that it took them a long time to even break even on Alan Wake 2. And it's like, that's just so crazy. Like, what are people fucking blind and dumb?
Well,
like, what is going on out there?
It's also not on Steam. That's kind of the thing, right? Like Alan Wake 2 is not on Steam, which is crazy. It's just like no one's gonna go to Epic Games. Like the dedicated people will, but like Alan Wake 2 is fucking great. So like, I hope they continue.
I was shocked by how good Alan Wake 1 was when I played it when it came to PS4, and I was like, this game's fucking awesome, dude. Like this is a really awesome game. Loved it.
You feel about that game the way I feel about BioShock Infinite, where like a lot of people, like even people who like that game, were like, ah man, the skyhook kind of sucks, or like the skyhook combat is whatever, and I'm like, I love the fucking I don't care, I love it. It's like the same thing with the flashlight now. Like everybody's like, it's whatever. You just flash a guy and like shoot him. It's like, yeah, it's dope.
You do it with Energizer batteries, and you use it with your singular telephone or whatever the fuck weird ads they had in the original one, which
Verizon.
Was Verizon. That's what it was. Singular hasn't existed in like 25 years probably.
Boost Mobile.
So yeah, all right. So Control Resonant 2026. I mean, that's a day. And this is why I wanted to wait. And we haven't recorded our holiday episodes yet, but like the episode of like games we're most excited about, we just have like a whole slew of them to add to the list here, and that's certainly near the top of the list for me. So all right. Dustin, I was thinking about you with this next one, and I'm surprised we didn't talk more about it. We were distracted with a million different things on the stream, but Gang of Dragon, this comes from Nagoshi Studio. Toshihiro Nagoshi, of course, was one of the original minds behind Yakuza and famously split off from Sega and Ryo Gotoku Studio to do this. They showed off the game. It looks like Asian crime drama, but
yeah. Can I gently call you out, Colin?
Sure, of course.
There's a pause there.
I was like, well, what did I do? I was like, what did I do?
You said you thought of me.
Yeah.
And I think a few times with Yakuza, you're like, oh, this is for you, Dustin. I've never completed a Yakuza game.
Yeah, I just think about you with Asian stuff.
You think about me with Japan. Okay.
Right.
And my Japanese language skills.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, maybe I'm actually like, it's as if you're an actual Japanese person, and I am
Japan.
stereotyping you.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But go ahead.
Yeah, this trailer was cool. The funniest thing about it to me, and Chris, you pointed this out on the stream, is just that it looks like Yakuza, and it even has dragon in the title.
Yeah, which is very funny.
So it's a bit on the nose. It's hard for me to get too excited just because, as I was saying a minute ago, I've never completed a Yakuza game. So why would I dip my toes in this when I already have the wealth of Yakuza games before me? So I thought it was cool. Dude, it shows Shinjuku on the trailer. I got a picture of me right in front of that sign that is in this key art from the press release shown here. So looks cool. Cool to play as a big boy too. We need more big boy leads. And this guy looks like he can throw a fucking punch. So neat.
Now I'm a little confused because is it Korea in this game? Because the actor is Korean, but some of the you know how Korean has a very, very distinct circles and like curves that the other Asian texts don't have, so you can really figure out if it's Korean. I don't know that I saw any of that, but because in the press release it says protagonist Shin Ji-song, which is a Korean name, is a high-ranking member of a Korean crime syndicate and is portrayed by celebrated Korean actor Ma Dong-seok. So
so
it'll be
interesting. I mean,
so I assume, but it could be a Korean gang in China or a Korean gang in Japan. Very similar to a mafia kind of thing, like early mafia thing in the United States.
Right. I mean, I'm wondering, maybe this is not a good representative of Japan here. I mean, that's the sign, the Shinjuku sign. Are there other signs like that in the world? I mean, it looks.
Hold on a second.
Japanese.
I think I figured it out. It's Japan, because it says, this is from Negoshi himself. It says, I'm both relieved and deeply focused as we finally reach the day to unveil Gang of Dragon. This project depicts with unwavering honesty the lives of outlaws who inhabit the real streets of Kabukicho. Kabukicho, according to Wikipedia, is an entertainment district in Shinjuku, Tokyo.
Yeah, I stayed there. It's supposed to be like the scummy part of Tokyo, but when you're there, you're like, wow, this is so much nicer than any city that I've been to in the United States. So
now people will say, and I was even seeing some comments like, so he's just making a Yakuza game. And I'm like, I'm not sure he ever wanted to stop. I'm pretty sure what ended up happening was Sega was far up his asshole. And they wanted to be like, all right, so we're going to have like the remakes and the spinoffs and the mainline games. And I think he just like didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's like what happened. So like, this is like, if I'm a real Yakuza fan, which I'm not, I would be very interested to see this game, because this is kind of the vision of like what it was going to be, I assume, or like a way it could have gone. Because I do think Like a Dragon is huge and Yakuza is bigger than ever, but it is a lot. And I think Sega is learning slowly. We talked about this with the quote unquote soft sales that they feel like they received with what the fuck was the game they released? Atlas released last year. Why can't I think of the name of it? The Atlas Japanese JRPG. Metaphor, right. That's why I don't know why I couldn't think of it. The thing with Metaphor, they were saying like people expect us to re-release it and do this. And I feel like Yakuza is kind of getting into that zone now where it's like not necessarily remakes of everything, because they're remaking the game slowly over time, but it's just a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it's going to always pay dividends to release that many games. So it's cool to get something a little bit different here from them. Yeah. And I'm pulling for them. I might even, it's kind of fun because I can kind of get into the ground floor.
True.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say, where it's just,
yeah.
That's what I was going to say, where it's like, yeah, this is kind of great news, because like now you don't have to be like a poser or whatever. It's like,
right.
oh, I'm going to jump into 5 or whatever. It's like, you got a new kind of fresh, you get the benefit of all the knowledge that they've accumulated through building that other series. Now you get to kind of go in on the ground floor of something else that doesn't really tie into the other thing at all. So like, I'm actually kind of keen on this. I'm looking forward to whatever the hell this is going to be.
Me too.
My big issue with Yakuza is just how much of it I really liked. Like a Dragon. When I played it, I put a good like 20 something hours into it, and then I just hit like a wall of grind. I was just like, all right. But I like the world a lot, and I like the tone, and I wonder if it's going to continue or if it's going to be something different. I'm into it.
I wanted to just, so I promised you guys I had 2 non-game things to talk about. The first one is a Street Fighter film.
Mm-hmm.
That had the whole cast on stage. That Mortal Kombat quote was that not like practiced and rehearsed?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
No.
Yeah, because I think there's like some controversy around that today, but whatever. I think it looks cool. I was saying this is what it has to be. You can't do a serious, non-campy, grounded Street Fighter. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. It's fucking crazy. It is crazy. So I feel like the visuals of it, from what we saw, I'm like, this is kind of right, actually. And I'm not a huge contemporary Street Fighter fan, but I am a major Street Fighter fan of the 90s for sure. Like, grew up on and was weaned on fucking Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter Alpha and all this shit. So I know it. And I felt like it was pretty true to form. Loved seeing Vega, and I love Dan. I remember explaining to you guys Dan's whole thing, like how he's like he's like the comic, like he's a poser version of Ryu and Ken. And if you use him and he's in Street Fighter Alpha, and if you use him, like all of his attacks are like wrong. So he shoots a Hadouken, but it only comes out right in front of him and then disappears. Or he does like a hurricane kick, but he only does one kick instead of it being like this, because like he doesn't know how to do it. It's super cool. So it's cool to see all these different characters in it. I don't know if you guys have the love of Street Fighter, old Street Fighter, that I do, but I just wanted to say that I feel like, I don't know if it's going to be good or bad, but I feel like it's what it's supposed to be visually. And I'm going to look forward to see more about that.
Yeah.
That might be a big cultural piece, Street Fighter. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Street Fighter bombed at the box office. I wouldn't be surprised if Street Fighter made $350 million. It's just one of those things where, like, I don't know. It can go one way or the other. Yeah. Not that I'm a film expert or anything.
Yeah. I don't know anything about Street Fighter. Trailer didn't really do anything for me either. I couldn't tell. I think you're right, Colin. It does need to be silly and over the top, but I just don't have any context, so it just looked kind of silly to me. I mean, I know the Street Fighter characters like Blanca, stuff like that, but yeah, Mortal Kombat did pretty well, the first one at least, so I could see there definitely be an appetite for this.
Yeah,
I appreciated the car. I appreciated them beating the car up at the end, but that was kind of kind of it. I don't know.
Yeah, that was.
I haven't. It's not moved the needle for me really at all.
It's funny, they don't have. No, yeah, I'm looking here like Sagat or Sagat. I mean, I grew up calling him Sagat, but
easy.
Yeah, gotta be careful. He's not in here. They do have Honda and Dalsim and like the more ethnic, but also interesting body types.
Right.
Like Honda's obviously a sumo wrestler, and all the rest. Zangief's fucking huge, and it's pretty cool. I love some of the characters. Like Cody Rhodes' Guile doesn't really work for me, but I do love the character of Guile, and so it's just cool to see him kind of represented with his big ass hair and combing his hair and shit like that, and all the rest.
50 Cent looks psychotic.
Yes, he does.
With that hairline. That hairline is insane.
Warlock. Yeah. And then they brought it. It's cool. So there's the core 8 characters, right? And then there's the 4 bosses, and that was like and then there was Super Street Fighter where they brought in like Cammy and DJ and all that kind of stuff. It's cool that they've selected a few of those different characters. Julie, I think, is in it, and a few others.
Yeah.
So just wanted to throw that out there. Back to games though. Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight has a date, May 29th, 2026. It will be $70, by the way. And it looks great. I love Lego games. I just haven't really gotten into them too much recently. And the Lego Star Wars game, as I think I said somewhere else in the show, probably just didn't do it for me. But the Lego Batman games are good. I played, the last I played the Lego Batman games were the Vita ports, actually, of those. And they were really fun. So are you guys interested in these? Or in this?
Yeah, for sure. This looks, first of all, it looks like a distinct Lego game in comparison to a lot of the other, because the old Lego games seem like they're very or the other Lego games, I should say, just seem like they're following the archetype of a Lego game, but they kind of have the skins and the accoutrements of like whatever franchise they're doing. This seems more like them trying to make a Batman game with the skin of Lego. Like it seems more like an Arkham Light kind of experience, which I'm totally down for. And the way that they're meshing all of these different eras of Batman into the same story, I think is really entertaining and cool. And this is kind of the best way to do it in a way that's not super serious, where you're not questioning like why like why are Batman 1989 and the Dark Knight interacting in this weird way universally or narratively. I think they can get away with that in a Lego game that in a way that they couldn't really get away with in another way. So like I think there's a cool opportunity here. I'm gonna be paying attention to this for sure.
Dustin, will you be collecting gold bricks?
Potentially. It depends on how much they lean into the, as Chris was saying, like it being a Arkham style game. And so far it does look like that. And I love the celebration of all the different suits, but listen, they better take out the gay pride Batman suit or else I'm not playing it.
Oh my God. I remember us talking about that, like how they baited them. They got him. Yeah, oh my God. Stuff. I forgot about that. What a great, oh my God. What an amazing disable of your enemy's great attack is to be like, not only is that not gay pride Batman, but it's actually like this specific Batman suit from a comic book you don't know because you're a fucking tourist. Thanks for playing. And it's like, oh my God, got him.
Good stuff.
Got him.
Good stuff.
All right. Next up are two Tomb Raider games. Tomb Raider Catalyst and Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. So Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis is actually going to come out first. And Legacy of Atlantis is a remake. They're calling it a revisitation. They say revisit in the press release of Lara's original game from 1996. So a 30th anniversary sort of release of that. And I think, Chris, you might have sniffed that out when we were watching it because she's fighting dinosaurs and doing all sorts of weird shit that doesn't really happen as the Tomb Raider games get a little more grounded later on. The game, I'm excited about this. Now, this is a major reason why I'm excited about this, and I did not realize this when it was announced. Flying Wild Hog is making this game. Fuck yeah. Dude, Evil West was so good. Loved that game. Loved it. Vampire shooter? Come on, man. Come on. So I was excited to see Flying Wild Hog involved, and I don't know how I missed that. Our friends over in Poland. And I'm so hoping that they are going to do another Evil. I know everyone loves Shadow Warrior. Like that's the series that people love from Flying Wild Hog, but I really hope they get another a chance to do another Evil West game. Curious how it did.
Yeah.
So there's that. And then there is Tomb Raider Catalyst, which comes out the next year, 2027. This is a new game. It, quote, takes Lara to northern India in the aftermath of a mythical cataclysm that has awakened ancient forces. Built in Unreal 5, Catalyst becomes the series' most expansive entry yet, exploring themes of trust, power, and consequence. It'll of course come to PlayStation 5. Alex Wilton Reagan will be the voice of Lara Croft. And you can begin, I think, pre-orders for the, let's see, also unveiled. It's really, oh no, this is different. This is a different game. So no pre-orders yet, but I think you might be able to wishlist them on PSN. And these are both being published, of course, by the Embracer Group. So this is one of the IP they've owned where it's like, you got to get this thing out if you want to survive. And because obviously they acquired it from Square Enix. So where are we on this? Take either of them, Chris. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis in 26 and Tomb Raider Catalyst in 2027, potentially with Tom V, if we're lucky.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm like, I wonder like if that scene is even remotely the same. And like, if I hear Tom V wait, I'm going to lose my mind. That's going to be a big moment for me. But no, man, I'm excited. Like I like Tomb Raider a lot. Like those early games are like a pretty like a very early memory for me. They're kind of hard to go back to. They're very archaic and they're very of their time. And that much was even true in the Aspire kind of re-skinned pack that they did, where like this is good and it's certainly more playable, but it's still got that age and that jank in it. So to see like kind of like a more proper revisitation with some new scenes and some looking like some more modern gameplay flourishes, like I'm all over that, dude. Like when I saw her do she grabbed onto a ledge and then she lifts herself up and does the two-legged kind of like I don't even know what you would call that really, but like that animation specifically, I was like, yes.
Yeah, and the camera kind of like flips up with her, which is cool. It's it's really nicely done.
It's good stuff. So like I like Tomb Raider. I'm kind of like a background Tomb Raider fan. Like I dug those, even the trilogy of the modern Crystal Dynamics ones of Shadow, Rise, and the original Tomb Raider. I think they had a chance to make those games really, really great, and they didn't. But they're very, very good games, and I really like them. So yeah, I'm just happy to see it back and given some proper shine. You know, like I think it looks fucking cool, and like you said, Flying Wild Hog being behind the new one it's a good fit. I think actually that makes a lot of sense. They got that old school kind of sensibility that I think could make something like that work. So looking forward to it.
Dustin, is she hot enough for you?
Oh, I was going to lead with Lara Croft. She's always been hot. You know?
100% agree. I was going to say this is that, especially with the recent trilogy where people are like, she's not hot enough. I'm like, I'm going to be unequivocal about this. You have to be the gayest person in the world to not think that Lara Croft is hot. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I want to be clear about that.
No, but there wasn't enough boobies, Colin.
But it's like, are you that porn broken?
Yeah.
Now, I was actually surprised by how hot they made Lara in this.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. And I think it's cool that I like that they made their grounded trilogy, and it was maybe a little less she wasn't less hot. It's just she wasn't wearing tight shorts and a tank top the whole time, right? And just like I'm looking at the PlayStation blog post, and you can see down at the bottom, it's like, oh, if you sign into some stupid Amazon thing, you can get the Mediterranean wetsuit outfit. I'm like, they know what they're doing. It's back. Yeah. And so I think that's cool that they can kind of return to a more traditional feel in a modern era. It feels what's old is new again with this. And I think that's cool. And I think that both of these games look really awesome. So my only experience with Tomb Raider is with the rebooted Tomb Raider. And so I'm excited to see something that's a little more classic.
Dude, they're crazy. The shit that you do in those games is ridiculous.
They're awesome. Fun. I was self-conscious of being into Tomb Raider when I wasn't into it, but I rented Tomb Raider 1 and 2, and then I actually got Tomb Raider 3 for Christmas in 1997, I want to say it would have been.
That sounds right.
And I was a little self-conscious of it because I think my dad thought I was into it because Lara Croft was like, a buxom, right. It was very much on the cover and all of that. And she was even in the pixelated kind of way that they were showing it. And I really wanted to be like, because it's funny, like when Tomb Raider came out, I have to admit, like I was like 11, 12 or whatever. I wasn't really even into girls. I was like I grew up late, man. I was like, no, I just want to play this new game that everyone's talking about. And I just think my dad was like, you're just a fucking gooner.
Hey, in this case, Lara Croft, she is a very titular character.
Mm-hmm.
She is the titular character.
Yeah, that's right.
It's actually accurate when I say it this time.
That's right.
In more ways than one.
She really is so cool, man. Like it really is like it's kind of like I know what they were doing with that trilogy, and I thought that they were building up to a place that would have been interesting, and then they just kind of they got gun shy at the end, where I think that really could have been something special and really cool. But like her character in those original games are she's so sick. It's so I'm excited to see that with like modern cutscenes and like modern. Just I hope they treat it well.
Yeah,
that game deserves some level of like shine that I don't think it's really gotten.
I agree. Yeah. I remember being so put off actually, and this was like during peak games media cabal control, when the original Tomb Raider, late PS3, early PS4 era, when that was kind of percolating, like when they rebooted it. And I remember people being so disturbed by the death scenes.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, and I remember being like, I don't think this is going to work. Like when you're trying, like, I think it's cool, but like these people are too fucking soft and too weird and too political and whatever. And they're not going to be into like this like tortured butterfly of a Lara Croft. And I think they kind of reworked it over time because of that. And I think it's about
her deaths are jarring in that trilogy, man.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Like they really like it's cool and it's really hardcore, but like that's some like I even think it puts like some of the violence in like The Last of Us to shame. Like earnestly.
She gets stabbed through the head with like, like falls into a pit and like
it's
gruesome.
It's upsetting, but good stuff.
All right, Lara Croft, we look forward to your return for Legacy of Atlantis in 26, and then which is the remake of the original, and then Catalyst, a new adventure in 2027. Next up, they showed Saros. This is notable because this game has been delayed a little bit. It was supposed to come out March 20, and now it's coming out April 30th. So that's a 5-week delay, but they kind of did it without acknowledging that. And I don't even think I realized it until, because I was like, but actually, wasn't I saying during the stream, I'm like, didn't it already have a date?
Yeah.
And it did. So they're buying themselves 5 more weeks. I do think that's fine. It gives them time to go gold a little later. And otherwise, they showed a lot more of the game. Housemarque, of course, a first-party PlayStation studio we all know and love. Saros, of course, is kind of the spiritual successor to 2021's Returnal, which we also all loved. I don't need to see another thing out of this game, so that I said during the stream that's the last time I'm going to look at the game. And I don't even think I really wanted to see that much, but I am very excited about it. I think though I put it this way on the stream, and I must say it was a good way of putting it, which is it's going to be exciting to see Housemarque do a Returnal with all of the small lessons, but notable and important lessons they needed to learn on that game from the audience, specifically about continuity, upgrades, that kind of thing, permanence. If that's the shit that was missing, I think, and I ultimately got there in Returnal. I understood what they were doing. I think it was cool. I think it could have been a lot more. I think this game is going to be the representation of that. And so I'm very, very excited about this. Is there anything you guys want to say about Saros?
Looks just as good as last time I saw it. Still excited. Yeah. And Colin, you're going to get got on this PlayStation blog 48-hour early head start with the deluxe edition.
Oh my God, of course. What is it, $80? Does it say? Probably not.
I don't know if it
Whatever
says
it is, I'll buy
here.
it. Housemarque, you can have my money. It's fine. It's never been any different.
Yeah.
Beautiful game, right, Chris? I mean,
yeah, I don't have much else to say. Like, I think it looks great. I appreciate the Returnal was really one of those games where I was like, I really do appreciate the gaminess of this. Like how video gamey it is in comparison to a lot of other Sony first party stuff. So like, I'm all over this. It looks like they're doubling down on what works. And maybe sanding down some of the rough edges of some of the stuff that didn't work too well in Returnal. So like, I'm all over this. I don't need to see more of it again. I'm good.
Next up is one of my favorite games that I saw at the show, although I don't know how everyone feels about it. Kind of came and went during the show. We never really got a chance to linger on it. The game of No Law is coming. Doesn't have a date yet. It's from Neon Giant, which is a Swedish studio. This is their second game. Neon Giant made the 2021 Xbox console exclusive at the time, later came to PlayStation, called The Ascent. I have never played that game, but that was their only other game, and I thought it was fairly well received, right? Like high 70s maybe on Metacritic.
I think so. I think people liked it.
Let's see. Yeah, 70s, 68 on Xbox actually, which is interesting. But I think this game looks cool. It looks a little cyberpunk-like the idea. It is an open world AAA FPS RPG. Fuck yeah. Nothing to not like about that. And it's described like this in the press release, quote, "In No Law, players step into the boots of Gray Harker." We got to do something about these names. An ex-military veteran who left his war-torn past behind for a quiet life, tending his plants until trouble finds him again. When his peace is violently shattered, Harker must rely on his Black Ops instincts and custom hardware to take back what was stolen and confront the city that wronged him. Set against the backdrop of Port Desire, a sprawling port carved into the cliffs of a restless sea, No Law invites players into a world built on neon sleaze instead of regulation. The city is a hub of import and excess, overflowing with colorful characters whose motives are as murky as the smog-filled skyline. From the rooftop gardens to the alleys below, every inch of Port Desire is alive, reactive, and waiting to be shaped by the player's choices. Every decision carries weight. Help a friend in need or silence an enemy permanently. Take the tactical route through the shadows or unleash chaos in open combat. Even in a city of no laws, actions still have consequences. Each playthrough reveals new possibilities, allies, and outcomes, making No Law an immersive shooter defined as much by its story and morality as its firepower. It is, Chris, I'm sorry to say, on Unreal 5. Are you guys as interested in this game as I am, or are you a little more skeptical?
The only negative that I really have about this trailer is it just looks too much like Cyberpunk. Like it looks like Cyberpunk at home in some ways. Not in a bad, like it's bad quality, but like certain shots in this where I'm looking like the nightclub shot at one point, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is. And then you have like your raider type characters that almost look Mad Maxy. It's like, and there's also, dude, there's like a cyber. What's the part in Cyberpunk when you're like doing the hacking with like the mind something?
Oh,
yeah,
right. I totally forgot about that.
Brain dance.
There's like
Brain
a shot
dance,
that looks
right.
like brain dance, and I'm like, okay, there's a lot of similarities here. It still may be an amazing game, but I would have liked a little differentiation. Did I say that right?
Differentiation.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look a lot like Cyberpunk. What I'm trying to figure out, because they're describing it like Cyberpunk, right? Like a FPS RPG, but they're also talking about replayability. And so I'm wondering, like, is this a game that's 20 hours long? In which case it's just immediately differentiated from the depth and breadth of a game like Cyberpunk, and it's trying to do something different, even though the aesthetics are similar. So I'd be very interested to see that. Almost like something like RoboCop. Like that game was kind of an FPS RPG. It was kind of open world. I mean, not really. Anyway, Chris, what do you think about No Law? You know what I love about this? I love the name. Love the name of it.
Yeah, it's not a bad name.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe this is not right, but like the vibes I'm getting from this, for whatever reason, I'm reminded of like Rage 2 in some parts of this.
Okay, yeah.
Like, there's
like
some
that
parts of
spray
this where-
paint, anarchy.
Yeah, not even necessarily, just in the way that it looks like it plays. Like, I don't know. Like, there's like the kick, right? Like that the kick button seems like very old school, which I don't think that was in Rage, but like Rage kind of harkens back to that kind of stuff. I think it looks okay. Like, I would be willing to give it a shot. This kind of a game heavily depends on like what I hear about it as far as like the depth of it. You know what I mean? Like, if this is like what you suggested, where it's like this is like a kind of like a 20-hour game, I'll definitely play it. But if this is if this is competing with like, you know, 100-hour experiences or something, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I got room in my heart for that.
Right. Understood.
But everything looks good. There are parts of it that look almost like too good. Like, there's like a scene where he's like, there's at like 1 minute in where he's like screwing a silencer onto his pistol, and I'm like, that looks really fucking good, but like, is it? Like, what are they doing to me?
What are you doing?
How real is this?
The press release, by the way, uses a tagline, which I like the name No Law a lot, but I was like, this would even be a better name, which is Reap What You Sow. That's an interesting name for a choice-based action or shooter RPG.
Yeah,
you kind of had it there, guys.
It looks phenomenal though. Like, visually, I think like the visual fidelity, I think, looks great.
Great.
There's a scene where he's running down the stairs in the rain, and I'm like, that looks fucking kind of real. But
I'm all over this game. It's currently in development, so no date. I wouldn't expect it next year. The second of the two non-game things I thought I'd bring up is just the Devil May Cry 2 announcement on Netflix. That's not super relevant to me, but I know a lot of people really liked that show, and that happened during an Evanescence performance. So I just wanted to say, "Wake me up," and that was basically it. She also looks the same after 20-something years.
Oh, Amy Lee. Yeah.
Amy Lee, yeah. All right. Next game up, we have, 6 more games to talk about. Ace Combat 8, Wings of Thieves, was revealed by Bandai Namco. And Ace Combat's huge. This is the first Ace Combat game since the mid to late PS4 era. What did we figure out? 2019, I think the last one was. And so I know people are really looking forward to this. So the thing about I played an Ace Combat game on PS3, and I played them like, I think they were in the arcades, right? Was it Ace Combat in the arcade? I want to make sure I have that right.
I have no idea. Yeah,
Ace Combat.
There was
maybe not. It was one of those fighter jet games where you'd get in like the little. It wasn't little. It was a big cockpit, and you paid a lot of money for it. Anyway, I don't have a lot of experience with these games, and what I was going to say was what I realized when I tried to play Ace Combat, and I did. I think I beat it. Whatever one it was this is pretty hard. You know, like, it's a pretty hardcore game for me. It looks cool. It looks fun. And it seems like this one tries to, at least in the cinematic, tries to capture the spirit of like living on the aircraft carrier and doing all that kind of stuff. So I wonder how deep into all of that it's going to get. It's always been about characters and stuff, I think. But so I know people are excited about this. It's not for me, but wanted to acknowledge it. Are either of you going to get into the cockpit and shoot down some Soviet MiGs?
I'm always been interested in Ace Combat, but I've never gotten to it. So Ace Combat 7 right now on Steam is $4.79. It might already be in my Steam library for all I know, but there's something intriguing about this series, but I'd have a little bit of homework to do.
Oh, Air Combat's the game I'm thinking about, which was the spiritual successor to Ace Combat. I remember this.
Right.
Yeah. This is just,
Yeah.
it needed to be in like the it's
I
pretty
think
cool.
I feel like I remember playing the demo for Ace Combat 6 a lot on the 360, but I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. It was really just like, I'll put this game on until dinner's ready or something. Like, I didn't really pay that much attention to it. So like my history with Ace Combat's very, very minimal. And I don't know. I'm not that interested in simulating the life on an aircraft carrier personally, but like, I know it's going to be a big deal for a lot of people though.
Next up is another Star Wars game, Galactic Racer. This one seems to be much more imminent than the other one that was announced. And I thought this looked pretty cool. We were kind of wondering, like, is it a pod racing game specifically or not? I don't think it is. There is a big interview, just like the other game, on StarWars.com. If you guys want to check it out, they talk about quite a few things. And we were talking about Sebulba and all those characters. I think Sebulba was actually in it.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the trailer numbers. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. Like, people are into it. I think this has the potential to be good for people. I don't know if it's going to be like a big competitive game that people are going to play for many years, but I was saying during the stream, like I always wanted to ride a speeder bike from Jedi so bad. Like, they're so fucking cool. And flying through the woods, the trees, but not crashing into any of them and shit. It's like, oh my God, it's so dope. So I don't know. I'm not going to play it, but there it is. Yeah. What else here? Out of Words is next. And we've seen this game before. This was actually announced. I want to say this was actually announced at Keighley's summer event, but I could be wrong about that. And so Brian Crescente is the writer of this. I didn't realize that. He used to be the editor-in-chief of Kotaku. I haven't seen that name float around in a long time. Back when Kotaku was good, actually. Out of Words is a stop-motion game. It just looks beautiful. They have a piece up on Epic because I think it's an Epic Game Store exclusive. Or maybe they're funding it. I don't know exactly what it is. But do you guys have anything to say about that? It looks like a cooperative game in the Hazelight tradition. Perhaps. Yeah,
they really kicked off a genre. There were a couple games like that I feel like were shown in some capacity. I think this was the second one. I can't remember what the first one was, but not here, but like lately. I feel like I saw another one pop up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks cool. Like I dig the stop motion style of it. I think that's a really bold thing to do. I don't know.
That's crazy levels of art, man. It's like so hard to do that shit.
Yeah, the competency of it alone is like, and it looks proper. Like, it doesn't look janky at all. Like that's some really competent artistry. And so my main issue with these types of games is like, dude, I got to find somebody to play it with, and I got to schedule time with it. Like, it's the reason I haven't played Split Fiction yet, even though I think intellectually, like, if I had finished Split Fiction, it probably would have been one of my top games of the year. But I just haven't had the time to schedule with somebody else to play a game like that. And so, like, it looks like it might be another one of those. But it looks compelling, and it looks really, really gorgeous. I love stop motion. I'm a sucker for that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We're at a point with technology where they can make. People have been making real world models and then importing them into games forever. But what's that Final Fantasy-esque Apple Arcade game that just came? Fantasian?
Oh, Neo Fantasia or whatever.
Yeah, and that had real world backgrounds that were made and then used in the game. So I think it looks pretty cool. So
I haven't played that game yet
looks...
because it's supposed to be mega long.
Yeah. But this game, Out of Words, this is probably a game I'll play with Holly at some point, like Split Fiction.
Yeah, it's cool to make a game like a Hazelight game, because I actually think that's a fairly competitive place to be, comparable to like everyone else is releasing all these different games. There is a risk to it though, in that you need a friend to play it. You're never going to play it with it. This is kind of where AI would come in the future, is to like give you a comp, playing a true multiplayer game, but you're alone or you don't have any friends to play with or whatever, and having someone competent to play with. Because it has the potential to alienate you or alienate the game from the market. If it's not popular, it's really unplayable at that point.
Yeah.
All right. Phantom Blade Zero, the game that's been in development forever, finally has a release date. This is another one of those games. So I've skipped a few of them already, but that are not coming to Xbox. Although we knew that. Just find it so weird how many of these were at this particular show. September 9, 2026, later than I thought. S Game is the developer, of course, the Chinese developer. And this game has been in development, for 8 years or something like that, at least. So it's time for it to come out. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit sooner. People are excited about this game, though. And what's going on the release trailer? Yeah, 3 million views in 20 hours on the release trailer. Pretty crazy. Are you guys going to check this game out? What I want to know is it a Souls-like? Or is it more like an action, like a more gritty action game? It's hard for me to tell.
Yeah.
Or something in between, kind of like Stellar Blade was.
Right. Yeah, I'm always cautious with Souls-likes, just because there's not very many of them that I liked. Liza P was good, but this looks pretty interesting, so this is going to be a wait to see what reviews say about it, but it looks cool. I like the style.
Yeah, I'll play it if it's not a Souls-like game. I'll check it out. Buy me a Chinese game every now and again. All right. 2 more. Biggest one for me is a new Mega Man game. Mega Man Dual Override, although it is Mega Man 12. And it's not going to be called that. I assume it's not going to be called that because it probably turns people off to play it. It's like 12. It's like, all right, I'm going to ignore this. The guy that runs Rockman Corner, I don't know if you guys have ever heard that website. It's like a fan site that's existed for a long time, and it's run by a dude. I think his name is Brian. He's a very well connected, very knowledgeable Mega Man person, very well connected to Capcom. And he was saying after the game was revealed, he's like, so he knows like all this stuff before it's going to be revealed. And he was like, so this game, this is Mega Man 12. He's like, in fact, it was Mega Man 12. Like that's what they were calling it at first. So, awesome. I only watched the trailer once or twice. I'm only kidding. I watched it like 50 times. And there is cool stuff in there. So we have a little bit more information about it. It's a traditional, and some of this comes from that guy, Brian. It's a traditional Mega Man game in 2.5D. So like Mega Man 11. I saw some people in our audience saying like, I'm surprised Colin's excited about it. He doesn't really like 2.5D. It's like, I would have taken 2D any day of the week, but I just don't think they're going to do it again. Mega Man 9 and 10 were so fucking dope, but I just don't think you can sell very many of those. And I think they look at it as like, well, what's really the purpose of us making Mega Man 12 and selling 500,000 copies when we can do so much more than that? The other thing Brian was saying was, it's the 40th anniversary in 2027. This game comes out in 2027. And he was saying this is one of, but not all of the games that are being prepared for this. And so I feel like there's probably going to be an even bigger Mega Man game than this. And I do wonder what that is. Another exciting thing is, I think we've talked about this in the past, is that, the team, Inafune and the team, when they made Rockman, Mega Man 1, they made up all the robots. So Bomb Man, Guts Man, Elect Man, whatever. But beginning with Mega Man 2, the audience made all the robots. And they would have competitions in Japan where people would submit their ideas. And that's where every other robot comes from, through Mega Man 8, I want to say. And then 9, 10, and 11, they didn't do that again. But they're bringing that back, which I think is really cool. And so one of the enemies, one of the robots will be designed by the audience, one of the bosses, which is...
Colin, it's your time.
I actually messaged Dagan because I was like, you should... they're going to need... They obviously redraw it in their style and shit like that. And if you look at like the winners, I have all these Mega Man books where they show like some of the original, like here's Heat Man that was like submitted. And then it's like nothing like, or like looks like shit because it was made by like a 5-year-old and then they redesign it or whatever. So they'll do the same thing here. But I did create a Mega Man. So what I was going to say was it was never open to the West, these competitions, except for once. Nintendo Power Nintendo Power facilitated a competition in the US and Canada for Mega Man 6, where 2 of the 8, 6 of them were made by Japanese people, and then one was made by a Canadian and one was made by an American. The American robot, I think, was Windman, and the Japanese or the Canadian one was Nightman. Nightman's a great robot. And so we've never really gotten the opportunity outside of Japan to really submit something, and now it'll be like a free for all. So and so I was going to say, during Mega Man 6, I did submit a robot, and it was Devilman. And I had, they have arm cannons, and so I had like an arm cannon, but instead of it having a hole, it had like a hole with like a trident coming out of it that would like shoot out and somehow rematerialize or whatever. But they didn't go for it.
Bring him back. Time to resubmit.
I want Dagan to do it. He should do it. Although I'm so excited, and I hope that they reveal a lot of the ideas. It would be even cool to let people vote, although that might be dangerous to do that and like undermine it, which would be a bummer.
You get a Bodie McBoatface situation.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right.
So a few things from the trailer. There's obviously a lot of like, so they don't show any boss enemies, but they show a lot of fodder enemies. Like Matools are in there, which is like the Goomba of Mega Man. And they have they have enemies from Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, and Mega Man 4 in there. So that's not a huge surprise because those enemies kind of traverse the different games. I didn't realize this until I went back to watch the trailer afterwards. At the very end of the trailer, there's Proto Man's whistle, which is pretty cool. I didn't realize that at the time. So very exciting. And it is ostensibly Mega Man 12. I assume like Mega Man 11, there will be some somewhat unclassic Mega Man inclusion in the gameplay. So in Mega Man 11 felt a lot different than the other Mega Man games, wherein like you could slow down time and you can like shoot these really powerful shots, I think it was, and you balanced it on the L and R triggers with like this shared meter. They felt like they needed to reinvent the wheel, and so I don't think that's going to stop. I would love something much more traditional, but maybe you do a Mega Man 13 in the future where it goes back to 8-bit or 16-bit. The other thing that I'm seeing a lot with Mega Man nerds like me, and I've always felt like this, I felt like this for years, is that are they going to finally unify the games? Because Mega Man and Mega Man X take place in the same storyline, but their Mega Man happens first, and then there's basically like 100 years, and then Mega Man X happens. And Mega Man X is designed by the same Dr. Light that designed Mega Man. So they got to tie these games together. And my fantasy is that it's not in this game, but rather the other Mega Man stuff they're working on. One of them would be the game that unifies the games, which would be fucking sick.
I think Maddie was saying that on the little bit I heard of Duke that we put out today, that at the end, like Mega Man's suit is like, bursting out.
Yeah,
a
like
little
splits
bit.
out, like it splits out. It's got to have something to do with the gameplay gimmick, whatever it's going to be.
Dual override though, so there's dual. Maybe there's a second Mega Man X.
I saw some people wondering if like that would be sick, although that doesn't make so much sense either because it could be like a Proto X or something like that. Because the X design, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to get into the story. Who cares? I'm wondering. I saw someone say something which I thought was interesting, which was, what if some of it's in 3D, like a dual perspective kind of thing. Because it's his back, like him on the building. That's obviously an ode to Mega Man 2, but his back's facing you, and you get a 3D kind of feel of it with like from that perspective. I don't think that's what it is. I hope that's not what it is. But there's going to be some gimmick, and that title will make more sense. But that they were going to call it and were calling it Mega Man 12 for a while indicates you're going to get 8 robot masters. I can't wait to see the new robots. Oh my god, that's like it's so exciting for me to see them. Because they're so fun. And like what their real purposes were and like how they were bastardized. It's always fun for me. So very exciting times. Mega Man Dual Override. Will you guys play it when it comes out in 2027?
I'll probably check it out. I'm most intrigued, Colin, what you said about this being one of many Mega Man projects because Mega Man Legends. I've been banging this drum for a little while now. I'd love to see that too. That would be so sick.
What I would love to see is Inafune come back and do a game. Like, I don't know. He was pretty hardcore when he left, and I don't know if you can heal that kind of shit, especially in Japanese business. But it would be pretty sick if you found out that he was like the producer of the big project. He gets Mega Man. Like, he is the guy who it is true that he like Kojima and others he gets too much credit. Like, there's a lot of people that did a lot of this shit, but he was the glue. And it's very similar to Igarashi in Castlevania. Like, once that guy's gone, it's not a fucking coincidence that he left and then there's no Castlevania anymore and it doesn't work. And it kind of felt like that with Mega Man for a little while. 11 was the only thing we ever got after Inafune. He was the producer of 9 and 10. So anyway, the final game we were saying earlier, very peculiar. that this game would go late, although it's also one of those things that we like to see because it's coming out in like 2 months, not even.
Yeah, like 7 weeks or something.
The game is called Highguard, a new competitive shooter from the developers behind Apex Legends and Titanfall, although that's a little, some developers. It's not Respawn. It says here, quote, at tonight's Game Awards, Wildlight Entertainment revealed Highguard, its debut free-to-play PvP raid shooter. And Highguard players will ride, fight, and raid as wardens, arcane gunslingers sent to fight for control of a mythical continent. Battle rival warden crews for control of the shield breaker, then break into and destroy the enemy base to secure victory in this all-new breed of shooter. The game launches on January 26th with crossplay and cross-progression across PC, Xbox Series, and PlayStation 5. Trailer's live now. This is, as I was saying earlier, it's not only because it's not my kind of game, and I'm not going to play it. I would never play a game like this. It's just not for me. But this was the most underwhelming last game I remember ever seeing at the Game Awards. And I wonder, like, what's the disconnect here? It's not good for the game, and it's not good for the show. So I wonder what that's all about. Dustin, what do you think?
I was thinking, wasn't there one year where they did like a movie tie-in Fast and Furious game?
Oh, right. That's right. And
that might be the worst.
Too, right?
Yeah. And I think Vin Diesel did announced Game of the Year. So maybe I'm misremembering, but I want to be fair to this. I think I was more hard on the stream. Is that gameplay really is everything for this? And I think about a game like the finals that I'm not like in love with the visuals of it, but the gameplay was so unique and it's so well designed that made me fall in love with it. So maybe that's the case here. It sounds like they're trying to do something different because it says a PvP raid shooter. So it sounds like they're trying to change it up. And the gameplay looks good. And it's not surprising coming from former devs of Apex Legends. So I'm willing to give it a fair shot. But I totally agree with you that like people, I think someone tweeted about this, but it's like people are now rooting for this game to fail. And it was simply positioning. They just fucked up the positioning of it big time.
Yep. It's on, I don't know. I want to know more about it. Because we were saying yesterday, like, and you were saying this actually, Dustin, earlier, is like that there's a blurring between what's advertising and what's not. And I really believe that all of the game reveals are not advertising, their quid pro quos. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's like we give you a game to fill a slot that people are going to be interested in. You show it. And then you have that slot filled and you get obviously the game developers get that bump as opposed to the actual ads. But you see something like this and then you wonder. Because it's just like, why? Why this? It's just, there are probably 6 or 8 other games that could have gone in that spot that would have made more sense, including either Star Wars game. What else? Divinity. Even something like Gang of Dragon, Control Resonant.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that would have been fine there and everyone would have been nonplussed about it, but I don't know. Yeah, it's not. This right now on their official YouTube. I mean, it's anecdotal, but 617 thumbs up, 3,400 thumbs down, and the comments are brutal. Damn, can't imagine the developers waiting to show this off, and the entire internet is calling it Concord. This one actually made me laugh. Should have kept it a secret.
That's crazy.
Announcing a generic hero shooter in the big 2025 is crazy. So I can already see an important announcement regarding Highguard tweet in a few months. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. The positioning really fucked it, I think. Because there is a weird element where it's just like, I think people are just calling things generic now because like Highguard doesn't really look like anything I've seen. Really? Like you're running around on like mounts. You're summoning horses in first person PV. Like, I don't know. It is kind of interesting and weird. But the reality is it is a free to play PvP shooter, and that's a fairly overserved market. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm willing to give it a shot just because I'm big on first person shooters, and I'm very, very, very aware that probably more than any other kind of game, like first person shooters rely so much more heavily on how they feel than how they look. Like there's a lot of great first person shooters that look, if you're looking at them, they're just like, what is this? This just looks like another shooter, you know? You really have to get your hands on to feel like whether or not this is something that's worth it. But I don't know, the writing's not too great on the wall, and it really is so avoidable because it really is just positioning. This probably would have been a lot, like way more well received if it didn't take the place of the one more thing.
Yeah,
or if there actually was one more thing, which there wasn't.
Yeah, right.
Which I'm not sure if that's like a common thing. I can't remember if the Game Awards usually has a one more thing. Like maybe they don't. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But like this ultimately takes that spot. Like the spot before Game of the Year is that spot ultimately, and for it to be a PvP shooter is kind of like, yeah, I agree. Where it's any game would have been. I would have put Divinity there personally. Because that's the statue, right? That's your whole
I mean, that's thing. I wonder if Divinity people would have been like, oh, yeah, we know, kind of thing. It's just that there are other options. You have to reshuffle the deck sometimes. I mean, the thing that this game has going for it is its non-existent barrier to entry. So if it's good, people will discover it. I mean, it's going. People will figure it out. But the comments are. This one made me laugh. Respawn devs left to make this with like laughing faces, and then someone responded, "The bad ones did." Jesus Christ.
It's brutal out there, man.
And a quote, it says, quote, a new breed of shooter. And then underneath it says free to play generic hero shooter. I don't know. Good luck to you. I don't want any of these games to fail. You just know based on the way things are going that a lot of these games are just going to die quick. And this could be one of them. Maybe not though. Maybe we'll be surprised. We'll be talking about this game for years. I don't know. Doesn't seem like I don't see anything positive about this. So anyway, Highguard, that was the end. That's all for the Game Awards. So we've already talked about how we feel about the show at the top. I was curious, did you guys have a list of 5 games maybe that you wanted to shout out from the show? I'll go first and give you guys time if you haven't compiled them yet. I'll talk about these 5 games. Pragmata, absolutely all over it. Exodus, all over it. Control, course, Control Resonant, all over it. No Law, all over that. And then, of course, Mega Man after that. Those are the big 5 for me. And again, I think, by the way, I guess I should note as a postscript, they showed a little in the pre-show, they showed that Toxic Commando game, which we already knew about. I think that game looks kind of cool. Got to be honest. And
that's John Carpenter's, right?
Yeah, John Carpenter's, right. And South of Midnight is coming to PlayStation 5. So those are the other 2 big pieces of news in case you want everything of consequence out of the Game Awards. Dustin, where are you? Have you figured it out?
Yeah, well, I want to be fair. Like, are we including games that were already announced? Because I feel like that's kind of lame.
Well, I did. I mean, I 2 of mine were announced already. So I guess I would replace those with the 2 Tomb Raider games probably in that case.
Yeah. So the Jonathan Blow game, Order of the Sinking Star, Control, of course. Mega Man, maybe I'm getting a little hype for it. Maybe not hype, but I love that it looks like when I think of like Mega Man, like the way they drew it for the guides or something. Not like the front cover of the American art.
Right. No, I know
like what. Yeah, but like it looks like that.
Well, real nerds are pointing out that a lot of the Mega Man, like the way he looks in the game, is very Mega Man 8 coded, which was the first time. That's a PS1 game, and that's the first time that they really got a chance to like make him look like something. So
yeah. Resident Evil Requiem, of course, because that's just
Requiem, of course, that would be on my list too. It's just,
I don't know, we were already so excited for it, and Leon being in the game was kind of spoiled, but whether or not Leon's in the game, I thought this game looked amazing.
Punished Leon.
Yeah, punish Leon. He's back. He's old. He's gonna need some ibuprofen for his back in the middle of the game. Is there anything else? Because I think that was 4.
Oh, Saros is in there too. I mean, what am I talking about?
Yeah, Saros.
My list.
There's a lot of really good announcements.
Doesn't even make any sense. Chris.
Yeah. So I mean, honestly, there's a lot of stuff that we already knew about that's going to be here. That like I think this award show wasn't really tailored for a lot of the stuff that I would be interested in. So like not a lot of new stuff caught my eye. But of the new stuff that did catch my eye, that Bradley Badger game I think looks interesting. Curious about it. The Tomb Raider, both Tomb Raider games really like I'm pretty stoked about. Control, Resonant is the obvious one, and obviously Resident Evil and Lego Batman are there, I think. But of the ones that if I were to replace that last slot with something that was announced here, it would be FOTOR. But like that's, you know, who the fuck knows how far away that is, and it's not even real right now. So it's all completely hypothetical. But Control, I think, was the game of the show for me. Like it's the thing that I'm most excited about. And next to that is the Tomb Raider games, just because it's nice to see that. But yeah,
your 5 games are Stupid Never Dies, For Loop, Warlock,
Right.
Dungeons and Dragons, Highguard,
right.
and what else? South of Midnight on
Doesn't
PS5.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
I will play Highguard in fairness.
Yeah, I will be very,
I'll check it
very
out.
eager to see what people. Yeah, I don't want to bleed. I think it looks really generic, and I also don't play those kinds of games. So don't make up your own decision. I don't want to be the arbiter of what's good and what's bad. Except for Expedition 33, you guys should play more role playing games. All right. Do we have anything else we want to say, or should we get back into the regular show as it is already constituted?
I think we're good.
Oh, shout out. I know it's a PlayStation show. Shout out to that 80s anime Switch game.
Yeah, dude, that looks
Oh,
sick.
yeah.
I got to send
That looks
Dagan
so
that because I'm
cool.
sure he hasn't seen it.
Yeah, looks super
Oh
cool.
my god, that was that was probably the coolest thing at the show. I was like, damn, I want to play that. All right,
Yeah.
all right, we'll see you. Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah.
What'd you think
I
of
did
that?
not
Wow.
expect Jeff to expose himself on stage.
Yeah, we should have known by the trench coat that he wore that like something was amiss.
Mm.
A trench coat and bare feet. Yeah, that was a good show though. It was the best show. It's one of the best game awards that I've seen in quite a while. So I mean, props to Jeff for putting on a good show. Shame what happened to Miss Piggy. How that man jumped off the balcony and shot her dead.
Right, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's tragic, but like I mean, people were talking about it, so they got the attention that they needed.
Yep, everyone's talking.
There's some really good YouTube poops already of that happening. So rest in peace, Miss Piggy. Congrats to Jeff Keighley on his surprising endowment. Wasn't expecting that.
Mhm.
So all around, great show.
Very impressive.
I thought it was really bold for them to announce no new games.
No, okay. Yeah, you got what
They're like,
Yeah,
we
go
don't
ahead.
have Half-Life 3, but here's a trailer. Here's the trailer for Half-Life 2 when that came out.
Yeah.
This trailer for old games.
Actually, he was like, I'm sick of everyone complaining about how quickly I go through all the awards, so we're just going to do the awards.
Yeah.
Get what you asked for. It'll be funny if Jeff had like a real Pyrrhic year where it was like, I'm going to just destroy this brand that I've worked so hard to build by making a point. That's not what you really want.
I'd almost respect that. Bold.
Guys, kind of a PSA to begin things. PlayStation Wrap Up is live for 2025. This is, of course, their annual login module where you know, very similar to Spotify and Apple Music, and you know the deal. It tells you what your behavior on PSN was this year. So it'll tell you how many games you played and how many trophies you earned and how many hours you spent on the network, and kind of split things up between games and give you some different personality things where it's like, oh, you're an adventure gamer. So right now for me, and we can kind of go through these next week if we want to, but said I played 53 games this year. And the scary thing is I spent a combined 18% of my playtime on Death Stranding 1 and 2. It says 164 hours, or I'm sorry, 264 hours.
On Death Stranding. Good Lord.
Death Stranding 1 and 2. And I'm not going to beat the accusations. I'll tweet this out at some point, but my top 5 games, Death Stranding 2, Death Stranding, The Last of Us Part 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yote. I was like, uh-oh. Did you guys mess around with it? Anything? By the way, your gaming style, Thrill Seeker.
Yeah, I got that too. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple. Like the thing that I found really kind of disturbing about this thing is that, like, on page 3, I believe, of this, it says your favorite controller was the 30th anniversary limited edition. I'm like,
right.
I don't like that you know that.
Yeah, I felt the same. It says the same thing for me too. The 30th anniversary one, and I'm like, why do you know that?
Yeah, like, what do you?
That's not for you to know.
Yeah, I don't like that. Something about that actually earnestly, like when I read it, my heart sank a little bit. It's like, how much is mine anymore? Like, can't I just have it? I know what my favorite controller is. You don't have to tell me. Like, I know that that's going to be it. But it said, Thrill Seeker. I had 346 hours, which is not surprising. Spent a lot of time on PC this year. But my top 5 games on PlayStation anyway were Death Stranding 2 at the top. Metal Gear Solid Delta. Outer Worlds, which I forgot that I played this year. And beat Deus Ex. And then Ghost of Yote at number 5.
Nice.
It's a weird smattering of games.
Yeah, it's anything else? You guys wouldn't see this because you don't use it, but it will show you how long you use the portal as well. So I use mine for 90 play sessions. It says up for 50 hours. Custom playlist. What else is here? Wait, what does this say? Wow, you've been a PS Plus member for 15.4 years.
0.4 is crazy.
Yeah.
And
mine just says 13.
Maybe this is your anniversary. Like maybe. You know what? Actually, maybe it is my birthday, like / Christmas month. So like that makes sense actually. But wow.
So I have a bone to pick with PlayStation wrap up.
Yeah.
Because I think it's wrong.
Okay.
In certain cases. Number one, where's the trophy section here? Because I think it told me that, you've earned this many trophies. It says I got 1 platinum trophy. If you look at my PSN profiles, which anyone can go look.
Yeah.
I earned the Vampire Survivors trophy.
This calendar year.
October 2025.
Okay.
The Astrobot one. Maybe it's because I got a new trophy.
No, did you earn the Astrobot Platinum last year?
I'm trying to. Oh, you know what? It might have just been
the DLC.
The DLC. Okay, that's most recent. But okay, it's still wrong though. Wait, no, it's not. You're right, because the Vampire Survivors trophy was last year, but I've earned a new trophy since then.
Right.
So my only platinum. This is okay. So it is right. Tomba.
I just wanted to let you get there. I knew it was right. I just wanted to let you get to that point.
I figured it out. Okay, so Tomba was my only platinum.
Yeah. I had 23 platinum. I have 23 platinums.
It's fucking crazy.
So my top 5 games.
Yeah.
Number 5, Ghost of Yote.
Yeah.
4, Expedition 33. 3, Death Stranding 2. Number 2, Blueprints. 71 hours in Blueprints.
Wow, 71 hours.
Oh my God.
The weird part, number 1, because this was very early in the year, and it's suspiciously, I'm wondering if it's counting some of late last year. Final Fantasy 14 Online.
Oh boy.
73 hours. So.
God damn.
I don't remember that. I remember that being the end of last year, but maybe. I'm a role player. 26% my game time spent role playing games. What if it was like, you're just a fucking loser?
Yeah.
Your gaming style.
Incel.
You gotta figure, because it's the 11th on the day that we're recording this. We're getting these results, so like they must factor in some portion of December, right? Like like they do with all the Spotify Wrapped. I think does the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's kind of strange though that we don't get like a holistic. We don't really get a holistic view of our year in anything in these recaps. It's kind of weird that we decided that.
Yeah, some people say if you log back into the wrap up, it'll continue to update through the end of the year. Because remember, it used to lock you, like you're saying, you would be locked in from point X, whenever the beginning was, to like when you activated it, and it kind of wasn't. And then everyone started this arms race of getting them out earlier and earlier, which was annoying as fuck too. So like these things used to authentically be end of the year. Maybe right before Christmas or something. Now it's We're getting them starting to go out in November. But it is cool. I mean, it's such a brilliant. I wonder what the first company was that came up with that idea.
I think it is Spotify.
Was it Spotify? Yeah, it must have been. It's a brilliant marketing idea. Brilliant.
As far as I know, I just feel like I feel like Spotify was doing it for such a long time before a lot of the other things were doing it. But it could be. I do remember one from a long time ago with Xbox. So like maybe it's possible that I don't know. It's a good question actually, because it is a good idea.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You know?
I love.
It plays into everybody's like hint of narcissism, where it's like, tell me about me.
Oh yeah, totally.
Tell me about what I did.
Right. I mean, that's absolutely 100% the ego. Like, and what's funny is that it had to be an idea that was stumbled upon because this data, I would argue, began to be available even to Nintendo 2005, 2006. They knew exactly what you were doing. You know, if you were connected to the internet on Xbox Live. I mean, with Xbox, maybe even a little earlier, if you want to go back to the original Xbox, and PS2, I guess maybe if you were modem connected. But you know what I mean? Like, once you were connected to these networks perpetually, beginning with that generation, this data existed. And it was only in the last, 7 years maybe, where this kind of thing has been going on. So a lot of missed time in there. Someone was very smart in a marketing room somewhere.
Yeah.
Who are you?
So I looked it up and it says like the general consensus is that like I do think Xbox did something as like your generation when like when the Xbox One was coming out, like you could see like your entire like history of like through the Xbox 360, because I remember they had like a whole like widget thing going on. But as far as the world is concerned, it seems like Spotify was the first one to do this, and it originated as like in 2015 as Your Year in Music, and then the next year it was called Wrapped, which sounds about right because that's when I remember like things starting to get that way, and then like obviously now YouTube's doing it very late to the game, so that
and it's dead ass wrong.
Yeah, it's also completely fucking incorrect. Like, I don't know. They're smart though. They knew what they were doing. That was like around the time when Spotify was like purely favorable. Like people like really had a good opinion of it. They didn't have any of the weird controversies around them. So
yeah,
like, they were a pretty good. They're a pretty good ship for a while.
I'm waiting for the Steam one because they've done one in previous years. It's not out yet. I think Nintendo also does one, but my problem with those is they're going to be skewed because Holly used my accounts on both. Because I was thinking, I was like, yeah, my PlayStation game time felt a little lower this year. It was still 457 hours. And I was like, there's a lot of stuff on Steam. And I was looking, my Civilization playtime on Steam is 198 hours. But probably 2/3 of that is Holly, I would assume.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of Spotify, Dustin.
Yes.
Was thinking about it yesterday. I listened to the top 10 Turnstile songs on Spotify.
Oh, hell yeah.
So the songs are Birds, Blackout, Never Enough, I Care, Seeing Stars, Holiday, Look Out for Me, Soul, Dull, Light Design.
Light Design. Great song.
I like Blackout a lot.
Blackout's sick.
Yeah, it's first of all, this is it the song? Let me listen to it real quick. Yeah, the song Seeing Stars is a straight up ripoff of The Police, the Making the Best of What's Still Around or whatever that song. It's like so funny. I got to send you that song. So, it's like you could see, and great artist steal. There's songs and other songs everywhere. I have no problem with that. But it's like when I heard it immediately, I was like, okay, I can tell what your inspiration is. That song Birds, which I guess is their biggest song right now, at least it's number one, is turns into like a new metal song like halfway through it, like straight up.
Yeah.
It's good. It's really good. I like it. I will say it's surprisingly produced. Like there's a lot of production on the songs, which I'm a little like I'm curious how they play live some of the stuff. Like there's a lot of percussion. And I'm saying not drums, but like percussion and keyboards and like weird modulations. And like there's a lot of production, like more production than you would hear in most punk or any punk. And so it's
100%.
interesting to hear those things come together. I'm not a big fan of like the punk songs that like just kind of resort to like the or like, you know, the I don't know. It's just like it's like every Rancid song or whatever. But when they like started to rock, is like there's a lot of that in that stuff, and it's very spacey. There's like a little bit of and a little chaotic. With the way these songs are structured, like they end weird, they start weird, which is cool.
They're hard
like,
to predict.
I would like a song where it's like, give me an intro, verse, chorus, bridge, verse, chorus, and let me get out of here. They don't really give you any of that, which is interesting. So I like, it's good.
Very interesting. And it's funny. I don't know how prevalent this is, but they used to be a lot more of a traditional hardcore band, but they've since become much more creative and different in their songs. So there's a lot of like hardcore guys that are like, oh, the Turnstile, this is pop hardcore. It's not for me anymore. Like there's a song on the new album called, maybe you know this one, Chris, it's called I Care. And it's like, the first time I heard that song, I'm like, dude, I love this. It's like, they just clearly like, yeah, fuck it. We're going to make this song. And it doesn't sound like really anything we've ever done, but
I don't know if I've heard that one.
That one, dude, it's song.
That's number
it's
4 on the list of what I listen to.
Dude, I love that song. It's so good. And they are amazing live. The one time I saw them was before the new album came out. But like during the song, you were mentioning the percussion. During the song Blackout, they have like the singer does the additional drum part live at the end. And it's pretty cool.
Cool. Yeah,
sick.
That's what I noticed. Yeah. That's what I like tuned into. I was just working out on my elliptical and I was listening to it. I'm like, yeah, it's like a lot of production.
There's good music out there, man.
Yeah, it's cool. I like the spaciness of a lot of it, like how it lingers for a while at the end, or it lingers for a while in the beginning. It builds anticipation. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm trying to remember. Is it someone said that they sound like they're like a hardcore version of Fugazi?
Oh, interesting.
I think Haley Williams said Turnstile is my Fugazi. I remember someone saying that.
Oh,
it's funny, like I love how new metal that some of the stuff is, though. It's like you could tell that they actually like that stuff. With like the end of that bird song, like like that's just very like barcore kind of like it's cool. I was like, yeah, this is. I wish the whole song was that, to be honest, but that's just me. And maybe rap over it a little bit. Go ahead.
A little rap. Oh, a little rap. Okay.
Rap over it. Those metal riffs. No one's ever done that.
The vocals in that song, because that's the finally I can't see yet. Yeah. It's almost kind of rappy.
Yeah, it is. It's like that's like that part of that song is my favorite that I've heard of.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like it feels an ode to it. Like it's like they actually like that shit.
Right.
And that stuff's kind of becoming popular again, which is interesting. Just like what's old is new again. I guess people my age that were into it and their kids are getting into it maybe or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Like I knew kids in late 2000s who were getting into 80s. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what I think that's probably the genesis of why Stranger Things exists. You know, of just like they saw like kind of this, but it was like, oh, a lot of kids now like 80s stuff. It's kind of lean into whatever that is, and that's about the same time frame. 2007 to the 80s, about from like the early 2000s to now, more or less. So that's the cycle of nostalgia. I mean, we talked about like I think last week about like how like a lot of the things that we thought were original works as kids are just like remakes of stuff from like the 60s or 70s or whatever. So
I listened to an 80s band. I mean, a band that I've heard before, but I never sat and listened to them this morning. The Smiths.
Oh yeah, the Smiths are awesome, dude. Very controversial.
You know what I thought? I was like, this is pretty good. But I was like, if I was in a certain mood, this would be the most annoying thing I've ever heard in my life. Like the vocalist, like if I was in like a bad mood, I'd be like, turn this shit off now. But this morning I was like, oh yeah, this is good stuff.
They've been like, so, you know, Morrissey's obviously very controversial.
That's what I was reading about him, because I don't know anything about them really at all. I saw like an Instagram reel that had a song and I was like, oh, I kind of like that.
They have a very distinct sound. Like what I think has been frustrating to a lot of people with the Smiths is like they were only together for 4 or 5 years or whatever, and they have never gotten back together. Like they've been broken up, and I think a couple of them might even be dead now. But maybe not. But they, I think, last played in like the mid to late 80s. It's kind of incredible. Like, I'm always so fascinated by that because they must have been offered a lot of money multiple times.
Do they just hate each other?
I guess so. I mean, that's what ultimately ended up happening with the police is like people finally offered them like enough money and they're like, all right, fine. Like, we'll do it. Like hundreds of millions of dollars, you know? So, yeah. So it's like, I don't think they get along. And Morrissey, I think, plays those songs, a lot of those songs, but it's interesting. That one, what's that one record of theirs? Yeah, The Queen is Dead. I think that's the Queen. Oh, is that the one? No, Mita's Murder. Yeah, I don't. My sisters were both into the Smiths, but very distinct, very sad.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it, anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, PlayStation Wrap Up 2025. Go check that out if you want. I believe it's at wrapup.playstation.com, and you just have to log in. Yep, wrapup.playstation.com, and you just log in with your PSN name, and then it just gives you all the information. And there's like, and you can just screenshot the stuff, or there's like little modules for you to share if you want to like show your friends and whatever. So fun little thing for you to do. I saw this. So Push Square wrote about this as well. What happened? What?
I had Spotify opened, and I guess I like accidentally clicked start, and so like a song from the Bronx just started playing, which is not a song that you want to hear like out of nowhere. It's very loud. Scared the shit out of me.
All right, I'm glad you're okay. I saw this Sony released this trailer, and even Push Square wrote about it, which reminded me of like how good it looks in 2026. We're always so morose about things and down. Be good to be a little more upbeat. And so Sony released a trailer called Upcoming Games in 2026. It's on their PlayStation YouTube channel. I just wanted to bring it to people's attention so they can check it out. But Push Square, our friends over there, did carve out it's just a sizzle reel of games coming in 2026, dated in 2026. Some of them have dates. Some of them are just year dated towards 2026. But listen to this lineup of games on PlayStation 5. To me, this is incredible in terms of its strength or perceived strength. Wolverine, Resident Evil Requiem, Halo, Saros, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, 007 First Light, Neo 3, Dune Awakening, Onimusha Way of the Sword, Crimson Desert, The Blood of Dawnwalker, Pragmata, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, 7 Deadly Sins Origin, and Directive 8020. Gets a little weaker towards the end, but I was like, damn, that's a pretty nice selection of games. Games like the Blood of Dawnwalker looks so good. Like that game looks so fucking dope. Speaks to me so deeply. Can't wait for that. That 007 game looks like it might be a little bit of a over the top Uncharted, which I think will be fun.
Yeah.
Although Uncharted itself is pretty over the top. Saros, very excited about that. That comes out March 20th. Resident Evil Requiem, somewhat imminent. Probably going gold, I would assume, in the coming weeks. February 27th. Wolverine, probably next fall.
Resident Evil Requiem is coming out the day, I think, before our 400th.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very interesting.
Interesting.
So I just wanted to throw that out there. Are you guys in agreement with me that this is a very strong lineup of games? I mean,
yeah,
yeah. It's a good one. I think the issue is it's like, dude, like the last several years I feel like have just been very strong. Just earnestly. Like I feel like it's very, and maybe it's because I'm very fixated on like the early 2010s. Like I remember 2014, you know, and like 2015, it was just like, there's some good stuff there, obviously, but like I just remember, I compare that to even just the last couple of years. I'm just like, dude, like the 2020s have been fucking really good. And this looks like a pretty solid continuation of that. Halo coming to PlayStation for the first time is wild. New 007 game for the first time in forever is awesome. Onimusha coming back. That Lego Batman game, earnestly, I think looks awesome. I'm actually like genuinely interested in that. Pragmata has this weird kind of cloud around it that's like, what is this? So yeah, like I think for now it looks like a pretty strong year, as long as nothing gets absurdly delayed or canceled outright, which I don't think that's really a danger for any of these games. But
the only game that I don't know much about is the 7 Deadly Sins Origin. I do know it's like a Genshin competitor, I think. Yeah. It's definitely not for me, but they're going to try to spin that up, I think, and get that going. Everything else. So out of these games, I'm going to play. I won't play Tokon, Neo, Dune, or Seven Deadly Sins, but I'd probably play everything else.
Yeah.
On this list, and probably will play everything else. Lego, I think I agree with you. I think Lego looks good. I'm skeptical because I was really excited about the Star Wars Lego game in 2022, and I just thought it was kind of boring. So hopefully they.
Yeah. Well, this one, to be fair, like that one, this one looks more like they're just making an Arkham game straight up. Like they're making like a Lego Arkham game that just combines a shit ton of different Batman property and like IP, and just like that's a good fucking hook, I think. Like if you're just making like a zany, wacky, ridiculous Arkham game that doesn't have to make sense, where it's just like, yeah, fucking Batman in 1989 and Batman Begins and I was gonna say Christopher Reeve Batman. Was it Matt Reeve? The Matt Reeve Batman. It's just like, this is all fucking cool. This is a sick idea. Like it would be so cool to have like that with like a lot of other heroes too, like a Spider-Man game that combines like the entire history of like the animated series and the original movies and even some of the MCU stuff. So I love the idea of that, the celebratory kind of idea of it. And so like that, it looks awesome. I think the only game that like, yeah, I don't know anything about Seven Deadly Sins. Directive 8020 for me is also kind of one of those things where it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know about the Dark Pictures in general.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in Directive 8020 because I feel like they went away for a while. Like they were trying to recalibrate a little bit. And so maybe it'll be, and it's space and I love space horror. So, but I've had this fantasy for a while of playing all those games and I just don't think it's ever going to happen.
Yeah. I feel like there's always this wish of just like, man, it's going to be great when one of these is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And it just hasn't really materialized. But like Lego Batman's definitely a play. Pragmata, I'm kind of on the fence about, but I'm interested about it. I'm interested in it. Blood of Dawnwalker, I'm almost like, there's like a too good to be true kind of aspect to Blood of Dawnwalker from everything that I've seen that like has me a little bit concerned. Because like I look at it and I'm like, that looks so good that I kind of don't believe it. You know, like it's like, how are you going to make this as compelling as it feels like it is?
I'm excited. I'm looking at there's a 30-minute gameplay chunk that they published.
Yeah.
And it does look like I don't know. I'm like I agree with you. It seems very ambitious. They have a good pedigree.
Yeah.
Rebel Wolves or whatever the studio's called, and
it looks amazing.
And vampires. I mean, I'm just a sucker for that shit.
Yeah. Animusha.
Oh, Animusha.
Marvel, I'll probably play. 007, I'll be first in. Saros, I'll be first in. Halo, I'll be first in. Resident Evil, Marvel, or Wolverine. So yeah, it's a strong, and that's only considering the games that we know about. You know,
right? Exactly. And
So.
I mean, there's a bunch of other games that I know I want to play next year too. So.
Oh yeah, GTA.
GTA is not in that list, which is interesting.
Yeah,
this was obviously
insane.
they obviously have a license to have all these games in there, and that's what's so interesting about Halo being in there is that Microsoft's working with them on PlayStation sizzle reels now, which is interesting. But we shouldn't be so surprised by that. Exodus is also not on that list, and that's the game that I am probably most excited about. Although I wonder if it's really going to come out this year or next year or not, because that game, yeah. Go ahead.
How smug do you think PlayStation feels putting Master Chief on the thumbnail for this?
Oh my God.
Dude, I was thinking, I mean, we reference this all the time. It's the smug Maddie picture. That's what their face right now. Dude, putting Master Chief right beside Wolverine.
I know.
Like,
it is crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It is still like, I know we're kind of past it, but like it is still very surreal to see that. Like for me, I'm looking at it, I was like, this is fucking weird.
Yeah, seeing it on PSN, like when the object popped up so you can wishlist it or whatever, and I was like, damn, that is fucking weird. And I wishlisted it, but the when you play it will be that will be the weird. And then I think nothing will be weird after that, because Gears was a little weird when I played it.
Yeah,
this is a little
arguably nothing will be weird ever again.
Right.
As far as like Microsoft's stuff coming over. But
right now, I think the weirdness will begin with how Sony interplays with Nintendo. I think will probably be the next frontier of potential weirdness. Because I think there was this idea that Sony was going to start migrating a bunch of shit to Xbox. I don't think that was ever really true, and there's really no reason to do that. So that weirdness is kind of like Helldivers was weird.
Helldivers was weird because there's no real reason to do it.
Yeah, I don't really get why. I understand it's money, it's fun, but I'm like, I don't know why you would even breach that. Like for that little amount of money comparable, and you like open this can of worms for yourself.
Yeah,
But
it's
whatever.
cool for the culture, but like I don't know if it really does much of anything else. And I think the next weird thing is going to be just seeing what stuff from Xbox just arbitrarily doesn't make it over. Like I wonder if the collection's ever going to make it over.
Probably not.
Yeah, because there's no. I mean, the audience knows my feelings on this. I just feel like they're just not going to. I feel like because they can't monetize it more than just a single sale, like they're just not going to bother. Whereas, like I feel like wherever they go in the future is just going to be like microtransactions and trying to make as much money out of the big player base that they will now have.
Yeah, like I'm focused on. I'm interested in their back catalog from like what Sunset Overdrive's a big one where I'm like, are you ever gonna release that? Is it even worth your while? Because you'd probably sell in the hundreds of thousands, I would assume, on PlayStation 5, something like that. Maybe a little more if Insomniac put its back behind, put its weight behind it and backed the product. Maybe that would be worthwhile. But then like you're moving forward because yeah, like, all right, so the Gears obviously is Halo, Forza. So then it's like the old Fable games. I was saying like Rare Replay would be cool, but I just wonder if a lot of this shit will never happen. Because I even wonder that about games like Avowed. Redfall was a good example too, where it's like this game obviously is just dead. So that's not going to come. But I'm interested to see like what does migrate over. So, but yeah, dude, Blood of Dawnwalker and Resident Evil Requiem and Onimusha has a lot of good shit here, and they're going to be a very busy year, just like this was a very busy year. And then all the interstitial stuff that we're still going to learn about. Someone wrote in, I didn't end up using it, but about Helldivers on Xbox, saying that they're bringing back the Killzone content, and so Killzone will be on Xbox before we ever got new Killzone or even old Killzone games on PS5. Which is hysterical. So it's like, great. Thanks. And I was going to talk about this news a little bit later in the show, but since we're talking about it now, I'm just going to talk about it here. The website xdadevelopers.com conducted an interview with a guy that worked on, or actually is the director of the Flight Simulator series. His name is YARG Newman, and he's head of the entire series and I guess has some sort of directorial role. Just for connecting the dots, I thought this was pretty interesting because the first question that he's asked is this, quote, when did the idea of bringing Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 to PS5 first emerge? Was it something the team was asked to do, or did it come up naturally during development, end quote. So here's the way YARG Newman, the head of Flight Simulator, answered. And I just thought it gives us a little insight into what the feeling was behind the scenes, at least with one key franchise and studio. He says, quote, it was my idea, actually. With Flight Simulator 2020, we came out on PC first in August 2020. 1 year later, we shipped it on Xbox, and we found millions and millions of new fans on Xbox that had never seen the flight sim before because they're not PC gamers. A lot of them thought it was great. A lot of them stayed. In 2020, it was already 120 gigs when we launched as a download. When we were in 2023, I looked at the install numbers. It was 300 gigs. Then we had our content roadmap, and there was so much new stuff that we were doing that we would be well over a terabyte. I said, we need to do something. So we decided to make Flight Simulator 2024. And it had the concept of a thin client. Our client is now 8 gigs. And instead of putting everyone on your hard drive and making that download huge, we put everything in the cloud. This made it possible to go to other platforms. So I proposed probably 2.5 years ago to go to PlayStation. It was probably a little bit before its time because I was told no. Then somebody from Sony who grew up with the flight simulation thought it would be a great addition to the Sony portfolio. They reached out proactively to our president, who then came back to me and said, hey, remember when we talked about the PlayStation thing a year ago? Sony is also interested. I think that really kicked off a whole avalanche of Xbox titles coming to PlayStation. Then we worked on it. It took a while, as we had to obviously finish Flight Simulator 2024, which came out about a year ago. After that, we spent a lot of time optimizing for PS5 and making sure the controller works great. We also worked on the VR execution. It's not quite there yet, but it's coming. Dustin, what do you think about this? It seems like maybe Sony was a little more aggressive in getting these games behind the scenes than we had thought. How do you see, I mean, we have no idea, but I mean, how do you see these conversations having gone? Because it's interesting that Sony would reach out, speak on an executive level about migrating games over, and then the whole avalanche of games comes.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if, Flight Simulator, it's mainly been a PC game, and I could see outside of everything that happened, where it's like Microsoft decides to bring Flight Sim to PlayStation 5 and nothing else, just because it's a very unique type of game where they could get more of an audience. It's not selling Xboxes necessarily, and I think this is a fun story, and maybe it did have some influence on the other titles, but I think when you look at the context of everything that was happening with Xbox, I think with or without Flight Simulator, what happened was going to happen. Maybe it pushed things along slightly, but I don't think that it necessarily kicked things off. But who knows? Maybe it did.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm fascinated by it because I think I don't know if you have anything you want to add, Chris. I'd always kind of just assumed that a lot of the movement was on Xbox's side first, and to have something on the record saying like that, at least for one of the games, that Sony kind of was the solicitor, I think it's somewhat interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that I could see it being possible that like that reach out for Flight Simulator kind of signaled to Microsoft that like, oh, maybe what's like, I could see it maybe being like some kind of proverbial okay in some weird way. It was just like, oh, well, there's interest, I guess. And if things did come to that, there would be an audience, or there would be like some kind of demand, or there would at least be some leverage here because our games, like they would want them, you know. So I don't think it kicked it off in the sense that like, oh, without Flight Simulator that wouldn't have happened. But I do think maybe it could have been like an early signal to them that like, oh, we could do pretty well maybe over there. But I don't know. Like I think the idea that like, oh, it really kicked it off is like, I don't know about that. Maybe take it easy. Like maybe take it a little high on your own supply there.
Yeah, could be.
But I don't know. Microsoft Flight Simulator in general is kind of weird because it's like it's the fact that Microsoft is in the name is what makes it kind of stranger than
right.
It otherwise would be. Like it is strange to see Microsoft Flight Simulator on PlayStation, but like not really because it's a PC game. It really is just because of the name. But the fact that they got it down to 8 gigabytes is crazy because I remember downloading that original like insanely huge file for Flight Simulator, and I was like, this is kind of cool, and I probably would fuck around with this, but like it's just not worth the sheer amount of space this is taking up is just not worth it.
Yeah, it's crazy how huge it is. The power of the cloud now will mitigate.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess they figured, to their credit, I guess they figured a lot of that shit out. 8 gigabytes is nuts. That's like, we talked about Helldivers having like a crazy decrease in file size. Like that is down to 8 gigs is crazy.
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, anyway, just a little bit of interesting insight I thought I'd share from the obscure corners of the internet about how this story might have developed as these games continue to migrate over. Oh, delivery.
I got a coffee and a snack delivery. Holly doesn't know the no eating rule. I'm going to munch this thing right in the fucking mic, whatever it is. What is it? Let's see what it is.
To munch.
Oh, it's a donut and a cookie.
Oh, and a cookie.
And a cookie. Wow.
Oh, where from?
I have no idea.
Oh, no, it's an unmarked bag.
It's an unmarked bag.
What's the logo on the coffee? It's probably from that place.
Well, the coffee is from a shop on Main Street called Vintage Coffee.
Right. So that must be where that's from. No?
They don't usually have donuts there. So I don't know what the situation is, but I'm very pleased.
That's exciting.
And I will, I won't munch it in the mic, I promise. Well, I'm not going to eat it all right now, but I will be enjoying a nice latte.
Shortly. Yeah, enjoy your latte, please. I insist. All right, guys, I was curious. This is not going to be the biggest piece of news because this week because of everything that's going to happen inevitably at the Game Awards that we've already talked about in the pickup earlier in the show. But I thought this was pretty interesting, and I'm surprised that this isn't making the rounds more. It seems that Deviation Games' second-party title that was first announced in 2021 and canceled a couple of years later has leaked. So I wanted to just share this with everyone. I use the Push Square story for our purposes here. Liam Croft over there writes about it, but the leak actually comes from the leaker who we cite, from time to time on our show, Dusk Golem. And he published on YouTube 2 separate 5-minute-ish videos. I think one's 6 minutes actually, and one is 5 minutes almost exactly, of some music and some artwork and whatever, but a lot of just gameplay. And the gameplay is very raw. a lot of textures aren't done yet. It's a lot of gray box and interesting stuff. And you can see it actually at different evolutionary points as you watch the different footage. And what I'm most surprised about this is that they haven't been pulled down. Like, no one seems to care. Because Sony would be if this was a big thing so that they cared about, Sony would be all over this. And presumably they own the IP, I would assume, that this was being worked on. But anyway, it was codenamed Draconis, and people might remember the famous PlayStation blog post from June of 2021 that announced Deviation Games' partnership with PlayStation. And Dave Anthony, who was the CEO of Deviation Games, wrote about his partnership with Jason Blundell. Jason Blundell, of course, is very relevant because he is one of the movers and shakers at the original version of Treyarch and is one of the creative minds behind the Zombies mode, and now works at Dark Outlaw Games, the unfortunately named PlayStation first-party studio that's working on a new IP. And people had often thought that whatever was being worked on there might have been kind of a continuation of what was going on at Deviation, because this studio had been hiring a bunch of people that worked at Deviation. Like, something went wrong at that team. I still don't really know the whole story about it, but you will remember, I don't know if you guys remember, that we kind of broke the story that the game was canceled. Because someone that, was involved in the entire situation was talking to me about it. And so we talked a lot about it at the time. So this Project Draconis was shown off with environments and animations and all these different things as we see in these videos. I would describe it most as Dead Space-esque, I guess. It seems like it's futuristic space era horror with some sort of black gooey enemy style type. So like if Dead Space has like the necromorphs with their long gangly arms that you're shooting off, it seemed like this was about like fluid dynamics of enemies and like the absorption of attacks and all the rest. You guys can watch the gameplay and see for yourself. The reason I wanted to bring this up was, well, I have a few things to say about this, and I'm curious what you think. First off is like, this is not what I thought they were making. And I thought they were making this is a third-person shooter. I thought they were making a first-person shooter, and I thought it was going to be a multiplayer game. Now, maybe there are multiplayer modes to this, or even a multiplayer component to the campaign. I mean, this is a very early version of it, but this looks like a single-player third-person shooter, like horror shooter. And I'm like, so that brings me to my next point, which is I was like, all right, so you guys will remember that around this time, there were 3 second-party games that were announced, right? Or that like projects were revealed. You had Deviation with this game. You had Haven with what would become Fair Games, and you had Firewalk, which would become Concord. And out of those 3 projects, now, of course, we don't know the situation with this game. We don't know like what it was like. There's all sorts of mitigating factors that we'll never understand. But it just makes me laugh that it's like, this game looks so much cooler and seemed to have had so much more potential and was different and maybe more appealing than what you actually went forward with, to the degree that you bought both of the other teams and even released Concord and spent all of this money and all this time on it. Again, this kind of just reaffirms, and maybe it's confirmation bias, but it just reaffirms like this lack of judgment. And but so those are the big things for me, is like, this game, I didn't know they were making this. This is different than what I thought they were making. It looks kind of cool. And I'm surprised that it didn't get off the ground. And yet, I guess it wouldn't be a huge surprise that they wanted to stay involved with a lot of the people that did work on this game. And that's a lot of the nucleus of this Dark Outlaw outfit that they have going. So, Chris, did you get to watch the footage, and what did you think?
Yeah, I'm kind of, I have it on kind of like on my second monitor right now. And I watched it a little bit earlier. It is, I don't know. It's interesting to see this because it looks so 360 coded, like PS3 era, like this kind of single player, third person kind of action game. It looks like it's got a little bit of Gears in it. But I do also kind of feel like it does look a little generic. Like, as I'm looking, like there is like the whole fluid stuff, but like it's pretty rough in this build. Obviously, it's very old, or not very old. It's very like early, I guess I should say. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't begrudge them for not going forward with this necessarily. But like, it is weird to me that they didn't go forward with this, but they went forward with like the biggest failure that they ever had. And presumably, I mean, Fair Games isn't necessarily looking like it's going to fare a lot better. So from that perspective of seeing like the where they went versus where they deviated from, no pun intended, it is kind of interesting to see it, because this looks like something that I would be interested in. Like I would play this, but like I don't know if the market generally, like as it exists today, would care. And maybe that could be some of the feedback that they got. It's just like, it's connecting specifically with 35-year-olds. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious, Dustin. What do you think about the quality? I mean, again, we're looking at it's impossible to judge the end quality of the game in the state.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. What I find funny about the situation is, Colin, I mean, we were all under the impression that they were working on a first-person shooter. You get Jason Blundell from Treyarch. It's like, oh, sweet. Maybe PlayStation can finally make an FPS game again, or second party, have something on their platform, FPS. And it's like, no, actually, it was an over-the-shoulder third-person shooter, just like every other PlayStation game that's exclusive. Not that they're all shooters, but you know what I mean? In general, the over-the-shoulder third-person. Who knows? Maybe it's a revenge story. Maybe the main character is a dad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
So when I saw this, I was like, oh, this is just kind of the same kind of, to put it, it was PlayStation slop, looked like.
Sony
so
slop.
I hope that whatever they're working on now with Dark Outlaw, or whatever it's called. I think that's it. Dark Outlaw. I got the name wrong the other day.
Yeah, it's Dark Outlaw.
Rider or something.
Yeah, Dark Rider.
I called it Dark Rider. Dark Rider.
Which is kind of cooler. It's kind of a cooler name.
With Dark Rider, I hope that they're working on FPS, because we have so many third person over the shoulder action games, shooter games, that it's just like I'm covered there. I would love to see PlayStation working on an FPS again.
What's funny about this game is we never really learned very much about it, and they were coy about it from the very beginning, making me wonder where they were, where their minds were about how it would evolve. Because the game is basically, I think, canceled by the beginning of 2024. And then I think the studio kind of exists for a while in a sort of skeletal form, as I think they're trying to find work, and they couldn't. So I think they all went away. And then I think a lot of the people that ended up bailing or even getting laid off ended up being hired by Sony quietly. And that was all happening covertly for a while. And then they finally announced the team, probably out of necessity, because people want to talk about at least where they're working and all the rest. But we never got any updates on this game. I was like looking around, and there really wasn't very much information about it. The original post from Dave Anthony that was written in June of 2021 says that it's a new IP. And then what's interesting about this, and I remember us going over this on the show, he writes in part, quote, "I know what you're thinking as you read this. What kind of game are we making? How long have we already been working on it? Is it story-based, multiplayer, co-op, all of the above and more? When is it coming out? While I can confirm development is already underway, it's really early for us to be going into specific details." So, and you can see it was pretty early, but they note in this post that they had over 100 people working on it. So it was not a small project, and I'm surprised that it took this long for any details about it to leak. But I don't know, maybe I'm in the minority. I'm sure the audience will let us know one way or the other, but I think this game looks cool. But I am a sucker for Sony slop, and I'm also a sucker for, I just love third person action, and I love third person horror, third person space horror. This just speaks to me in a certain way. I think the bigger thing, though, regardless, because we cannot judge the quality of the game. Once it has the final textures, final animations, final lighting, it could look like shit, or it could be like, wow, this looks dope. It's impossible to really be able to tell. I will just say it was not what I thought they were making. And it makes me wonder. It's just so funny. So we've never seen Fair Games run, but we assume it's a first person shooter, right? And Concord,
I was kind of, I don't know.
Concord
I
is
was
third
kind
person, right?
Concord is first person.
Oh, Concord is first person, right.
Yeah, I was expecting Fair Games to be third for whatever reason. I don't know. I think it's just because of the aesthetics of it. Like it looked very like kind of like Fortnite-y, and so like my mind went to just like, oh, it's a third person kind of. I would imagine like in a game with skins like that, like you'd want the camera to be pulled out so like you could see it. And I think there's like probably internal data that shows that third person presents better than first person, which I think is true. Like it comes across as more cinematic. It's like it's a lot more readable for like the average person watching to like kind of get it. Like in order a first person shooter to present well, you kind of have to be in it. You kind of have to know a lot about FPSs to really know if it looks good. Because otherwise, like it just kind of looks like a mess. You know, the camera's going around. Like I remember my mom commenting on that. Like every time I would play a third person game, like it would be completely easy for her to follow. But like if I was playing like Portal or like Halo or something, she'd be like completely lost because it just didn't register that like that's the POV.
Right.
So like I wouldn't be surprised if like I just feel like Fair Games comes across like a third person. We don't know that for sure, but I would bet money that it's a third person shooter.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we never will. My assumption is that they've taken stock of what they're doing, and yeah, and I don't know. We reported on Fair Games. Like, did I I don't even remember anymore. I'd have to go back and look at my notes about if it was first or third person. I feel like maybe that never even came up. I don't remember. Dustin, any thoughts you want to share?
No, I just I mean, yeah, I was saying it was PlayStation slop, but
we'll call it Sony slop. It's a little.
Oh, yeah. Sony slop. Yeah, it's a little derogatory. I mean, I like plenty of third person over the shoulder games.
Yeah.
Played many of them.
Right.
But
you know what it reminded me of, Dustin? You ever play Fracture?
No, I'm trying to remember what that was.
It's a very weird like 360 era game, like maybe 2007 maybe, but it was like early 360, and you, the whole premise was that you could raise and lower the terrain, but like in its unfinished state, this game kind of looks like the finished state of Fracture a little bit. I could see it becoming good, but like I also don't even necessarily think that it looks particularly like PlayStation or Sony slop or the slops of us or whatever you want to call it.
Slops of us, yeah.
I think it does look kind of Gears adjacent. Like it looks Gears, like it almost looks like Mass Effect 3's like multiplayer mode type stuff. Like it looks like it controls sort of like that. I don't know. It is a bummer because it would have been cool to see like what this would have looked like in a final state, because like we hear famously like a lot of games look like trash until like the last like couple months where everything like comes together. I think like famously, like I think in the Racing Kratos documentary, they were talking about like how like in the last couple of weeks, like God of War was looking like rough. So it's possible that this could have been cool, and that's a bummer because it would have been nice to have like a new single player action game instead of whatever Concord ended up being.
I was thinking, I said initially, I was like, oh, I want Sony to make an FPS. And then you brought up Concord. I'm like, oh, they did.
Yeah. Well, a better one.
That is true. They did make a multiplayer FPS game. So look how that turned out.
Yeah.
Fair Games is a third person shooter, it says on the. Yeah, multiplayer.
Are you looking up the reporting on your own leak?
Yeah. I am looking at my own leak.
It reads that way, I think, in the trailer. It kind of, I can't explain how, but it just sort of feels like it's trying to communicate that it's third person.
All right. Let's see. What else here? All right. So we have the Deviation game, a little bit of knowledge about that. I thought this story was pretty interesting too. This happened just after we stopped recording last week. So it is a little bit of an older story, but we have to get it on the record because I'm very curious what you guys think about this. It appears that London Studios, so Sony's old London Studios, which is now defunct and was shut down, but it existed for a long time since the 90s and worked typically on, they did some more serious and grounded games like The Getaway with different internal teams like Team Soho, but they were generally doing like, casual fare and then later VR stuff and all the rest. So they were working on a fantasy themed, I guess, future fantasy kind of themed alternate London based multiplayer game at London Studio. And that game never was announced properly. They acknowledged it in an interview specifically with GamesIndustry.biz in 2022 that they're working on what they called a fantasy online combat game. And there's an interview on there about it. And them kind of getting word out about the project. And then a lone piece of art leaked, as you guys might recall. And then the game was canceled when the studio was shut down in February of 2024. The game was revealed back in 2022. So this game was pretty deep into development and was kind of cut off at some point. it seems like it's reemerged, but under a new name with a different studio working on it. And I'm unclear what the specific licensing issues are here. So the game is called Castouts, and it's from a studio called Twisted Works, which according to Gamatsu was founded by 8 members of London studio, though it's unclear how many people from London studio were hired to work on the game and so on and so forth. This game is coming out in early 2027 via an early access beta. So this is an early announcement, and it'll be on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. And they note that they want to bring it to Switch 2 as well. What I assume with that, the problem with that is that people are having a hard time getting their hands on Switch 2 dev kits, especially if they're smaller and more unproven teams. So this seems to be that game. There's a trailer for it, and at the end of the trailer, in the announced trailer, it's about 2 minutes long. I was looking, I'm like, I wanted to see if there were any notes like in the trademark writings and all the rest here. And there does seem to say that some things are being used under license, but it's just not clear what that means. And when Sony licensed other stuff, Bandai Namco games, for instance, Sony is pretty explicitly being cited as the licensor. So I don't know what the nature of this is. It could very well be that Sony is like, we just don't want this game. And if you really want to, if you insist on continuing it or whatever, you can do so. I feel like that would be kind of giving it away for nothing. And I wonder what the deal is behind this, but this is the game, apparently. This was what it was, I assume. And people have been looking at the artwork that leaked along with the art, like the key art from the game, and like the color palettes are the same and like the setting seems to be very similar. So I think what do you think, Dustin? I think this is the game.
Yeah, this looks like the game, and I remember that key art because I think I used it in a thumbnail when we talked about it leaking initially. So this looks like it, and man, I hate to be negative for this because it's clear that they worked something out and they have this passion project. They want to make it work out for them. But watching the trailer, I'm like, oh, this is not for me. The trailer honestly kind of reminds me of like somehow worse than Suicide Squad game. Like it reminds me of that, where it's like you have these different characters in kind of like a city co-op environment. Yeah, I personally don't find it too appealing, but the story behind it certainly is interesting. And I'm wondering whether Sony just gave it up or if there's some kind of deal in place, but not really something that I think I'm interested in.
Yeah, was Sony just like, you know what, you guys go ahead and take this?
Yeah, we're good. we're good.
Chris, what are your thoughts here? Are you going to play Castouts when it comes to early access in 2027 on PS5?
I don't know, man. I'm looking at the trailer and I'm like, I appreciate that it looks. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. I appreciate the weird kind. This reminds what this reminds me of. Weirdly enough, like this, the art style kind of reminds me of almost like Fusion Frenzy. That kind of era.
Yeah.
Of like weird, kind of like exaggerated, sort of. I don't know. I don't want to hate this. And I don't think I do. I just kind of look at it and I don't really feel anything. I'm kind of like apathetic as I'm looking at it. Which is a bummer because I actually think the visual style is pretty decent. I don't think I'm going to be in for this, though. 2027, they said? I'm probably going to forget. It's crazy.
The early access beta planned for release in early 2027.
Jesus Christ.
Seems like should have just waited.
They write like this FAQ, which Gamatsu has relayed. It says, what is Castouts? Quote, a century ago, fantasy beings from a dying world escaped through a dimensional rift. Many landed on Earth. Since then, magic is real. Myths have moved in, and the fabled live side by side with humans in relative peace. Present day, and the rifts are back, but this time they bring sinister threats to our world. You and your friends team up as a new generation of fabled citizens whose forgotten powers are awakened by the return of the rifts. You must master your emerging and growing magical abilities to fight the invasion and save the city you now call home. They describe it as an online multiplayer cooperative action game. And the genre for the setting is urban fantasy. It blends and deconstructs fantasy and folklore, twisting them into a brand new reality set in London. And the core gameplay loop is described as, quote, squads of players face overwhelming enemies and supernatural threats, creating high-stakes cooperative moments where success depends on teamwork. Run-based missions call upon players to employ their fluid magical traversal and visceral spellcasting to defeat threats that stand between them and their objectives. Players will utilize tight combat, special moves, team synergies, tag team casting, and team-up moves to save the city from invasion or liberate occupied districts. Is it open world? It is not open world. Maximum number of players, 2 to 4 players. Player versus environment experience is what there's, because there will be no player versus player, no single player. And it will be a mid-tier premium game with a cost that is yet to be determined. So, but I think the most fascinating part of this whole thing certainly is just the reemergence of London's game to see what it was. And I think they made if this is what it was, they made a very wise decision, I think, to not move forward with it. Because it's not going to, no offense, it's not going to succeed. So it might find its little niche and do okay, but it's not going to be a thing. And that's Sony doesn't need to be publishing things like that.
This visual style specifically, and obviously, like, this is way nicer than any game could have looked in the PS2 generation, but like these characters would have hit on PS2, I think. You know what I mean? Like, there's like something like that little green guy in particular.
It reminds me of like Psychonauts or something, or
yeah, it's just like that era.
Yeah.
Like it's like there's like a Psychonauts kind of look. Not Psychonauts exactly, but like I think we're both kind of on the same wavelength with that. We're like, yeah, maybe, but like I don't know about now. It's certainly not like a multiplayer, like cooperative. Like if this was a single player game, I probably would have been a lot more interested.
Yeah. Again, I think it would have a better opportunity of being something if it was both single or cooperative multiplayer, depending on what you wanted to do, just to give it a way to survive on its own.
Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Actually, that Ubisoft. Oh my God. What the fuck is that? They had to change their name because of like a copyright thing.
Oh
my God. Was it Immortals?
Rise of
the Phoenix or something, like some
Phoenix Rising.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Phoenix Rising. Immortals Phoenix Rising.
Right. What was it originally called? I forgot about it.
I think it was called Gods and Monsters.
Right.
And then Monster Energy Drink sued them.
Right.
Something.
That's right. Good memory.
Or said they couldn't use it. But like it's like that kind of thing where it's like I remember playing a little bit of Immortals, whatever the fuck that game was, that I already forgot. But like I remember kind of liking it. I remember thinking like this isn't bad at all. Like,
yeah.
This is pretty solid. And like I think that this type of style in a game like that, there's like, yeah, I'd probably play that. But like a multiplayer game, like I don't know, like this is the kind of game that I have to convince other people to get into, and I just don't foresee myself being able to do it.
I bought it's funny, man, the Gods and Monsters thing. I totally forgot about that. I bought Immortals because it came out right after the PS5 launched. And then I just never really messed with it for some reason. So maybe one day I'll go back and play it. It looked cool. I think they were thinking about doing a sequel.
Right, yeah. And it didn't happen.
I mean,
it's one of the more interesting, like both visually and design perspective wise games that Ubisoft has made in a while. At least that aren't like, indie kind of, art type projects. But yeah, it was decent. But like this is I don't know. I saw a comment on the article that said like what is this? Calling a game made by recently fired devs cast outs is crazy work.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the original title. I went and looked for due diligence, just went and looked at American trademarks for cast outs, and one doesn't even exist. So I wonder if it was just being developed under a different name. They might have never named it.
Yeah.
So
it's possible.
So yeah, just interesting for PlayStation fans. It's just interesting to see. It's not unheard of for a game to emerge with someone else doing it, but it's unusual. And because we were noting, I forgot to say this when we were talking about the Deviation games, is that Dusk Golem leaker had said that this isn't the core of what they're doing at the new studio. Like they've moved on to this different idea. And by the way, Dusk Golem, if you're listening, and you're not, but if you're listening, you don't have to watermark your videos like that. Put a more normal watermark on your videos. That's a little insane. You can put it right in the middle, like something notable and hard to get rid of and all the rest, but you don't need to fucking do that.
Yeah, the Windows Movie Maker like low opacity.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's like it's too much. But I appreciate the
like
hard work.
I actually think that like the watermark makes the game feel older. You know what I mean? Like it feels like a YouTube video you'd see in like 2009.
Right. Definitely. I totally agree. Oh my God. So funny. All right. All right. So that's Deviation's game and then London's game. And now we move on to Call of Duty and this very peculiar letter that I'm eager to go over with you guys. They write on December 9th from the ambiguous Call of Duty staff on callofduty.com's blog. A message from the Call of Duty team. I find this really interesting. I'm very curious to see what you guys think of this. They write, quote, "First off, thank you for all of the feedback we have received over the last few months. Call of Duty has enjoyed long-standing success because of all of you, a passionate community that demands excellence and deserves nothing less. We also know that for some of you, the franchise has not met your expectations fully. To be very clear, we know what you expect, and rest assured we will deliver and over-deliver on those expectations as we move forward. With respect to Black Ops 7, we set our sights to deliver a spiritual successor to Black Ops 2, and the studios have poured their passion into making a great game that all of us are very proud of. But it's one thing for us to say it. More importantly, it's up for you to try it and judge for yourselves. So as it relates to Black Ops 7 and the future of Call of Duty, here are a few important notes. Number one, you'll have the opportunity to play Black Ops 7 for free. Next week, we are opening the doors for everyone to jump in and play Black Ops 7 multiplayer and zombies for a free trial, along with a double XP weekend. We would like you to experience the game firsthand and decide for yourselves. Number two, we are committed to unprecedented seasonal support. Your continuing feedback will help shape our seasonal updates over the coming months. Season 1 is the largest live season ever, and we're just getting started. We won't rest until Black Ops 7 earns its place as one of the best Black Ops games we've ever made. Number three, our strategy going forward is changing. We will no longer do back-to-back releases of Modern Warfare or Black Ops games. The reasons are many, but the main one is to ensure we provide an absolutely unique experience each and every year. We will drive innovation that is meaningful, not incremental. While we aren't sharing those plans today, we look forward to doing so when the time is right. To be clear, the future of Call of Duty is very strong, and we believe our best days are ahead of us given the depth and talent of our development teams. We have been building the next era of Call of Duty, and it will deliver precisely on what you want, along with some surprises that push the franchise and the genre forward. We look forward to welcoming you in, listening to you, and moving forward together." What do you think, Dustin? This seems a little desperate. I mean, I don't. It's. Is it really that bad?
So
is it really going that bad?
I think it's possible. I wanted to bring up. So we've talked about before that Steam charts are not everything, and they get brought up all the time by stupid people on Twitter, try to get a quick own or whatever. So I'm not saying this is the end all be all, right? It's important to know with Call of Duty that on Steam, just like on PlayStation, all of the games are included under this one package, just called Call of Duty. I think it used to be called Call of Duty HQ, but now it's just called Call of Duty. The player counts are at an all-time low. Even compared to, for example, in November of 2024, there were 315,000 players at its peak. In November, so the release month of the new Black Ops 7, there was 100,000 players.
Wow. So a third, less than a third.
Right.
And
it's important.
Okay. I was going to say, we're both games on Game Pass, so that would be
correct.
So that's
exactly what I was about to say.
So apples to apples then. Okay.
Yeah. And I just don't think that on PC that 200,000 players went to Game Pass or Battle.net, which is another place you can buy, because I think Black Ops 6 was also available. And so we're going to have to wait and see on, the Circana data and where it shakes out. We did know that it was the top seller on the PlayStation Network, which is, I think you can still see it being the top seller on PlayStation for that month and also not be doing well in comparison to its previous titles. One thing, there's a bunch of really interesting things about this message, but one thing I want to lock in here is this part about saying we will no longer do back-to-back releases of Modern Warfare or Black Ops games. The reasons are many, but the main was to ensure we provide an absolutely unique experience each and every year. That's probably true when they went from Modern Warfare 2 to Modern Warfare 3, because that game was basically a glorified expansion that they just put the new number on it, because the campaign was basically, I think it was like 4 hours or something, and it was just on a Warzone map. A lot of people didn't like it. And the multiplayer was just more maps for the established Modern Warfare 2. So they got away with it that time. What's interesting to me is that from Black Ops 6 to Black Ops 7, because I had extensive time in Black Ops 6, Black Ops 7 certainly is a unique experience to Black Ops 6, I would say, from a visual standpoint, and to the multiplayer in general. It's not a better experience, or even, again, in my opinion, the same quality of experience. It's certainly much worse. So the problem isn't necessarily it's unique. I think the problem is that it was just a very rushed game that's not very good. So it's pretty interesting. I just want to know how bad it is. Because I had a take on my YouTube channel a few months ago about Battlefield, where I was like, listen, Battlefield could have its best year ever, but Call of Duty's still going to win. And I did a follow-up video after Call of Duty. I was like, I think I was wrong about that. And so now I just want to know, like, how wrong was I? Like, is it going to shake out that Battlefield 6 sells more than Call of Duty this year?
I think we don't have, I think what you're saying is interesting just because is it fair to say that the PC player base of Call of Duty is definitely the smallest player base, just comparable? If you're saying like 300,000 concurrents for Black Ops 6 for a game that sold what, 10, 12, whatever million copies or whatever it's sold, like a huge majority of players are on console, I would think, for this particular franchise.
Right. Yeah.
So I think it's going to live and die based on that. But if the numbers are comparable, because the competition's comparable, Arc Raiders, Battlefield, these are all available everywhere. Maybe it is going that bad. Chris, what do you think? What's going on here? What do you think about this letter?
I think if things were going well, we wouldn't have a letter to read.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, I think that's like it's a really simple way to look at it. But like, I mean, I don't think you need a degree to figure that out. I think clearly something's wrong. Clearly it's not hitting. Clearly, the fact that they're like, listen, we know everybody's hating on this. Here, we're going to give you we're going to let you play it for free. So you know whether or not you like it or not. Mm-hmm. That's a desperate move. Mm-hmm. There's no... Arc Raiders isn't doing that. I doubt any of that. I can't remember the last time that's even happened. I'm sure maybe it's happened before, but like
they do sample weekends every so often, but it's usually just like one mode and then like double XP or something like that. This is a demo, and I also think they cut the price of Call of Duty. I could be wrong, but I thought that there was a discount over Black Friday, which seemed very sudden.
And those, by the way, those free weekends that you're talking about, they don't usually come in conjunction with like this a letter.
A letter that says, we know you're dissatisfied.
Right.
Yeah, we worked really hard.
True.
We gave it our all, but we know you're...
Yeah. It doesn't read super well. It seems to indicate some kind of problem, clearly. Like, it doesn't surprise me at all that Black Ops 7 is not doing as well. I think one of the strengths of Call of Duty, despite how they've annualized it so deeply, is the fact that they kind of cleverly got around annualizing by having that like alternating cycle where it's like, okay, I'm more into Black Ops, or like I'm more into Modern Warfare, or I'm more into like the weird one-offs like World War II or Advanced Warfare that they do, right? And so it allowed them to kind of make ultimately the same game every year. I know it's like there's differences and I get it. But like it allowed them to make a Call of Duty every year without people getting tired of it, because what they would get at least had the facade of something different. It was like, it wasn't like, you know, Black Ops 6 into Black Ops 7 into Black Ops 8 over the course of 3 years. Like that would be insane. I think any reasonable person would get tired of that. And I think every time that they've tried to deviate from that, it's been a mistake. Like the Modern Warfare thing was a mistake. This is clearly a mistake. Not just because it's a worse product overall, but because if you're building a sequel to the same game in less than a year, you're going to inherently be met with the reality of like, we're going to have to reuse a lot of this. Like, we don't have time to build from scratch all this, like a new thing in the same universe. We already established something in this universe. We just finished building it. Let's build off of it. And that's how you get, you know, a lazy kind of hack job kind of job. So I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot by even deciding to do this. Like, they would have been a lot wiser. It would have been a lot wiser of them to just, I don't know if a Modern Warfare 4 would have made sense or something else. But like, it would have made more sense to give the Call of Duty audience some time to miss Black Ops before they went back and double dipped. Because even if a game is good, like, that rubs people off the wrong way. Like, I remember when Left 4 Dead 2 came out just a year after Left 4 Dead, and I remember that put me off kind of, because I was like, how much could they have possibly done on this game? And it turns out they didn't do a lot, to be honest, but it is a better game. At the very least, the Left 4 Dead 2 is better. And they missed that basic mark of like at least improving on what they did before. So like, I don't know, man. I think Call of Duty's in a rough spot. I think they're this is a unique year in the sense that Call of Duty is probably like the weakest that it's ever been, in the sense that this is easily probably the worst. I think any Call of Duty fan will probably take Call of Duty Ghosts over this, or like even Modern Warfare 2, which I think is like, you know, pretty, or Modern Warfare 3, which I think is pretty rough. So it's an uncharacteristic year where Call of Duty is like unusually weak and the competition is unusually strong. It's very rare that you have like a massive like cultural zeitgeist game like Arc Raiders demanding a lot of people's time. And it's very rare that you have like Battlefield hitting around the same time in a way that Battlefield never really hits. Like even Battlefield 1, which I thought was superb and fucking fantastic, even in comparison to the Call of Duty that came out that year, it still didn't ultimately stand a chance. And this year it kind of does. And so I think those factors, along with the fact that like them moving to Black Ops 7 too quickly and just all these added together, just a perfect storm that ultimately gave us this letter. And I'm not surprised by it. I was saying a couple episodes ago where I'm just like, I would not be surprised if this is the year that it falls off real hard. And that, by the way, that's not to say that next year they can't just bounce back and like ultimately come back and pretend like this didn't happen by just putting out a game that people like a lot. Like, not necessarily saying like, oh, Call of Duty's done from now on, but like this year they unequivocally failed. I think that much is clear by the letter. It's like, what's that famous saying? It's like, if you're explaining, you're losing.
Right.
This is explaining. This is just explaining.
Totally agree. And they're in a bind because Activision, like the brand, is in a bind because the presence, they have 10 teams working on Call of Duty. So the presence, plus whatever you're exporting, 10 teams they own, right? It's like Treyarch, Sledgehammer, High Moon, Digital Legends, Shanghai, Infinity Ward, Raven, Solid State, Demonware, and Beanox. It's like, that's a lot of people, thousands. And to be able to support them, you kind of have to release a game every year. If you don't release a game every year, then you're going to have to lay a lot of people off. And you're never going to extract. This is where Microsoft comes in. It's like, you're never going to extract the value out of the company if you don't push, right? Like, you've spent a lot of money. It's it's $70 billion. It's not inconsequential, but for them, it's like, whatever. But I just feel like it's a tough position, because to your point, what they should be doing is just stopping and saying like, let's figure out what we need to do here to make a platform level Call of Duty game that can be supported endlessly and have a bunch of different, and they tried to do that obviously with their online suite and the frustrations people have on PS5 playing it because there's no platinums. They're all like these nestled under this new Call of Duty HQ thing. And they understand, I think, directionally where they need to go. And I also think you make a good point, Chris, that they could easily roar back. They have Call of Duty is a part of multiple generations. And I don't mean console generations. I mean multiple generations of their gaming memory. And it's a huge part of it. And so it won't take very much to get them back. And and to this point that we've all been making, I think it shows how far it's fallen for a lot of people. But I also think too much is too much. Call of Duty, I've often railed against it, I think reasonably so, this like annualized sports mantra of like, NHL 2000, NHL 2001, 2002, blah, blah, blah. But there is a method to the madness, at least in that The game of hockey is what it is. People want the best version of the game of hockey. And so you're slowly trying to mold this yearly game into a better and better product, but it's the same thing. In Call of Duty, the fundamentals are the same in that it's a first-person shooter, it's military-based, and it's got all these crazy themes and all the rest, but it's got to be something different, like markedly different, for it to really resonate, and that's hard. And that can't happen in a year. And I know that they're not making the games in a year, they're making them in 3 and 4 year cycles and batches, and I'm pretty sure Treyarch and Raven made these two games at the same time, as I recall, was the word, right? That these games were kind of just in development concurrent to each other, 6 and 7. But I think we all know the answer is to like let off the gas. And they can't. Like, that's the whole thing, is they can't. Or the whole structure of everything changes for Activision and this whole thing blows up in their face. And I don't want to be too mean about it, but it's like, this is just why like Microsoft buying Activision was not, it's like, they're not going to fix you. What have they ever fixed? So it's, to me, it's just, it's like, it's not to say it's their fault. This was already happening, but they bought into it and endorsed it. And then it kind of blew up on their watch.
Yeah.
Buck stops somewhere.
It is really funny thinking about just how expensive. And to be clear, Sony, no stranger to a bad purchase or two.
Yeah. Oh my God. Recently, the awful purchases.
Yeah. But with Xbox in this situation, it's like
the last 3 have been bad purchases. Like, but maybe not the last 3 in sequence, because there's some in there, but Bungie, Haven, and Firewalk. I mean, these are the 3 worst purchases Sony's ever made.
Right. It just doesn't help the Microsoft image of like everything they buy goes bad at some point.
Not great, man. Not great.
I had said at the beginning, like, I'm not, and I actually reiterated this when Hogan and I were talking, and I'm like, you're telling me that Netflix is going to buy Warner Brothers for $10 billion more than Microsoft bought Activision? Are you fucking kidding? Like, to me, it was just like such an overpay and an overestimation of the brand, you know? And the reality is that Activision probably was always going to be kind of declining at this point. And again, it can roar back, but they have to change the whole way that they make games if they want to change this thing. And the annualization is just, it's going to make it impossible for them to compete, I think, long term, because Arc Raiders 2 and Battlefield 7 and all these things aren't coming out next year. There are going to be new, fresh competitors every year. And then they're going to get pummeled slowly by these different entities bringing different energies and things to the market. And then the new Arc Raiders will come out, and then the next Battlefield and the next Battlefront and all these different things. And it's just going to be a death by 1,000 cuts. I think the best way for them to compete in the long term and to make Call of Duty really pop again is to go away. And I know it's not possible. I know that's naive and it's just not going to be possible. But for the brand, it's like, imagine if it's like, there'll be a Call of Duty game in 2028 or 2030 or something. And it roars back. And there's a lot of confidence in the letter they wrote. We know what you want. We're building what you want. We see you. We hear you. It's going to be great. But then I see things like with these hedges where it's like, we want to make Black Ops 7 one of the best Black Ops games. It's like, oh my God, you guys are like really setting the bar. And what about, and I know they did this with like World War II and a few other titles, most recently, I think, with Vanguard. But it's like, what about a Call of Duty game that's not Black Ops or Modern Warfare? Like, do something new and different. And I know that it's like Advanced Warfare and Ghost and all these are the ones that people don't look back on fondly, I guess, and World at War and all that shit. But it's like, you got to maybe change it up a little bit. Do something different. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I didn't read this letter. We won't use it. 2 more pieces of news, and then we can move on to what we're playing. Just wanted to note this. Rockmancorner.com relays information from Capcom's 2025 integrated report, financial documents. And they write, quote, tucked inside COO Haruhiro Sugimoto's section is a passage that gives fans of the company's underutilized IP something to pay attention to. So obviously Capcom owns all this amazing IP, but they seem very focused on a few of them, right? Resident Evil, Monster Hunter, and so on and so forth. And they are getting some other things spun up, to their credit. Pragmata is one of those things, and Onimusha's coming back. So, and they've done good collections, Phoenix Wright, and so on. So I don't want to be too harsh on them. But they write here, or Haruhiro Sugimoto, the COO of Capcom, in the Capcom Integrated Report, according to Rockman Corner, writes the following, quote, "At Capcom, we aim to sustain our KPI, that's key performance indicator, of 10% or better annual operating profit growth, along with our long-term goal of annual software sales of 100 million units." That's pretty incredible that they want to sell that many games a year. "To improve our chance of success, we are working to resolve business challenges issue by issue. Our efforts are focused on core IP, such as the Resident Evil, Monster Hunter, and Street Fighter franchises, and mapping out mainline series entries and sequels, remakes, new IP, and ports of content to the latest hardware. We consistently release 2 to 3 major new titles each year, but recognize the need to grow our pipeline going forward. Capcom owns a wealth of globally popular brands, such as Mega Man, Devil May Cry, and Ace Attorney. We aim to expand our user base and improve our performance through new releases, remakes, and ports of titles in these series to new hardware. By enhancing brand power and cultivating loyal fan bases, we will grow these into core IP." So this has been making the rounds in Mega Man fan circles, and people have been, sending it to me on social media and all the rest, and I read through it. Mike Anderson writes in and said, "What's up, Celeste? Colin, thoughts on Capcom now saying they want Mega Man to be a core IP?" I welcome it. I do feel like they're a little too mono-focused. Not mono because there's multiple games, but it's enough already. Like, Resident Evil's awesome. I want more Resident Evil. Keep that going. Monster Hunter is obviously a big hit, although floundering a little bit. Sold really well, but no one seems to like it. It's kind of a paradox. And a few other things. Street Fighter obviously hanging on, and they're doing all these sorts of things, but they do own a lot of IP that needs a lot of attention. And I was really fascinated, and I don't expect you guys to have anything to say about this, but the idea of remaking a Mega Man game is very tantalizing. I don't know why I never really considered it. Maybe because those games are so sacrosanct to me, but there was a Mega Man 2 remake-esque game in the PS3 era called Mega Man Universe that never came out. And I wonder if they will do something similar to that. And of course, there was a remake on PSP of Mega Man 1 called Power Up, but it was not really what I was looking for at the time. So just knowing that they're focusing on it, I think makes me very happy. And I feel like we're going to see Mega Man sooner rather than later. I don't know. I just feel like they sent out those surveys. They got a lot of feedback about Mega Man's popularity. Like they know, they get it. They understand. They got to get things spooled up, but it takes time. Very, very excited to see more about that. And for Devil May Cry fans, I'm sure they're excited about that too. And Ace Attorney, speaks for itself. It's had a long-term fan base going all the way back in Japan to the Game Boy Advance. Finally, PS Plus games specifically added to the game catalog. So this is for people at the extra or premium tiers, not the essential tier. So that's the silver or gold tier, not the bronze tier. So if you have access to the game catalog, hundreds of games on PlayStation Plus, Game Pass style, you'll get a bunch of new additions that seem quite worthwhile, including a new game.
Yeah.
And these are available. Let's see. All of these games will be available December 16th, except for one of them, which is available now, Skate Story, because Skate Story is a new game. And that's available very much like Blueprints that we were talking about earlier was available at the tier, kind of an interesting indie game that people enjoy. But the big games of the month include Assassin's Creed Mirage, coming for PS5 and PS4, Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Did you guys play that game? Kind of in the Soulsborne genre, kind of doesn't get any discussion comparable to its competitors. Did you guys play it?
Yeah.
No.
So Wolong Fallen Dynasty is another one of these games. Skate Story, as we said. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which I played and beat last year. I like the game. It was interesting. I'm not a fan of the IP, but it was endearing and I enjoyed playing it. Planet Coaster 2. Dustin, this one seems like it could be for you.
I've always wanted to get into Planet Coaster. I bought the first one. It's a lot more focused on theming and I couldn't understand it, but I wouldn't play it on PlayStation 5. I don't think anyone should, really, if I'm being honest. Cat
Quest 3 is also available, the 2.5D open world action RPG. That's supposed to be very good. Those games are all supposed to be good. I've not played them. Lego Horizon Adventures, if you hate yourself. Paw Patrol Grand Prix and Paw Patrol World, both available on PS5 and PS4. When I was a little kid, I saw the word Grand Prix for the first time, and I said pricks, and I got in trouble.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
and then finally, PlayStation Plus Premium, Soul Calibur 3, the PS2 release, is available for those that are interested. People are getting a little disappointed in these editions. They're slowing down a lot. We got a little bit more insight through that interview via Mystic of the guys, trying to get these ports over and working with different partners and making pitches and all that. And it's very interesting, but they got to do better than one game a month. I don't think it has to be 10. I don't even think it has to be 5, but I think even 2, 3 good games. And Soul Cal 3 is good, but it's not even. Do we already have Soul Cal 2? Because that's the one everyone loved.
That one's on the Nintendo Switch Online.
Yeah, with Link. Sick.
Yeah.
That's the one I had.
Yeah.
Anything for you guys this month?
I want to check out Skate Story, but I'm not going to. I would just buy it outright. It seems kind of bummed that they did Horizon Adventures when isn't that free for everyone on the lower tier?
Yeah, it is. That's interesting. I
get it.
Yeah, you're right.
I get it why it's in there, but it seems a little lame. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, not a bad game, but highly not as good as I thought it was going to be. In fact, I never finished it. Now that I think about it, but Paw Patrol,
That's your shit.
cab,
Teach your kid to be a cop.
Defund the police.
Get rid of the police. Get rid of the Paw Patrol.
Defund the Paw Patrol.
They don't need military style weapons.
Yeah, those dogs are running around with APCs and shit. It's like it's getting a little ridiculous.
They have to send dog social workers to the crimes.
Right. They've got dogs with bouncing betties in the middle of fucking Manhattan, and it's like, all right, we don't need this.
I probably would have loved Paw Patrol when I was a kid. I've never even really sat to watch it or really understand it, but it just seems like one of those very toy-based, character-based things where I was like, oh, I probably would have loved this.
It has like a Bob the Builder adjacency to it, I think. But I was too old for Bob the Builder, but I remember being like, oh yeah, okay. I
Was
guess.
it a Bob the Builder backdoor pilot?
There's a dog in Bob the Builder, and then it's spun off. Yeah. I love that. I'm so fascinated by backdoor pilots, man. What an awesome thing that happens.
All right, that's all we have for the news. All right, my boys, let's get into what we're playing. I will go first and get out of the way here. I platinumed Metal Eden. I talked about that pretty extensively already, so I won't get into that. Platinum number 196. If you want to see the game, Dustin and I streamed it a few weeks ago on Sacred Streaming, so you can go check out that footage if you want to check out the VOD. And we also played Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. That VOD is also live. I think Chris is going to talk about it when we get to him, but it's a brawler. The three of us played it together with some listeners jumping in and out of our game. We played from the beginning. We did all the stages and played all the way and beat the game. So I enjoyed it. I think it's a little expensive for what it is, but it seems it's very much the aesthetic and the stylings of the Marvel that I find cool. And so even characters from the movies where I'm like, these movies seem so lame or whatever, like the characters are cool. If you draw them a certain way and treat them a certain way, it works for me. So I liked that. The game I'm playing though at night over these last few days is Dying Light the Beast, and Digimon Hand Soap wrote in and said, Colin, you mentioned on Sacred Streaming you were playing Dying Light the Beast. Of all the games to not do your replay thing, you decide not to do it for Dying Light and the following before the Beast. The following leads directly into the Beast. Also, Dying Light received a 4K 60 frame update on PS5. Dying Light holds up phenomenally well. You should definitely replay it before the Beast. Loving the streams on Monday. Very strong flow. That is all. Take care, fellas. I don't have the time to replay Dying Light. I can't. You're right. I never played the expansions for Dying Light 1, but I'm a huge fan of the original Dying Light. I just feel like it's a bad use of time at this juncture when I have some other things I want to catch up with, just to have a better holistic view of the games that came out this year. So I bought Dying Light the Beast on a whim during I bought Hell Is Us, I bought Dying Light, I bought a few other things, and Metal Eden was one of those games during the Black Friday deals, and I didn't know when I was going to get to it, but I downloaded it to my cross media bars, so I was seeing it as as I was going through turning my PlayStation on and considering it. I also downloaded, I already owned it obviously, but I downloaded Dying Light 2 just because I was like, maybe, but again, to the point of not spending my time judiciously, I'm like, it's not really the time to be doing this. So I was looking at what I was going to play. I'm kind of over Silent Hill F. I don't think I'm going to do like, I'm just not into it. So maybe one day I'll go back and just do it all again. But I'm just like Silent Hill 2, I was so compelled by. I platinumed it. I'm like, I don't really want to do this. So I've walked away from that. And I was considering what direction should I go in next? There's a few options. Like Final Fantasy Tactics has been lingering. Hell is Us. A few other things. Shinobi I never got to play. I actually wrote down I never played The Altars, Hollow Knight, Silk Song, Trails first chapter, Borderlands 4, Absalom. So there's a lot of different directions to go. But I ended up going in this direction, and it's fine. I'm not blown away by it by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I find it a little boring. If I'm being honest, I don't know. I was saying this. I recorded a summon sign that people will listen to over the holidays with. It was just Brad and I was talking extensively about this game, so you can get really into the nitty gritty if you want to listen to that. But I was so enamored by the original Dying Light that I wonder if it was a one-off thing. Not only for me, but for a lot of people. Dying Light, when that came out, I was saying on Summon Sign, that was 2015, and it was like Dying Light and The Witcher. Where those two, The Witcher 3, those were the two games where I was like, damn, this is pretty impressive, comparable to the games that it's like. We were talking about how Witcher 3 made Fallout 4 later in the year look so pedestrian. And I think that was one of the reasons why I didn't like it that much. I'm not a huge Witcher 3 fan. I was just like, damn, this is a much better game than, much better open world role playing game. And Dying Light, I remember playing it and being like, I wasn't a huge Dead Island fan or anything. And I remember getting a code for it and being like, this is amazing. This is like a really great, has no business being this good. Like Techland just kind of pulled this thing out, and a lot of bravado and walking away from Deep Silver and walking away from Dead Island and being like, we're going to do our own thing. And they really deliver this parkour experience that kind of melds Dead Island and zombie stuff with Mirror's Edge. And it took place in Turkey. It was very unique and strange. And I loved it. And nothing has ever really led up to it. And I think that the reason I was comfortable playing the light or the beast after playing Dying Light, but not the expansion, and knowing that they connect the story of the protagonist from the original game, just didn't seem that relevant to me. And I don't think it would have really grounded me enjoying this game very much or very, very much more. So it's fine. And I feel like there's more to see. It was supposed to be an expansion. I think everyone knows this. It was supposed to be an expansion for Dying Light 2. And then I think what ended up happening was a lot of the information about it leaked, and it kind of just got spoiled and ruined. And so I think they just decided to kind of rework it and make it into its own smaller Dying Light game. So it's a much smaller map. There's fewer things to do and whatever. But I'm wondering if maybe Dying Light was a time and place thing for me. It's 10 years later. And knowing that Dying Light 2 didn't connect, not only for me, but for a lot of people, means that it's maybe just not what I thought it was. And that's a little bit disappointing, but the original one will always be like this amazing experience to me. So anyway, that's where I am. I'll have more to say about it next week. I'm sure I'm going to stick with it and see what comes of it. It's fun sometimes. It's just the pacing's a little weird. I don't really care about this character, even though it is the original character. The world's kind of cool. It's like this weird Alpine-esque village surrounded by mountains and forests and stuff. So it's interesting. And one of the cool things, I love Dying Light's day-night cycle, just in how dangerous it is to be out at night. It's suicidal, basically. You have to really prepare to be outside if it's nighttime. And I don't know, did you guys play the original Dying Light? Either of you?
A little bit.
So it was fun. When you're getting chased during the dark and you're just fucking running. Just run, no time to look back. You're just and that is a fun thing in this game, but it is scary to get seen by the extra powerful creatures at night and know you stand no chance against them at all, basically. And I kind of like that level of terror. It is a little annoying though, because I don't think the sun comes up until 7 in the morning or something like that. Might even be 8 in the morning or something ridiculous. And I'm like, what's going on here? I'm trying to run around and hide, and I'm looking at my watch, and it's
it might be accurate.
It's still nighttime.
It might be accurate to where they are, depending on
could be.
Because I've definitely been that reminds me of when I was in Canada and the sun went down at 11:30 at night, and I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
This is fucking upsetting.
So that's what I'm playing. Let's go on to you, Chris. It says here you're playing Skate Story and Marvel Cosmic Invasion. So take it away.
Yeah, so after we did our stream with Cosmic Invasion, I was like, you know what, this is a really good Steam Deck game. And so I just kind of downloaded it on my Steam Deck and been kind of hammering away at it, playing solo, which in my experience is actually a little bit, I can appreciate it a little bit more just because like I looked into the controls and I know exactly like what the characters do and I don't get lost in the chaos as much. I feel that generally with beat 'em up games with other players is just kind of like caring about the game is very secondary. It's really more about just like fucking around with your friends. And
so it is tuned for.
I feel like it's a little bit more compelling as a solo, which is weird because I don't feel that way often with beat 'em up games. Like generally, like Streets of Rage 4, I remember liking, but I was like, oh, this is good with other people. And I do think it's still like Cosmic Invasion is perfectly fine with other people, but I think I just have a better focus of like how the game works, and I can focus a little bit more on like how to juggle and how to get these combos like crazy high. Not competing with other people for like resources or just like kills is nice too. It's like a little bit relaxing. So I've been going through it again. I got a couple characters to a higher level. There's like an entire secondary aspect to the game that allows you to like kind of like unlock, like you're unlocking points as you play and you spend them on this weird kind of grid and you don't know what's on the grid until you select something. And like there's color coded. So like there's like different costumes and like different, I guess like codex entries and stuff. And so I've been toying around with that, but I beat it with Spider-Man, got maxed out Spider-Man, playing with Beta Ray Bill and I think Rocket now. But yeah, it's just something that I've been playing like on my Steam Deck as I kind of like get ready for bed. But it's pretty good. I like it. I like it a little more now that I've spent some time kind of alone with it and kind of like spending time in the menus and trying to figure out like, okay, what special moves this guy. Like I didn't realize there was a parry in the game at all.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think I realized that.
I had no concept at all. I was just like hammering. I was just at a certain point, like I tried to give up playing the game effectively, and I just was like smashing my thumb all over the buttons, and I was doing better in a co-op setting, just mashing the faceplate. But yeah, there's like a parry mechanic, and some characters can parry, and some others can't. It's interesting, and so yeah, I'm playing through it. Not much more to say about it, really. I mean, you can kind of see our experience on the stream, and it is ultimately that. But I think it's good. I think there's some voice acting that's like, I'm not positive that you're not AI. That I wasn't hearing a lot when we were doing the stream because I kind of lowered. I
didn't really hear anything in the game. You know,
I lowered the volume really, really low to hear you guys.
Yeah, me too. But, and I also don't want it to bleed into the
yeah
the mics.
But yeah, some of the voice acting, I'm like Captain America in particular. There were certain lines I'm like, are you AI? It's a little weird.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Or
I'm curious. But
that compels me. I think I'll play it by myself because I am interested. It was a little chaotic. You have to pay attention to the chat. You know, we're talking to each other. Maybe I would like it more by myself too.
Yeah, I think it's worth a shot, a round or two by yourself. See if you like it. Because that's what I did. I was like, I wonder if I'll like this by myself, and I kind of ended up going through several stages and being like, oh, I guess so. So I've been messing around with that. I played the Skate Story demo afterwards just to get a feel for it. This game's been on my radar for a while. Just the look of it, like the whole like glass skateboarder and like this weird kind of ethereal like space plane is just interesting. So I beat the demo. I think I'm going to grab the full thing probably sometime later today or tomorrow. I'll get into it. But the demo's pretty extensive. Like the demo gives you a lot more than I thought it would. It's surprisingly deep. You get pretty far. You get a lot of tricks at your disposal, and the premise is insane. The premise is you're just like, okay, you're a demon and you're hungry and you want to eat the moon. Here's a skateboard.
Interesting.
And it's just very weird. And it's like it feels like there's an irreverent kind of comedy tone to it, but also like not at the same time. It feels like it's very warring with itself. And I think it's really cool. Like you get to this place of like it's very weird. Like I don't know. There's like a hub area that's kind of like, I don't even know if it's a hub area or if that's where the demo ends and then you kind of move on from it. But like there's a hub area like centered all around like philosophy and like thinkers and weird. Like it's very odd and very interesting and it's very captivating. I'm really into it. So definitely going to play more of it. I don't know if I'm curious about how long it will keep me guessing about what it's going to throw at me, because I feel like, skateboarding games are pretty particular. I still feel like my favorite skateboarding games are the Tony Hawk Pro Skater, the original, like the 2 and 3. Like there's something about those games, like the way you move, like the amount of height that you get off a jump, like it feels right. It feels like suitably arcadey. Whereas like Skate was always intimidating to me because it felt too sim oriented. This is kind of in between, where like it's not quite either of them. Like there's a lot more, you do have to pay attention to how your board lands and all these different things, but the tricks are a little bit more automated, but there's like a kind of like a quick time kind of thing. So you have to time. It's interesting. It's cool. The music's awesome. It's very Tetris Effect kind of feel to like the vibe around it. But yeah, I spent a good amount of time with the demo. I think I put around an hour and a half into the demo or something like that. You can play pretty extensively in it. So gonna play the full game. It's supposedly pretty good. People like it quite a bit, and it's obviously going to be on the PS Plus thing in a couple weeks or what? No, in a few days actually.
No.
Wait, is it now already?
Yeah. No, everything else will be available next week, but Skate Story is already available.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna get it just because, like, I mean, it's an indie game. It's cheap. It's no big deal.
Yeah, it's good to support them.
I like to support, especially just because it's so weird. It's such a weird game. But like, yeah, so that's really all I'm playing right now. I have Chronos installed, but I think I kind of want to give myself like the holidays to play it. I think I kind of want to give myself some space so that I don't have to, because I don't want to rush through it. I don't want to like play it and then be like, or like try to get through it in time for like to have stuff to talk about. So like I think I'll save that for Christmas, as one usually should for horror games. But that's really all I'm playing right now. I kind of put down Arc Raiders. I'm kind of good, I think. Although I'm sure something will pull me.
Yeah, you'll get pulled back in perhaps.
Yeah, every now and again. But like I think I'm set. Like when I saw the thing that really pulled me out of it, honestly, was like seeing how much time I spent with Arc Raiders open on Steam versus how much time I spent in like actually playing the game. And it was like over 50% of my time was spent like in doing inventory management and like selling things and like breaking things down into lower materials and like organizing my backpack. And it's like, all right, I'm not really, I don't know if I can, that's an entire game. That's an entire game's worth of time.
Yeah.
Like spent in the menus. And so like, yeah,
it's a lot.
The mystique's kind of worn off for me in that sense, but still a great game. But that's really all I'm messing around with.
That was the
right
normal
now.
course of gaming until the recent eras. You would fall off a thing and that would be normal and fine.
Right.
What am I getting?
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting emails for some reason. Oh, these are. Oh, okay. My HOA dues are due.
Oh, cool.
Allow myself to introduce myself. All right. Let's get into that's. Dustin, I was about to move on and just be like, we're not even going to talk to Dustin. Let's not even hear from him.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm out.
What do you have to say?
So, the main thing I've been playing is Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. And it's pretty good. It's not amazing. And I'm not like some hardcore Metroid Prime fan. Most notably, infamously in our audience, I played Metroid Prime Remastered and I didn't really like it. But I was open to the idea of a new Metroid Prime game. And it's first of all, I'm really impressed with the how it runs on a technical standpoint. It is a Switch 1 game, but there is a Switch 2 edition of it, and you can either play at 4K 60, which I think is actually 1440p 60 overall, like your HUD is 4K. So a little bit mixed there, but I'm playing at the 1080p 120 hertz mode, and it's awesome. It runs, at least according to the Digital Foundry video, it's a locked 120. It looks like it's locked to me. But really the showpiece, what's surprising is the HDR in this game is phenomenal. Like shocking. It's one of those games where you're like, man, when you see the HDR, it's transformative and you're like, I wish every game's HDR was this good. Because it's clear that so many developers either don't care, or a lot of the times it's Unreal 5 just has like a default use this to turn on HDR, and then there's no customization with it. So a lot of times HDR kind of sucks, but in this case, the HDR for Metroid Prime 4 really, really looks good. The big controversy about Metroid Prime 4 is, of course, the side characters in the game. And unfortunately, this Mackenzie character that went viral during the preview cycle is in the game. I don't want to say a lot, but what's interesting about this Metroid Prime game is that you kind of have a home base that you return to multiple times, that more characters show up at. And so when you get like, your freeze beam or whatever, your freeze special attack, you get the part for it and you need to bring it back to Mackenzie and he installs it for you. And so throughout the game, there are these different distress beacons where you'll interact with different characters in the game. And so I could understand Metroid Prime purists that love the sense of isolation, that part of that's going to be gone. But as I said off the top, I'm not a Metroid Prime purist, so it doesn't really bother me that much, other than some of these characters are just kind of annoying, particularly the Mackenzie guy. But I find that overall, he's not too annoying. It is funny because I remember part of Metroid Prime feeling lost at certain parts, which is part of the point. But in this game, you'll go out to the hub desert area where you have the motorcycle, and he'll call you and be like, hey, if you go here, you might be able to get some to upgrade this. It's like, you could just stop.
Right.
You can just, not do that. So yeah, it's cool. I like it. There's nothing about it that's groundbreaking for me, but I think the sentiment, we were talking about this in the staff chat, because I think Maddie said this, is that I think people are overly hard on it just because it's not what they necessarily wanted. And I understand that disappointment, but overall so far it's been fine. The other thing that I've been messing around with as of yesterday, I actually can show you guys. I paid for this with my own money. It's not an ad or anything, but I got this. A new Guitar Hero controller.
Cool.
From the company
Gibson guitar.
It's a Gibson guitar, dude.
That rules.
It's from this company called Cracked, CRKD. And these are the guys that were from Red Octane. And so they are now doing this new company. And this thing's pretty sick, dude. The most interesting aspect of it is that the strum bar, instead of like a mechanical click, it has like a force feedback in it. So it's like a really tough vibration motor, which I'm assuming helps like the longevity of it. And also it feels way better than I thought. But the primary thing I've been using this for is a game on PC that's called YARG, YARG, which I believe stands for Yet Another Rhythm Game. But
is this the one that ingests any song you want, basically?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a Rock Band PC clone, and they have their own set list that you can download for free with part of the game. I think they have multiple, but you can put anything you want in this if you look in the right spots. And it's funny, when you boot up the game, there's this whole disclosure about how YARG is not for piracy. This isn't meant to be used for that and all that stuff. And you have to like acknowledge it. And I'm like, no, I know what I'm doing. So I have loaded YARG up with over 200 songs from either previous Rock Band games, or there are like custom songs that you can easily get on the internet. And certainly some people find that ethically questionable. I have spent hundreds of dollars in my life on Rock Band DLC that is now
gone.
I mean, I don't. It's not technically lost because if I had Rock Band 4 on Xbox One, I could still access it. But it's just why, you know, what's the point? I purchased all these games. I'm not saying it is legally correct, but I feel ethically okay about it. And that's going to be up to you whether or not you agree. But I'm just shocked how good this app is. It is so customizable, and it works with guitar controllers. It works with a microphone. It even works. I don't know if you guys can kind of see back here. I have my Rock Band 1 drums for Xbox 360.
Everyone just threw those out.
Yeah, I still have these ones. I don't think they were my original ones, but I got them at some point. And I just plugged them right into my computer. It works great. I'm preparing for last New Year's Eve. We played a lot of Rock Band, and I was playing on 360, and it was cool. I was like, I want to up my game a little bit. So I've been just getting this together, and I was reminiscing last night playing some of the songs from Rock Band 1 and 2. And I even imported Through the Fire and the Flames, the iconic Through the Fire and the Flames. I'm so much worse than I used to be. I was like telling Holly, I'm like, I'm an old man now. I can't play these games like I used to.
Sure.
When in reality, I mean, I just haven't played in years and years. But I do have the achievement for beating Through the Fire and the Flames on Xbox 360. I did it one time, never again. And it took me a long, long time to beat it that one time. But there seems to be a little bit of Rock Band Guitar Hero resurgence going on between these guitars from Cracked, which are really nice. There's also, I think, another company, is it PDP maybe, made a Guitar Hero controller. And Cracked announced they're doing a new drum set. And I'm actually most excited for that because that was the primary instrument that I would play on Rock Band, play on expert mode.
Whoa.
And I got a little bit of drumming chops from playing Rock Band. So I'm very excited when that comes out. And I'm excited to try these out for our New Year's Eve party. But it's a very surprisingly sophisticated app, this YARG. So if you have Guitar Hero controllers, or if you have some of your stuff laying around, give this a download. It's quite nice. And so, yeah, that's what I was messing around with that last night.
I'll have to hear you behind my kit next time you come over, and we'll see what you got. Tickle those skins.
Well, I can give it a little shot. I can practice up a little bit, but
hey, give me a little something. Show me a little something.
Yeah. So
the drums in Rock Band and Guitar Hero were fun because they're the only ones that really translated to the real instrument. You were basically doing what you were supposed to do on the drums. You didn't have all the drums and cymbals and like open hi-hats and double bass pedals and shit, but
well, that's why I'm so excited for this new cracked guitar or cracked drum set for whatever app you want to use. But the Rock Band drums, there's the 4 pads and the bass drum, and eventually Rock Band released the Pro kit that had cymbal. It had 2 cymbals. And so you actually had like almost a full kit experience on Rock Band. And so this new kit is going to have the cymbal expansion with it. And so that's like, it's not quite 1-to-1, but it's pretty damn
that's
close. Cool. And I'm excited for that level of challenge, just because I played Rock Band drums a lot. I beat it's Run to the Hills was the iconic difficult drum song on Rock Band 1, and I did beat that as well. So excited to get back into it. And yeah, check out YARG. YARG. It is ironic. They're like no piracy, but also it's called YARG.
Yeah, that's
dude.
funny.
It's so easy. There's literally, you put all the songs in a folder and you tell it what folder and it scans it and then it's just like,
so it makes it like automatically. It's not like someone's making it for each song or whatever. Like you know what I mean?
Like when you download a file, it's all there.
Oh, so I was thinking just putting MP3s in, but you're saying there's like files that people have with the song plus the data for the game itself.
Well, right. That's the piracy.
I assume that's what it was. Yeah, I assume that's what it was. But I didn't know, in other words, if you could just like say like, here's a song and it kind of like,
oh no,
puts together a little something or whatever.
Yeah, it's not that sophisticated, but
I assume not. Yeah.
The songs that I've downloaded, these are actually like mapped harmonic songs that you can go into the files and like,
that's cool.
Just listen to the vocal track or just hear the drum track, which is kind of neat for some of these songs to go into.
Oh yeah, I follow a YouTube channel called Isolated Drums, and it's so good. It's just like isolated drums from like all these big ass songs. And I'm like, oh, this is the best. Love that.
Yeah. So it's pretty pretty cool. I like it a lot.
It's fun. It's fun to think that these things are still kind of circulating around and relevant still in some way, because I remember, Rock Band and Guitar Hero kind of fell off. And then I remember there was that resurgence that never really happened in 2015-ish, where it seemed like it was going to happen. And then it
was too soon.
Yeah. Mad Catz went out of business, I think. It all just self-destructed. It was funny to watch. I mean, it's not funny, but it was funny to watch it happen in some way after what you draw did to THQ. It's like another peripheral destroyed another company, although they were a peripheral company. So it's a little, they way overestimated, I guess, the resonance, pardon the pun, of the revival of these things. So cool. Yeah, I love those games. I've also really wanted to mess around with Rocksmith, but I just never have.
Oh yeah.
I messed around with it. I don't know. I that's kind of it's so real that I think you are kind of just better off just trying to just learn in a more traditional way. I don't know. I never got the sense that I was getting a good lesson or a good game out of it. That was kind of my thing with Rocksmith.
Yeah, that seems about right.
I'm sure some people probably feel differently. There were just certain things for me that sensory wise, I can hear that the string that I'm playing is not correct, but it's correct to the game. I don't know, just little things like that where I'm just I'm sure if you were just picking up a guitar, I'm sure it would be very helpful. But as somebody who already kind of knew quite a bit, it is kind of jarring in comparison.
We'll see what happens with that game with Ubisoft.
Tool, oh yeah, that's right. It's a platform now too, right? It's a whole.
Yeah, Rocksmith Plus or something like that, I think. Something it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe get a letter about it every once in a while. People play it. But
yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did play version the original. So I imagine it's probably far better than it used to be. But yeah, I don't know. But that's a game Rock Band and Guitar Hero are games. I think we talked about this before on I don't know if it was a main show or a side show or a stream or whatever. But I feel like those games are kind of criminally underlooked. Or underappreciated when it comes to top games of all time kind of situation, because I really do think they belong in that conversation.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. That's all we have for what we're playing. Let's get into listener inquiries. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. You submit your inquiries on the thread in the newsfeed each week. They go live on Wednesdays and are deleted Thursdays. So you have a 20-ish hour period, 21-hour period where you can submit your inquiries. The different shows on our network all use this thread mantra, and you can keep an eye out on the newsfeed for all of those, so you can submit to those shows as well if you'd like. We begin with the Brogan from Gas Effect Androgynous, who writes in and says, "Hey, Milky Way dudes, what are your thoughts on the rise of acting in video games? Generally speaking, it seems like most esteemed actors have one major role in a major video game and don't often return. Do you guys think that taking a major role in a video game is a bucket list endeavor for successful actors, or is it just a new thing for them to try and get out of their system? What are some actors you'd love to see take a major role in a video game? Get out there and kick some Reaper ass and have a great holiday season." Someone wants Mass Effect. It's funny because I was thinking about it the exact opposite way, where, I mean, it's becoming more and more common, but it's an interesting inquiry, Dustin, in that I feel like there's still a stigma, or at least there's not enough money circulating in the motion capture and voice acting realm of games, though there's a shit ton of money in games, not comparable enough to attract talent like that. Because it would be interesting to get high tier AAA level Hollywood talent, which happens on occasion. Yeah. But not really. And I don't know if it's a stigmatization only, or maybe there's just not enough money in it. I mean, these people make millions of dollars on doing a picture. So, and gaming is a lot more intensive, and it probably requires maybe even a lot more time, and time over time as well. I mean, you always have to do pickups and and all sorts of things for movies, but
yeah,
you have to be available sometimes for years to do these games, and that might not be a willingness. We just saw the Deviation playthrough of that codenamed Draconis canceled PS5 game, and that had voice acting in it. And there's no way that it's final or anywhere close to it, or that they have everything they need, and those people will need to be available in the future, probably for many pickups and many different things. So what are your thoughts here on this, Dustin?
Yeah, well, I was thinking, clearly, yeah, there is a rise of actors in video games, but I was thinking the first example I could think of from a long time ago, there's the game that Mark Hamill was in 1994, Wing Commander.
Wing Commander, yeah.
Yeah, so we've seen some sprinkling of this always throughout the years, but I think that as video games have become the dominant form of entertainment in different ways, and also at the same time becoming so cinematic and realistic with motion capture and scanning people into games, it makes sense that actors would want to expand into doing that, whether it's just from a artistic standpoint as an actor or from a financial standpoint as well. So it's not surprising to me with the way the technology has gone and things like that. So actors that I'd love to see as a major role in a video game, I don't know. I don't consider myself like, man, I love this actor a lot that I'd want to see him in a game so bad, you know? Maybe it's just not the right type of person for that kind of question. Like, there's actors I like. We talked about Ryan Gosling recently. I was like, oh yeah, Ryan Gosling's great. Dude. I don't need him to be in Kingdom Hearts 4 though, you know, or that'd be really weird. We have had human actors in Kingdom Hearts. Like Johnny Depp is in Kingdom Hearts 2. It's not his voice, but it is his face.
Oh,
so
yeah.
There has been some of that, but yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe I'll come up with one while you guys discuss. But there's no one I'm like dying like, oh, I got to get him in. And nothing's going to top Kevin Spacey in Advanced Warfare.
Hell yeah.
Just being Kevin's. What you're seeing here is Advanced Warfare. Iconic line delivery.
Acting. Yeah. That was one of the people I was thinking about. Like, he was a very high caliber talent for video games.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. Well, first of all, I think the environment surrounding like big budget Hollywood, like multi-million dollar, like hundreds of millions of dollars price tag movies has gotten so green screen and special effects oriented that I think there was a period in time where it's just like, all right, well, I mean, if we're already going to be covered in motion capture suits anyway, why not do a video game? You know, like, why not be into that sphere? Because there's that famous footage of, like, what is it? Gandalf. What's his name? Ian McKellen?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on the set of The Hobbit, where he's, like, just surrounded by fucking green screen. And he, like, breaks down because he's like, this is not what I got into this for at all, you know? And I get it. Like, it's got to be disappointing. But, like, I would imagine a lot of people kind of probably, like, saw that happening. And we were like, well, I mean, video games is that, and it's a little bit more interesting. So if we're going to get this weird kind of, like, muted, somewhat depressing version of this thing that we're already doing, we might as well do it in a context that's at least like experimental and interesting and new and weird. And so I think that's why, like, in the mid 2010s we had, and you know, leading into the early 2020s as well, like, we had this weird influx of, like, oh, Kevin Spacey, and, like, oh, Keanu Reeves, and, you know, and Cyberpunk and all that stuff. The thing for me, I would like to see a return to actors playing characters in video games that aren't them. Because, like, I'm a big fan of Deborah Wilson. I think she does amazing in like everything that she does. She's amazing in Destiny. She's like the best voice actor. She's the best character in Destiny as far as I'm concerned, and, you know, a multitude of other games. She does great. But it is disappointing that, like, whenever she shows up, her face shows up also.
Right.
Like, it's the same, like, it kind of takes me out of it because I'm like, that's Deborah Wilson. That's Cameron Moynihan or whatever, the guy, the Cal Kestis in the Jedi Fallen Order games, you know? I feel like it used to be we would have actors play a character in a game, and it wasn't based on them. You know, it wasn't like a scan, or like, it was just like, oh, that person voices that person. That's crazy. That's cool. Like, it's an interesting fact almost. And I want to get back to that, where it's almost like, okay, actors are in these games and they're having a great time and they're doing interesting shit. They can even do the mocap or whatever, but, like, I wanted to play different people. Like, I'm distracted by it personally. Like, I'm distracted by the fact that, like, what is it? What was that Rockay game? Rockay City? What the hell was it?
Oh, yeah.
Crime Boss.
Crime Boss,
Rockay City with all the actors in it. It's just like, this is so weird.
Yeah.
And granted, to be fair, like, that was kind of the point of that game. Like, the whole point was that it was like a weird actor draw, but, like, I don't know. I don't have an actor that I'm like stoked about, or like that I'm like I have directors that I love and musicians and things like that. But like acting is one of those things where it's just like I appreciate a good actor, but like I don't know enough about that world to really love it, or to really like look at somebody's performance and be like, wow, I see what they're doing there. And it's like I don't like I'm a layman with that stuff. But to the effect that it'll continue happening, I want to take a step away from the one-to-one scans of characters again. Like make it, you can make it look sort of like I like Jack Black in Brutal Legend or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That was nice.
That was a good example, yeah.
Because it's a character like designed around a guy, but that's not his face. And even Samuel Jackson in Samuel L. Jackson in San Andreas was another one where it's just like, I mean, it's a black cop, but that's not Sam Jackson's face. You know, get back to that. That's what I want to see more of. More actors flexing their actual skill as opposed to, getting top billing and kind of pulling me out of it. It's distracting. Kojima gets away with it, I guess, because he's like kind of movie oriented anyway. I kind of expect that in some way, like who's going to show up in the next Kojima game. But most of the time I'm like, give us new characters.
I am fascinated by this working theory that there just are no movie stars anymore, or at least that the movie stars we still care about today are like all older, that there's like no new crop of truly seminal artists that everyone cares about, and like this new crowd, your Leonardo DiCaprios and your Brad Pitts and your back in the day like a Julia Roberts or something like that. It seems like there's a lot of smaller people that are in other words, it seems like there's a greater flood of people, same amount of fame to be distributed amongst them. So you have you kind of your pick of the litter of getting like smaller players that could be really good. I mean, that's what kind of Expedition 33 did in a way. And not that these people are small, but comparable to that is what I'm saying. And then the idea that like a big star that makes $5 or $10 million a movie, which still exists, but they're not super common anymore, comparable to where they used to be. Like, are they really going to walk in and do a game? And all of that budget will be spent on their inclusion when you don't really need them. I mean, one of the beauties of video games is rendering your own reality, even if you use motion capture and voice acting and stuff. So interesting idea, and we'll see what happens. The money will talk, I think, more than anything. Omar Rosa wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, any chance you can get your sons to play Madden or MLB The Show for Sacred Streaming? You could guide them through the game similar to them guiding you in Elden Ring." Dustin, are we going to bring you through a season of the Pittsburgh Steelers in Madden?
I have some experience with football games, not for a very long time. I played NFL 2K5, the $20 one.
That's the famous one.
Yeah, dude. And it had a sick like crib mode where you could like customize and like buy stuff for it between games. I liked it. I thought it was cool. And I've played Madden before. Again, very long time. And for the most part, when I'm picking plays, I have no idea what I'm picking here, other than like, okay, are we running or are we throwing? And Hail Mary, It would be funny if I played and you guys, like Chris, you were like the offensive coordinator, and Dustin, you were like the defensive coordinator, and you called all the plays. And then I executed on them. That would be hysterical. I'd love that. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. I played MLB The Show years ago on a stream, and my extent of baseball games is like backyard baseball. So it's been a little while for that. We could put, we should play, Colin, the GOAT sports game, Blades of Steel.
Blades of Steel. Yeah.
Add that to NSO, dude. Amazing game.
Yeah, Konami. Get on that.
That'd be sick. And bring back NFL Street. That game ruled. Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I remember.
Yeah, a lot of these like ancillary like spin-off games for FIFA, NBA, NHL never really got them. And even the backyard baseball shit, that's kind of made a little bit of a comeback recently. It's I personally, Mutant League Football, like I like the spin-off sports games that were, or NBA Jam, of course, is probably the most famous of all of those.
Arcade sports games are awesome, dude. NBA Jam rules.
Yeah, NBA Jam's a great game.
I'd gladly play that for a stream. I mean, I would try Madden on stream. Why not?
It would be funny to have you guys just calling all the plays, like all the defensive coverages and all.
We got to get like the proper, some kind of headset.
Yeah. Did you get? Oh, you guys wouldn't see this because you don't watch the NFL. Sony sponsors the headsets.
Oh,
So there's like a huge on the mouthpiece. There's like a huge Sony logo and like a Sony logo on the ear, which is interesting. Everyone's sponsoring like trying to get some sponsorship going on in the NFL. Chris, you and we will play from spring training all the way through a deep playoff run, 162 game season of MLB The Show, all the way through. You and me.
I'm not opposed to that kind of thing. Like the thing for me, like sports games have always put me off just based on the people that I knew who played them, and like how I knew. Like I remember when I first moved upstate with my parents, the first, like the kids across the street, we would have the same bus stop, and so after a while they were just like, "Hey, you want to come over and like play games?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then I came over and like the only games they had were Madden games, and I remember being like, "Oh, I can't do this." I remember deciding in that moment, it's like, we can't be friends. I can't be friends with these people. But I played RBI Baseball 2005, I think, quite a lot back in the day. I liked my time with MLB The Show, although I never really like committed any serious time to it.
MLB The Show is really good if you're like into baseball. It's like a really, really complete game.
Yeah, I have like osmosis knowledge about baseball just based on like when I was playing it as a kid and watching my dad watch games. But yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. There is an air around sports games that I do like because they are so different and they're so like, in some sense, mundane. And it's interesting that they are mundane. Like that in and of itself is like fascinating to me. Where it's just like, oh, that just sounds like a normal baseball announcer. Like there's nothing whimsical or fantastic about this, like, or fantastical about this, or like elevating about it at all. It's just like it literally is like a 1-to-1 facsimile of like what exists in the real world. And that's kind of interesting because that exists so rarely. Like every type of sim that you play is kind of heightened. And so like The Sims is less accurate to the thing that it's simulating than MLB The Show is to baseball. You know?
Right.
Like it's interesting in that sense.
Sure.
But I've never had the drive or the time to like set aside and dedicate time to it. But I wouldn't mind doing a stream of something like that.
I must say, I've noted in the past that I didn't grow up. There really are no football fans in my immediate family. My uncles are kind of into it. My brother-in-law is really into it. My nephews are into it, but none of these people, were around me, and some of them didn't exist at the time. And I learned everything I knew about football, like getting into it from Madden. And I remember saying, I think someone wrote in at that maybe a while ago about that, where I was like, if you really want to know football, you should play Madden, because it's a very deep game. It's obviously an arcadey game in its execution, but like the playbooks are the playbooks, like the plays. Like I remember as a kid being like, okay, so this is what the center does. This is what the guard does. And the tackle, this is an I formation. This is a goal line formation. This is a spread formation. This is what a draw play is. This is what a sneak is. Like it all translates to the real world. So
you could theoretically conceive of a future where like a great coach emerges having practiced a lot on Madden. It's like,
dude,
I
should have brought this up, but like a few coaches recently in the last few years have talked about how they would like make these really deep Madden like franchises over many years and like make their own playbooks in Madden. Like it does have this place now that the coaches are getting younger. They're in their 30s and 40s. So it's like now
they grew up with Madden.
Right, exactly. And like they talk about that a lot, how like Madden was like this seminal thing for them. And like and I know people that have done it, like going mega deep, like far into the future with a team, like many decades in. I had my roommate in college used to do that shit with the old college footballs, where he would play like so far in advance, just played hundreds of games, and to the point where it's like you're in some alternate reality and like it's their own little fantasy world. It's cool. Yeah. Good.
I will say the thing about the MLB The Show, and I don't know if I mentioned this at the time, but the thing that really got me that I wasn't expecting was that there's a nostalgia tied to baseball for me that is unlike anything else, because unlike everything else that I'm nostalgic for, I've experienced it again since. Right? There's a game that I grew up with that I loved. I've played it somewhat recently, like within the last like 5 or 6 years. There's a movie that I grew up with. I can watch that kind of at any time. But like the soundscape of baseball, like that type of announcer, the sound cues, the way it sounded the same forever, like the crack of the bat. Like I've not watched baseball for like probably like in any real capacity for the last like 20 years. So playing it again when the show came out on Game Pass, I remember, was very, very weird because it did bring me back in a way that's like unlike anything, because everything else I've just have more experience with. Like Halo is not nostalgic for me. Like I played it like yesterday.
Right.
So like, but that was something that was interesting about it, where it's like, man, nostalgia is a serious thing if you actually let things fall into the past, like far.
Well, I have another sports question. I'm interested to see what you guys think of this. Mark wrote in and said, "Hey mates, with the recent discussion around the MLB property not appearing on PC, would it be beneficial for PlayStation to develop an equivalent product of Football Manager? The series has seen large sales in the PC community and could be a great way to bridge the gap to PC players as well as their mobile initiative. For perspective, Football Manager has seen peak concurrent users of over 80,000 players, rivaling any of PlayStation's PC releases. Hope you all have a great Christmas and Happy New Year." So Football Manager is this long-running franchise, football meaning soccer, of course, that I think, and I want to make sure I look this up, I'm pretty sure Sega is involved in, they own, I think, the studio, Sports Interactive, and have for 20 years that make the series. And I wanted to ask you guys, do you guys understand what Football Manager is, like, in your mind's eye? That it's like all in like spreadsheets and like numbers?
Yeah.
And are you into, like, not necessarily in sports, but would you be interested in something like that? Because I totally get it. Like, intellectually, I understand that game. And there was a game that I really loved on, they only did 1 year of it. It comes up every so often on our show. It was on PS2, NFL Head Coach, which was an EA spinoff of Madden. And I loved it. Like, it was like, so I wrote a guide for it at IGN, so they just gave me a copy of it. And I was like, oh. And I was really into it. It was like calling plays and making moves and being the general manager and dealing with the facilities and the press and doing all that kind of stuff. And I was like, this is kind of neat. But ultimately, it's just making decisions and then seeing how the simulation plays out based on your decisions. And Football Manager has a massive fan base. And so I would love to see more of that kind of stuff. And I think so. It's funny because baseball is one of those games that I think would work really well in that world, because it is so. Do you guys know what like saber statistics are and all that kind of stuff? Like,
no,
they're baseball. Well, Moneyball. We were talking about it a few weeks ago, I think, in a different context with the show. That whole notion of like being able to reduce a baseball player, especially because it's a turn-based, individualized game, a person versus a person, right? A pitcher versus a batter in this case, and you can like reduce it to its essence, which is what Moneyball was all about being like, these players are under. Nick Swisher was a famous player. I think the A's like valued that no one else did because of all these things the numbers spit out. And it's a game. They've slowly gotten to this metric based format for all the sports. Like hockey has a thing I think called Corso or something, and like all these different stats that it's not like goals and assists and points and all the things that used to matter. It's like, how long were you on the ice and where were you when they scored, and what, like heat mapping your movements and doing all this kind of shit. And there's a game there, like, for sure. I just don't know if it would have a huge console audience, because I'm pretty sure Football Manager has long come to. I think there was even a Football Manager games on Vita, but they're on console. And I think Football Manager 26 is on console, so you can play it right now. So could they go in the other direction and Sony do something like that? The other thing is that they have a lot of it's based on data and all the analytics that's being done and crunched behind the scenes in a game. Like Madden and the show and NHL is just a shit ton of dice rolls. If you look at it from behind the scenes, like your score, you pass the puck, your passing score is this, the person who's receiving it is this. There's all these mitigating factors. It does all these dice rolls, and then the puck gets to your stick. They almost have all the data. It would be about giving it in a more mathematical simulation level, and I don't know if people would be into it. But fantasy sports is so big, that's the same thing. You have no real control over other than the choice. So I don't know if you guys have anything to say about this, but I would love to see something like that. I think that's really fun. And would you guys enjoy a game like that? Or like, Dustin, would you rather play a game like that? I mean, no. I suppose no, in that you would have to have an even deeper understanding of the sport probably than just playing.
Yeah. I have not zero, but very little understanding of any sport. And I mean, the only kind of equivalent I could think of in my gaming life is that when you play a game like City Skylines or Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I'm looking at the financial reports
Yeah, that's exactly right.
of my city and like where I need to raise taxes or lower taxes, something like that. But it's not one of the like broadly appealing things about that game for me. So I don't think it would be something I would be into, but I can understand. I mean, they made a game out of Microsoft Excel, right? There's like the Excel World Championships or something.
Yeah, and people, it's wild, dude. It's all on the keyboard.
Yeah. So I totally think there's room for it. I don't know if it necessarily makes sense for I mean, it makes sense if they were to do something for baseball, to do some kind of baseball management. I don't know if that would be an equally or as appealing of a game as a football.
I think
soccer.
it would be just as, if not even more. I mean, based on your preference for the sport, but baseball leagues go so many layers deep. There are so many players in an organization, like hundreds of them, you know? And so being able, and, you know, I think you probably understand this, like A ball, double A ball, triple A ball, major leagues, and like players drop and like come and but it's an organization. The Yankees have a triple A team and a double A team and an A team and a development league team. And then you draw the players in between them and you drop them and bring them up and you trade them. You put them in your lineup. So there's something to be, I think baseball would really translate really well to it. Probably better than almost any other sport. But the idea of like making choices and having no control is fun. And that was like what NFL head coach was about. Like, are your players prepared, coach? Because you're just going to be watching the outcome. And that's not for everyone. So,
right.
Yeah.
The Diddler wrote in and said, hey, not worthless sacred crew, do you agree with the Netflix co-CEO's claim that WB Games is worthless, in quotes? Put your gaming bias aside and consider what WB Games has released over the past 5 years. In my view, WB Games has lost much of its value because leadership prioritized profit over quality, rushing games like Mortal Kombat 1 to market and forcing projects into a live service model. On top of that, it seemed like they were devaluing the brand for years in preparation for a sale. So maybe WB Games really is becoming worthless, or maybe this is a symptom of a bigger problem, AAA gaming itself losing its value as profit margins take priority. That might be what the CEO is really getting at. Anyway, I'll shut up now so I can do something not so worthless. You can probably guess what that is. Thank you, Diddler, for writing in. I wanted to bring I mean, you guys can say whatever you want, but I wanted to bring this up because that's not what they said. And I've been seeing this story circulating a lot. And as I said earlier in the show, Hogue and I have sat down to do a Sacred Plus all about this deal or this proposed deal and how it affects games, but how it affects entertainment and economics and whether it's the right thing and who wins and who loses and all of that. So definitely look forward to that on patreon.com/laststandmedia. But I wanted to say this because we got a lot of letters about this and that's not what they said. And it's a really important thing to go back. This is what I always say is go to the source and see what was really said. And so pocketgamer.biz transcribed these thoughts from, I guess, a call that was based on the Netflix proposed deal with WB, and obviously Paramount's getting involved. So they write, quote, speaking during a conference presentation about the deal, and again, this is writing from pocketgamer.biz's perspective, co-CEO, president, and director of Netflix, Gregory Peters, was asked whether the acquisition, which has been accepted by Warner Brothers Discovery but faces competition from Paramount Skydance, would accelerate its own gaming plans. Peters said, while Warner has done, quote, great work in the game space, we actually didn't attribute any value to that from the get-go because they're relatively minor compared to the grand scheme of things. Now we are super excited because some of those properties they've built, Hogwarts is a great example of that, have been done quite well. And we think that we can incorporate that into what we're offering. They've got great studios and great folks working there. So we think that there's definitely an opportunity there. But just to be clear, we haven't built that into our deal model, end quote. I don't know where people are getting this idea that they're worthless. That's not what they said. What they said was like, it has nothing to do with why they're buying the corporation and they're not even dealing with it on paper right now. Like they'll worry about it later. Now, I think, and you guys can get into this if you want, I don't think anyone benefits in the game space from being with Netflix. I don't think they know what they're doing. They have a very linear idea of what they need to do, which is make games on their own platform. They did publish a couple of games on PlayStation, I think. Right, that one game from Oxenfree 2, I think they published, right? And that was a console game. But they want you on this. They have a their own gaming app, and they've gamified Netflix in the past with things like Black Mirror, and just choice based, choose your own adventure shit, and all the rest. So it's a good place to be in a way of there's going to be some financial stability, but I don't know that it's ever really going to work for them because I don't know that they need to expand much more than in other words, I don't know that anyone gives a shit about, you're called Netflix, right?
Yeah.
Flicks. Even doing TV shows, it's cool, it's great, but like games and all the rest. So it might not be the best place for WB and they might gut all of it or at least spin it off. What I assume will happen if the deal goes through, and honestly, I don't think the deal is going to go through, but if it does go through, then they'll probably just sell all that shit off, I assume. But I just wanted to be clear as using this as an example, and I don't mean to embarrass you, Diddler, although maybe you should be embarrassed. But the other people writing in, everyone's circulating this, that's not what they said. And when I saw that quote, I was like, that's not what, I immediately was like, there's no way they said that. Because like, why would you say that about this thing you're trying to buy? Like, it doesn't even compute. And actually what they're saying is fairly complimentary. They do a good job. We'd think we can incorporate it, but we just didn't put any value on it because it's not why we're interested in it.
Right.
That's it. I just wanted to throw that out there. Got to be very careful with this stuff, in my opinion. I think a lot of it started with the Kotaku article, as I recall. Because Netflix considers Warner Brothers games to be pretty much worthless, is what the title of and it's like, that's not what they said.
Shocker from Kotaku.
It's just weird. Like it's not, they just say we didn't attribute any value to that from the get-go because they're relatively minor compared to the grand scheme of things. There's no doubt about that. What is the revenue of Warner Brothers games in an off year? Like in the low hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a fucking $80 billion deal. So I think they're just like, we'll take whatever you got. I mean, there's going to be a bunch of shit. They're like, we want HBO and DC. Yeah. So whatever else you got, we'll take. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Again, look forward to that Sacred Plus episode. Do you guys have any feelings and thoughts otherwise you want to share on this story before we move on?
Not really.
Okay.
Hogwarts Legacy 2.
I mean, that's inevitable.
Coming to Netflix.
Coming to Netflix games.
I don't know, man. I don't like acquisitions. I think it's annoying. But whatever.
I just don't know who wins when this happens. Other than the shareholders.
Netflix.
But it's like,
yeah,
they're so foolish. I don't even want to get into what we were talking about. The thing that bothers me is that they're full of shit in that they're like, we want to keep these things separated. And it's like, sure you do. They're like, we're going to have all of the HBO back catalog on Netflix, but that won't affect HBO. It's like,
no, They would love to have that new Harry Potter show day one on Netflix.
Yeah, just I think the ultimate goal would be they're going to have to wait so they don't get in trouble with the regulators if they do get through. But it's like HBO will just be on Netflix.
Yeah, it'll just be like a silo. It'll be the same way that Disney Plus kind of has like
Disney, Hulu, ESPN.
Yeah. It'll probably be like that if they even bother to even put that much effort into it and not just like throw it into the churn as it already goes. But like I don't know. It just feels like I remember when I was like maybe in like early college, maybe late high school, and I remember seeing a chart going around of like how many companies exist and how many of them are owned by what, and how it was like a relatively small handful of companies owned everything. And that was in like 2011. I can't even imagine what the fuck that chart looks like now.
Yeah, it sucks.
And so like it's just disappointing that it's going to ultimately come down to like 3 dudes in a fucking room just like playing a shell game with like a bunch of different entities, and you're ultimately going to have a hell of a lot of illusions of choice going forward. So like we'll see how that plays out. Very cool.
It's interesting because I just I'm rooting against it just on principle. I don't like any of these mergers. Some of them are fine, but it's just it's like what people say about Sam Altman, where it's like all this fiasco with computing components and like pricing and whatever. It's like really due to them. You know, like they're the ones doing it, and you're kind of at the behest of just these individuals or these small cabals that have too much money and too much power. So whatever, doesn't matter. Who cares? No one cares what I have to say. Liam Nissan Altima wrote in, says, "Hey gents, it reportedly now costs $1 million for 3 minutes of airtime at the Game Awards, or approximately $5,555 per second. Colin, will you be dropping $11,000 to get a 2-second ad for Saint Slayer? I think just flashing the name of the game and wishlist now should do the trick. In all seriousness, I would love to see the stats on how much an appearance or nomination at the show moves units. Did you guys see this? And do you think, Dustin, do you think it's unreasonable? I actually don't know that 3 million minutes for $1 million with that audience is that inappropriate. I mean, certainly Jeff's walking away with a lot of money, but it's not nothing to get 3 minutes of time in front of a Game Awards audience that just grows year over year over year, that really likes the process of watching the show and will be exposed to this game. It's about as good of a shot as you're going to get. So if you have like a marketing budget, it might behoove you to blow some of it, if not all of it. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I think Jeff, he put his money into the Game Awards, made a big risk, and it paid off. And now, especially with no more E3, I would assume that it is the most watched gaming event of the year.
Oh my God.
Probably by a long shot.
Yeah, I would assume easily.
And so $1 million for 3 minutes of airtime with that audience. Yeah, that makes complete sense to me. And I think that it's worth noting, to my understanding, is that not everyone is paying $1 million, because I'm sure if Gabe Newell came to Jeff and was like, hey, I want to reveal Half-Life 3, I don't think he's paying $1 million to do that, because I think that there are some that Jeff knows the power of that reveal and what it does for the appeal of the show, right?
Right.
And I think there are examples too of smaller games that have been they were chosen to be highlighted that didn't pay that to add to the well-roundedness of the show. And so, $1 million for a big publisher, I'm not saying it's nothing, but it's, in the scheme of marketing, it's probably a price that's well worth paying to get that many attentive eyes on whatever your product is. So I have no problem with it.
Yeah, there's two ways of looking at it, where I think of football as an example, where I think a Sunday Night Football ad during the season is somewhere between like $500,000 and $1 million, I think. But you can get it, which is an incredible amount of money, but it's like $7 million during the Super Bowl. So it's actually more cost effective to be during the Super Bowl because there's so many more people watching it, but it requires a heavier investment, while it costs in the low thousands to tens of thousands of dollars to get like an ad on during a TV show. I think I have here, I just brought this up. Yeah, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands for a single airing during national cable. Like, so broadcast prime time for a slot would be like $100,000. So when you consider that, it's like $1 million for this is, reasonable. I mean, it's a lot of money. It's just that to say that could make your game. Like, it's a risk, just like anything else is. The big move is to get your game revealed. But I also wonder, and I don't know if he's talked about this, like how much of that is organic and how much of that is also paid. In other words, if you were to approach him and be like, we'll pay you $1 million to reveal our game, I guess, or something like that. But then he gets like a real intrinsic value out of that. So that might just be a quid pro quo of him kind of selecting winners and losers. And then the losers, in quotes, or people that just don't have anything to show but have a commercial for Genshin or whatever, they're going to be like, all right, here's like 3 minutes for $1 million means that it's some $350,000-ish for a minute. And that might be something that Nexon would drop, or one of these companies. So is the money a little gratuitous? I suppose so, but I don't mind people making good money if they're putting on a product that people like, and the Game Awards kind of speaks for itself. And maybe you'll have already heard the pickup. Maybe this Game Awards was fucking awful, but I doubt it. We're very critical of it all the time and make fun of it, but it's good. He does his best, and
it has really good years, and it has years that aren't so good.
Right,
just like anything else.
In cycles, kind of like E3.
Yeah. And I think the other critical thing for Jeff is that he always is asking for feedback. And you can see sometimes that he's reacted to feedback and changed the show for the better for it. So kudos to him for that.
All right. One last inquiry from Denny Would Never, who says, greetings, gentlemen. On a recent stream, Dustin once again rather triumphantly refunded his Game Pass subscription. This got me thinking, where is the line? If you could refund every game you played, would you? I'm not here to defend a giant corporation, and I agree that they shouldn't allow it. But at what point does this affect games and devs? So often I hear my favorite podcasts lamenting the layoffs, live service initiatives, etc. in the games industry. But again, I ask, where is the line? Are the so sad to hear about the layoffs more thoughts and prayers bullshit? Is keeping your own money more important than supporting games and developers? It's murky, I know. Just a thought I had. Sorry, I know it's long, giggity, but I had to ask. Another Family Guy reference. Thank you for all that you do. Please relax and enjoy your holiday. All the best. So what do you think about this? You did this on Sacred Streaming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not terribly offended by it because they let you do it. It was very similar. I only did it once when I played Master Chief Collection, and then I was like, all right, I'm canceling my subscription. And they're like, all right, here's your money back. It's like, to me, it's like really like if you insist. Now, I did that blindly. I didn't know that was going to happen. And I'm not even sure there was a way for me to be like, no, you keep it. I think they were just like, no, all right, bye. And I don't know if that's just an automated thing. My assumption is that they do that because it just stops them from dealing with a bunch of people that want their money back. It's like, just fine, just take your money. But is there a line of like, you didn't have to do that, but you did and you knew you can get away with it?
Right.
Is there a moral boundary or do you even care? To me, I think it's so strange that it should be abused, actually, because it's like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you allowing this to happen? You should just say no. Just say no. But you've done it over and over. Like, there's not even anything in their back end saying like, you've done this already.
Right.
So it's kind of on them at some point.
Yeah. And to be clear about this situation and in previous situations, well, maybe not in previous situations, but in this one, I had no intention of buying and playing Marvel Cosmic Invasion. So it's not like they really lost a sale. In fact, they probably gained some sales from watching us play it. But even with that being said, they got their money from Game Pass from that. Whether it was a upfront check for the game or if it's a time played from Game Pass users, they still got that info.
Yeah, Microsoft loses.
Yeah, so Microsoft lost on that. And yeah, the question is like, would you refund every game you've ever played? No, absolutely not. And there are opportunities of games that I could have done that with, like, for example, Doom the Dark Ages. I could have got the Game Pass for a month, played it, and then when I was done, refunded it. I wanted to own it and buy it. So I think that they absolutely should figure out a new solution. Like, it just seems like stupid business, as you were saying, Colin, for them to even let you do it. Even if it was a situation where it's like, okay, well, I think ultimately they should just say, okay, well, you can keep this for the rest of the month and we're going to take that money. That's how most subscriptions work, is that it's not like they're going to refund you. A weird solution is that they could have just been like, okay, well, we'll give you a prorated refund and we'll take off one day or something, which might bring more abuse even to the system if people knew that. But so, yeah, it's a weird thing that they do that I don't understand. And I don't think like as you said, the only people that really hurts is Microsoft. It doesn't hurt the devs of, Dotemu or whatever that made Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
Right. And we're told constantly that they have infinite money and nothing matters. So,
yeah.
But really, they should just stop. I would love to know the specific reason why they do it, and I have to assume it's just the path of least resistance.
Right.
But I think that most people would be like, I don't want, like, I'm not, that's not why I'm, we see it on Patreon. Some people sign up for things a month at a time and then immediately cancel because they don't want the recurring charge. Like, there are reasons why you might do that.
Right.
Yeah.
I would have been fine if they had said like, oh, well, you're going to spend $16 and you get this 1 month of Game Pass. It's like, okay, cool. I'm probably not going to use it. I do recall, I think that it might have been a little different this time because it did give me two options. One option was to let my Game Pass run into the end of the month and I pay it, or it just offered me a refund. And in the case, it's like, I have no reason to have Game Pass the rest of the month. So why wouldn't I pick that? So, yeah, I think that it certainly is abused and could be abused. I mean, I guess I abuse
You're abusing it, but you have to ask yourself again. It's just like,
yeah,
I don't know. I personally would. I've only ever done that with that Game Pass once. I've never had that opportunity to do it with anything else. I've never tried to like refund something on PlayStation or anything like that. Like, we have to like message them, and so I'm happy with spending the money on the games. But if you're going to, this is, I think, an insistence. Like if you're going to insist, that's your problem at some point.
Yeah.
I think there is a scummy, like on Steam, there are people that will buy a very short indie game. And if they beat it in under 2 hours, they can refund it. And that's scummy because that's like,
I agree with that.
Direct money that goes to that developer. That's a whole different situation. And I'm not saying like there are plenty of games I've tried on Steam, played for 45 minutes and thought, I don't like this. And I get a refund. I have no problem with that. I don't think anyone should have a problem with that.
Right.
But if you're playing and beating a game and enjoying it and then getting a refund on it in less than 2 hours, that's gross. But this is not that situation.
Yeah, I mean, just I've said before, piracy, like overt piracy generally, which is not refunding your game or refunding your subscription, but just overt piracy is like, so it's so sad to be proud of that and to like gloat about it. But because that's like literally stealing. But people basically saying like, all right, just shoving money back in your face is different. Shall we go?
Let's go.
I've had enough of you guys today.
Yeah, I'll see you in hour and a half.
Yeah.
Show.
Well, let's go around the horn and say goodbye. Goodbye to you, Chris. Good to be here with you today. I'd ask you what you were doing for us today, but I already know.
Yeah, we all know, don't we?
Yeah.
and then I'm recording after.
Really?
Yeah. it's holiday. Hey, man, it's December.
Yeah. Wow. So that's hardcore. So what we'll do tomorrow, by the way, is the show will just be late. And I just want to wake up normally tomorrow because we're going to be up so late. I'm going to be so jacked with energy. I probably won't go to bed till like 3 or 4 in the morning at least. So we'll just wake up and record in the afternoon. And then get it up in the evening. I think that will work best. We'll figure out a time later. But
yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for being here. Dustin, see you soon. Be well.
Goodbye.
You going to eat your donut?
I will. I might save it because Holly's got some chicken downstairs cooking. I can smell it. And so I'm going to eat dinner. And I don't want to spoil the din with the donut. So maybe I'll have the donut as a dessert. And then it'll just be us hanging out. And then tomorrow, more recording, getting Duke out tomorrow. And maybe we should discuss this off show. We talked about potentially recording a Christmas episode on Saturday. I don't know if you're available, Chris. We'll talk about it in a minute.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
So yeah, just busy times, but good times. Looking forward to Half-Life 3 that got revealed, right?
Yeah, crazy.
Right?
Crazy times we're living in.
Right?
Right.
We'll see.
Right.
We'll see.
Okay, cool, guys. I appreciate you. Hope you're all well out there. Be good. Get your Christmas shopping done, for Christ's sake. What are you waiting for? You got to get that done. I'm talking to you. Someone out there got a fire under their ass when they heard that. You know it.
Yeah. Get your shit together.
All right, my friends. See you soon. Well, actually, goodbye. Then no one knows. I mean, this is all nonlinear. Whatever. Yeah. See you next time.
See ya.
Take care.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.